And then Agar picking up Rory Burns and night watchman Gus Atkinson, who actually, if you think about it, did do his job. I know he hooked the second to last ball of the day straight down Matt Quinn's throat, but it did keep Tom Latham in the pavilion as the ukulele band are playing Test Match Special as well. So out there is Tom Latham on his Surrey debut alongside Dom Sibley, who has won. It'll be interesting to see what that thunderstorm did, because it's not quite as hot and humid as it was. Whether it's freshened everything up, we'll wait to see. But yes, Surrey have to bat well today. I suppose two things here really. Surrey will think to themselves, let's get up towards that 301 and ideally go past it after the trouble that they had Kent in yesterday. Kent will be thinking, can we knock Surrey over cheaply?
Where's Agar to get us underway then, bowling to Tom Latham, who's on the back foot, playing this out towards Kadri at point. I was doing some Tom Latham stats last night, and now my laptop battery's gone, so I'm trying to get it to work again. But he was here as an overseas player for Kent for a short stint a few years ago, and I seemed to remember him being maybe a bit underwhelming, or maybe this was a recollection I had. Looked up the stats and I was very wrong. Actually averaged 45 in the championship and got 4 half centuries with a top score of 90 as Agar bowls outside the off stump. And then I had a look at his record at Canterbury, and his average went up to 60 in that stint on this ground. So Wes Agar completes his wicket maiden from last night. Tom Latham is out there and has faced a couple of deliveries. Surrey 18 for 2, players started, Canterbury Cricket Week, ukulele band, school kids in. What more could you want other than maybe to have started 20 minutes ago?
Well, I think that sums up Tom Latham. Really, what he does very quietly and under the radar. Even in Test cricket, it's slightly under the radar, but his stats are phenomenal in terms of Test match cricket. And I compared him yesterday to sort of Dean Algar, that sort of nuggety player. And it'll be very interesting to see how he goes today. It's going to be Arshdeep Singh, who bowled 3 beautiful overs last night, didn't concede a run, all against Dom Sibley, who will be on strike. Arshdeep Singh from the Nackington Road end of the ground, 3 slips in there, a short mid-wicket. He's left arm over the wicket to Sibley, who lets his first one go. Outside is off stump, taken by the Centurion yesterday, Mr. Cox, who played extremely well yesterday. Wonderful 100 from him. And I saw some of his quotes, the interview that you did with him last night, and I think, as he said, from where we were, we showed a bit of fight to get ourselves back into it. Because at 41 for 5, they were in all sorts of bother. Kent, yesterday. Sean Abbott, I spoke to him, lovely expression, said the air went out the pitch in the afternoon. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh and Sibley, shout for LBW, it's a no ball. Even if the finger was going to go up, it's a no ball. It must have swung back very, very late at Dom Sibley. That's encouraging for Arshdeep Singh, but he's overstepped the mark anyway. And they've taken a leg by and the couple for the no ball. That would have been interesting if he hadn't overstepped the mark. Just from the shape of Sibley's shot, that swung back into him late. There could be a bit of swing this morning.
Yeah, I think it'll do a little bit because of that moisture, that thunderstorm that we had. Often if there is a bit of wet at Canterbury and then the sun comes out, just seems to bring a little bit of life and a bit of movement.
Well, it's had 30 minutes in it, the pitch, isn't it, with the sun out? So if it was going to do anything, it's had plenty of time to prepare to do that with nobody on it. As Tom Latham takes his guard, left-handed, of course. So they'd be good. Arshdeep Singh up against Tom Latham. 3 slips in there. Going to make it 4, I think. Denley's coming across from cover to drop in there at 4th slip. Arshdeep Singh down the slope from that Nackington Road end. He's over the wicket to Latham, who's forward to a good length ball. Just pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Compton at first slip. And then you've got the captain leaning at second, Mieye at third, and then Denley at 4th. Kadri's wandering around there at backward point. The formidable figure of Mr. Agar is at a wide-ish mid-off. Everson at mid-on. Daniel Bell-Drummond's at mid-wicket, and then Matt Quinn is down there at long leg, in amongst some sand that's been put on the cut strips for the net area as Arshdeep Singh's in, and Latham punches this one up towards Agar, who comes round to his right to do the fielding, and there is no run.
Kevin, morning to you on kentcricket@gmail.com. A man after your own heart, Mark Church. Yes, it might be a bit wet underfoot, but a 45-minute delay with everybody warming up at 11 as the live stream showed.
Yep.
That's what upsets people in the crowd.
Yep. Kevin, you are spot on, my friend. Absolutely spot on.
Says yesterday's cricket was good to watch. Same today, please, from both teams.
As Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket to Latham, and Latham's letting this one go outside his off stump. My only point is cricket does itself no favours. It does itself no favours whatsoever. With pictures going around and live streams going around of no cricket being played when the sun's out, it's cracking flags, and the players are out there playing football. You've got 1,000 kids in the ground as well. Now they're obviously going to entertain themselves, but they are here for the cricket. I had to help the Mr. Whippy van part as well this morning.
Again?
Yes. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and Latham looks for his first runs as he tucks this one into the leg side, but there is Daniel Bell-Drummond diving away to his right. He was delighted with the delayed start because he got stuck in traffic.
Who did, sorry? Did Mr. Whippy
Yes. But then he was looking very happy with the realisation that I said, it's Kids' Day today, there's 1,000 children in the ground.
He was like...
He was very happy.
Wonga.
Yes. And there's Michael Hogan going for a bit of a wander down towards Matt Quinn.
He'll be pleased the thunderstormers passed by as well. That would have rather killed the mood.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you meant Michael Hogan.
Oh, sorry.
I suppose he's nearer the lightning. He's very tall. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and Latham forward. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Tidy first over from Arshdeep Singh, bar the no ball. And Surrey are 21 for 2 in reply to Kent's 301.
Who was it that tweeted earlier on? Well, Jordan tweeted saying it had passed by, it was over the Isle of Sheppey. He was planning on going out, some picky bits, sausage rolls, etc., about to change his plans after the surprise weather. But yeah, it was Martin on Twitter who said that there'd been one single reported lightning strike in the whole of the country, and it was here in Canterbury. So I've also got some quotes for you from Jordan Cox. You said about a few of the things that he said last night in the interview about the fight back, but I just wanted to share a few more of the things he said because I asked him about Sam Billings not playing, and Jordan Cox is great because he just gives you honest answers. There's no... As Agar is in and bowling to Sibley, left alone outside the off stump. There's no nonsense from him. You know, it's not a party line from Jordan Cox. It's what Jordan Cox thinks. So he said, on Sam Billings not playing, we've all been struggling for runs. I'm not going to lie. So for the best interest of the team, he turned around and said to us, I'm going to step down for the game. That's a proper captain for me. A lot of captains would go, no, I'm captain of the club, I need to play. But he was like, I want this for the team. I've not been playing well, I understand that. I'm captain of the club, but it doesn't mean I can't get dropped. So he's done that and showed the rest of the boys that we've all got to score runs to stay in the team. As Agar bowls, and back goes Sibley to play defensively into the covers.
Yep, and I'd expect nothing less from Mr. Billings, if I'm honest. So it takes a bit of guts to do that as well. It really does. And let's be honest, if the players will be sorry for him in that dressing room, but if he's not been scoring runs, then actually it's a sensible decision. And it might do him a bit of good as well, just to get away for 4 days and come back for 2020.
Where's Agar bowling from the pavilion end of the ground here at Canterbury. BBC Sport Online and via the live stream. Left alone outside the off stump by Dom Sibley. And then just some more Jordan Cox quotes, because I asked him about getting dropped by Ben Folkes. He said, I was actually about to walk. I think everyone knows that Folkes is the best keeper in the world. And that sums it up today. He dropped one catch, but he's taken 2 unbelievable ones down the leg side to dismiss 2 of our batters. It was a faint nick, it was wobbling, it flew through. I think Sibley was running to celebrate, because when it burst through folks' hands and then dropped where sort of Sibley was, he wasn't able to react. But he said, yeah, maybe luck goes your way. I can assure you when I nick it next time, you'll catch it. So some nice things from Jordan Cox on folks, as this one is taken by Jordan Cox behind the stumps, diving away to his left alone by Sibley.
Well, it was a real collector's item, wasn't it? Because he catches everything, Ben Foakes, but you need a bit of luck, and Jordan Cox took his luck. The other thing I would say on the Sam Billings front is people tend to forget what captaincy involves, and it's not just what goes on out in the middle. There's an awful lot that goes on behind the scenes as well, and if you're trying to find form, it's difficult. Your phone's going the whole time, there's an awful lot of selection issues, there's all sorts of things you have to do.
Agar bowling, left alone outside the off stump. There's loads of noise and criticism and people having their say online and blah blah blah.
Yeah, and sometimes it does you good to get away from it, just for a few days.
Yeah, Jordan was also saying that he was actually quite nervous out there because he knew that he, hadn't got 100 this season, and like he's saying there, batters are a bit under pressure, haven't been scoring the runs. Don't think I ever sort of thought I'd hear the day where Jordan Cox said he was nervous, because he's a confident young chap, but it just shows that they have been a little bit down in the dumps, some of the batters, with their form, as this one defended away into the covers, which sort of dispels that nonsense sometimes that supporters go, oh, they don't care or whatever, or blah blah blah. But people are quick to criticise, aren't they, when things aren't going wrong, but you almost don't see the human side of it.
Yeah, look, it's your job. And I always think anybody who's really criticising, think when your job's not going terribly well. And imagine sitting at your desk and you've got hundreds of people sat around your desk having a pop at you while you're trying to work. It's not straightforward, it really isn't. And I completely understand, pay your membership, you pay your tickets, all that good stuff, but actually it hurts for the player. As Arshdeep Singh is in to Latham, that's just hopped at Tom Latham. Hits the gloves, rolls down towards backward point, and there's no run. And look, I would never say I know Sam Billings really well, but I've had dealings with Sam Billings over the years, and he's a smashing lad. And he cares, he really does care, especially about this place and this county. So it must have been a tough decision, but it's a brave decision, it really is. As Arshdeep Singh gets ready to come in once again, left arm over the wicket to Latham. Latham's forward, good start this from Agar and Arshdeep Singh this morning. Latham comes down to do a touch of gardening, yet to get off the mark. Sibley just the 1 run so far from 35 deliveries. The 2 to go yesterday, the captain Rory Burns and night watchman Gus Atkinson.
Bruce on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, as a Kent fan, really looking forward to seeing Arshdeep bowl. Can you give us an idea on his pace/style? Already sounds like he's bowling a tight line and length.
Well, that's it. He's not rapid. As in over the wicket he comes. He's quick enough, as this is left alone by Latham outside his off stump, but he's got all the skills.
He's so smooth, isn't he, in the run-up? We were talking about yesterday how quickly he seemed to adjust to a slope here at Canterbury that so many bowlers really struggle with. But he just runs in so smoothly, really nice pace that he approaches the wicket with, and the left arm sort of whips over in the action.
He's got a lovely... It's a gorgeous left arm seamers action, this. It really is. Pretty straight approach, then over the wicket he comes, and that whip again, as this is just left alone by Latham, who wanders off towards square leg. So we're yet to have a run off the bat today. Our 3 runs have been a leg by off a no ball. Those have been our 3 runs this morning. Quite a few Surrey supporters in the ground again today. I always find that when the game's at Beckenham, obviously there's an awful lot of Surrey fans, because it's quite a convenient place for them to come to. A lot of them live in that area of London. Arshdeep Singh is in over the wicket to Latham, and Latham's in behind. A short delivery, just pushes this one back up the pitch. Wes Agar does the fielding. stood up there at mid-off. Mr. Quinn is down there to our right, took a couple of catches last night. Did very well, actually, because they were up there a while. Both down at fine leg. Burns and Atkinson both out having a hook. Caught down at fine leg. 3 slips in there for Archdeepsig. Turns once again, and then will come in left arm over the wicket to Latham. Goes fuller of length, and Latham allows this one to pass. Outside is off stump. End of another tidy over from Archdeepsig. He actually hasn't had a run off the bat off him yet. Those 2 runs, 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 2, are the no ball. So actually hasn't had a run off the bat yet in his first 5 overs from the Nackington Road end. And look, he's rehearsing the way that Latham's playing at the moment. Here's Archdeepsig. But it's a pretty tidy start from Archdeepsig. Oh, that time of the day already.
We've gone high tech today with the meal deal order.
it's gone mobile.
Here's Agar bowling wide at the off stump. Yesterday we made our lunch order on the back of the scorecard when Freddie popped round. Today I've given him my phone number and we're doing it remotely.
Nice. I'll pass this on to Sonia next.
I'd love her to just midway through her England Women's Ashes press conference go,
Oh, is she about to do that now?
sorry everyone, I just need to do my meal deal order.
All right, okay, well maybe now's not a great time.
I think she's trying to get into the Wi-Fi.
Ah.
But yes, we've got Sonia Twigg with us today as our third voice, as this one's driven away by Dom Sibley up towards mid-off. I'm really looking forward to asking Sonia about Pakistan, because she was out there for the England tour in the winter. So that's going to be fun. Yeah, she's following the whole Ashes circus at the moment.
She is indeed.
I have got an email which I was going to read out for you, Churchy.
Is it about a preview show?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Oh, good.
Surrey are 21 for 2. Where's Agar is in and bowling. Clipped away off his hip by Dom Sibley. Chase on for Matt Quinn. He's got his foot there and blocked the ball from going for 4.
Bambi on ice over there.
That was village.
Dear.
That was proper village from Matt Quinn, using his foot to block the ball rather than bending down.
Well, I think it was almost as if he was slightly concerned that it was still a bit wet there and he was going to slip over it. As I say, he was almost on his tippy toes. He did a good job. He got the boot down and kept it inside the boundary rope. But nice shot from Sibley. He does play that shot extremely well off his hip. Sort of punches it with the full face of the bat through square leg off his hip.
Agar's going to come around the wicket to Tom Latham, 21 for 4. Latham back and running a quick single to cover point. Really sharp work. And Surrey move on to 25 for 2. So this email has gone round the BBC, basically, saying, this is what's happening. It's the Ashes. One of the most eagerly anticipated Ashes summers in history begins this week, with England's men and women trying to win back the respective trophies.
And then is there a long list of...
There's a long list of key messages to promote.
Oh.
So I'm going to promote.
Good for you.
Yes.
Good.
Thought that would go down well. As Agar bowls, it's defended away by Sibley. So these are the things that you can do to keep in touch with the Ashes on the BBC.
Oh, no, this is all quite right. Yes, absolutely.
You can go to the BBC Sport website and app for video clips of the action during play and highlights. You can take the Ashes with you for live coverage of every ball, plus all the analysis on BBC Sounds. TV highlights on BBC iPlayer and BBC 2 from 7 p.m. TMS has live commentary of every ball. Of course it does. The Ashes Daily Podcast is available on the BBC Sport, BBC Sounds app for the next 2 months. Daily Ashes Pod. Agar, big drive from Sibley, through it goes to Jordan Cox. End of the over, Surrey lead 25 for 2. And there is also a show on BBC iPlayer called How to Win the Ashes, with an accompanying podcast on Sounds. There we go, I've done that. BBC Ready Kent update on the way. Yes, indeed. The cricket is finally underway. We've been playing for 20 minutes with Surrey 25 for 2, resuming from 18 for 2 when Wes Agar took 2 late wickets yesterday. Kent having batted first in this game against the Division 1 leaders, scoring 301 all out. They were 41 for 5 at one point, and then 100 from Jordan Cox and 50s from Agar and from Joey Everson, helping them to get up to that score. Arshdeep Singh, Kent's new fast bowler from India, the overseas player, was actually just gone for the first run off the bat. He's so far bowled 5 overs and 4 maidens and had just bowled a no ball. But Tom Latham, former Kent overseas player, now of Surrey, is 2 not out. Dom Sibley, former England player, is out there on 4 as well. So Kent looking for wickets, Surrey trying to cut down that deficit. The visitors 26 for 2. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website.
Just had a run off the bat off Arshdeep Singh.
I know.
Yeah, Tom Latham with a nice hook.
An actual run.
So it's Dom Sibley back on strike as Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket to him, and Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump. Was that Jules?
It was, yeah.
Yes. On BBC Radio Kent.
Absolutely, Julia George.
No, look, I am looking forward to the actual Ashes starting.
Yes.
I cannot wait. It's the build-up. And nothing wrong with a bit of a build-up, obviously, but there's going to be an awful lot of it until Friday. So I'm sort of quite looking forward to the first ball being bowled of the Ashes. Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket to Sibley, and Sibley is forward and plays this one back up the pitch. Nice atmosphere in the ground with the kids here. They're enjoying themselves. There's lots of activities for them as well, I think. They'll obviously all be heading straight for the ice cream van, wherever he's parked. But there's some cricketing activity for them as well. Ukulele band. I'm still enjoying the jazz flute of yesterday, of course, here at Canterbury. I think that'll be back tomorrow, a bit of jazz flute. Matt Cole back tomorrow, isn't he? So he'll enjoy that. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and Sibley's just clipping this firmly through mid-wicket for 4. Likes it there, Dom Sibley. Just a little bit too straight from Arshdeep Singh, and a roll of the wrist from Sibley. And that whistles off to the boundary rope. He's on to 8, and Surrey are 30 for 2.
Out come the 4 placards.
Yes, well, they've all been given their 4s and 6s. So, no, it's lovely to see them all here. I saw all the mini buses arriving this morning with them all.
So it's funny when they walk into the ground. There was some walking up the Nackington Road as I was driving in, and it's like a big walking bus of kids in high vis making their way to the ground.
And over the wicket again goes Arshdeep Singh. That's very wide. Outside the off stump. Sun out now. Blue sky away to our right hand side. All the kids are sort of up on the bank away to our right near the Leslie Ames stand. The old beer tent is over there as well. That was very busy yesterday morning. Pretty well populated today. Of course, it's the start of the week. Monday today. But a nice atmosphere for Cricket Week. Some good cricket on show. 4 slips in there for Arshdeep as he's going to come left arm round the wicket to Dom Sibley, and Sibley's letting this one go outside his off stump, just hops across his stumps, then raises both arms and bat in the air. End of the over, 30 for 2 then Surrey. Latham has 2 and Sibley's on 8.
Sonia's just waving her screen at me. It doesn't look like her Zoom started yet.
It might be a bit delayed, I suppose, for the old press conference. Are you helping by asking what the lunch order is?
Yeah. Seeing as she's not on Zoom, I'll get her to order her food.
That'll help.
Here comes Wes Agar around the wicket. Defended away by Latham. No run to Belldrummer this time at point. Phil getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com saying morning. Was due to attend yesterday and today, but unfortunately I've had to spend the time at home with a severely bruised foot, brackets. I have to emphasise the severely so I can stay at home rather than go to the office.
Oh dear.
Laptop in place, live stream on the TV. What could go wrong? He said he's loving the single end coverage. I didn't realise it was, well, I did see it yesterday. But in theory, both cameras should be working at both ends, so I don't know why only one of them. But there we go. That's fine. Here comes Agar. Clipped away by Latham. Good tumbling stop by Joey Everson at mid-wicket.
Yeah, good work from Everson. Nicely timed by Latham.
It's good bowling at the moment from Kent, and the fielders backing up the bowling. Good pressure because the run rate's under 2 and over. These two strike rates are below 20 at the moment.
I wondered, Daniel Bell-Drummond might have a bruise on his foot from that Yorker from Jordan Clark yesterday.
That's a fair point.
Painful that though.
Yeah.
Badly bruised foot.
Tuanamia's just gone into a catching bit of wicket position as Latham tries the dab and run into the covers, but Denley's alert to it.
Very solid, isn't he, Tom Latham? Very compact.
You almost just can't imagine him getting bowled because he's just there.
Yeah,
textbook.
Absolutely. What is his average
Solid
in
defence.
Test match cricket, Mr.
I'll have a
Watts?
look
You've
at it
got your
for you.
laptop there.
It's not overheated just yet, although I might have to hide it at the back of the box. in a
Pretty
minute.
sure it'd be in the 40s.
31 years of age, Canterbury Christchurch, in New Zealand, of course. This one's left alone outside the off stump by him. Right, Test match average 41.5.
41.5.
27 Test match half centuries and 13 Test match hundreds.
Not a bad record, that.
It's not bad. And ODIs as well, because his game is built for the long form, but he's got 21 50s in ODI cricket, having played 130 games for New Zealand and 7 ODI hundreds. Agar bowls, left alone by Latham. T20 less so, that's not really his game. And I was having a look, because he played, I think, 7 T20s for Kent when he was here and was averaging like 20 or something.
No, he's just a very, very good player.
But one-day cricket, Test match cricket, proper batter.
Other than Joe Root, I don't think there's anybody else that averages over 40 in Test match cricket for England.
Here comes Agar. Australian to the New Zealander. And Latham goes back. Just dabs it down defensively. Another maiden from Wes Agar. 7 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 19 so far. Good start from him. To this second day. Kent against Surrey at Canterbury on BBC Sport Online and via the live stream.
Gareth Batty down below us.
Is he on a cool box again?
No, he's just having a wander.
Okay.
I spent a little bit of time in a hedge this morning due to the fact that one of the balls, a fairly new one, flew out the net area while I was sat on a bench in the car park and whistled into a hedge.
Oh.
And then Mr. Batty ran past me looking for the ball. And I said, you go back to what you're doing, I'm going to have a look for the ball.
That was very
It
kind
was
of
a
you.
very prickly hedge. That's what I didn't realise.
Yeah, see, hedges can be prickly.
Yep. But I did find the ball in the end. There was a very nice member of the public, gentleman, who was sort of not helping me, but pointing me in different directions. As round the wicket then comes Arshdeep Singh from the Nackington Road end to Dominic Sibley, and Sibley is forward and punching up towards mid-on, and Agar does the fielding. Moving round to his right-hand side. Short mid-wicket in there, 3 slips. There's the deepish backward point, there's the wideish mid-on, the mid-off, straightish mid-wicket. And then the long leg is the field at the moment for Arshdeep Singh. Into his 7th over, his 4th of the morning. Coming left arm round the wicket to Dominic Sibley, and that's way down the leg side now. There's cries of catch it. Jordan Cox has got a glove to it. Was that off bat or pad? I think it's going to be pad. Yep, leg by is the signal. So deflection, but it was off the thigh guard of Dom Sibley. And Cox got a glove to it. Diving away to his left. But leg by the signal. Sorry, move on to 31 for 2. So lunch today will be at 1 o'clock. So lunch at 1 o'clock. And then tea, I believe, will be 4 o'clock today. because of the rain that we had this morning. Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket to Tom Latham, and Latham forward to a ball honing on his middle stump and just playing that up towards mid-on. And there's Daniel Baldrummond to do the fielding. Lots of Kent members sat away to our left. A lovely gentleman in the front row reading his paper there. He spent most of yesterday reading his magazines and his paper. I'm not quite sure how much of the cricket he saw. So he sat in the front row just reading. It's a nice way to do it though, with a nice hubbub around you. And over the wicket again goes Arshdeep Singh, and Latham just tucks this off his hip down towards Matt Quinn. That long leg, they'll take a single. Latham moves on to 3. Surrey move on to 32 for 2. On this second morning, didn't get underway till 11:45. This morning, had a bit of a thunderstorm here at Canterbury. It's a bit of a rogue thunderstorm, actually. I don't think any of it was really predicted thunderstorm-wise, but it arrived. Then he goes out from 4th slip into short mid-wicket again for Tom Sibley. Sibley stands with that bat raised, bends those knees. There'll just be that little flick back of the bat, and then he's forward, driving up towards mid-off. There's Baldrummond to do the fielding. And there is no run. Of course, the bowlers at the disposal of Jack Leaning. We saw a bit of Quinn last night, a bit of Everson. And he's got his spinning Kadri himself, I suppose. Bit of Denley maybe as well with his leggies, but from what we've seen so far, it's going to be the quicker men that will need to do the bulk of the work. Arshdeep Singh runs towards us, left arm round the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's forward, that just hopped on him. Got a big stride in there, Dom Sibley. Bottom hand comes off the bat handle, ball rolls into the leg side. There's no run, it's the end of the over. And Surrey are 32 for 2 in reply to Kent's 301.
So the England Women's Ashes squad, of course, has been announced today, the Test squad. So congratulations to Tammy Beaumont and Alice Davison-Richards from this part of the world, i.e. Kent, in that squad, along with Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Kate Cross, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filler, Danny Gibson, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Emma Lamb, Nat Siver-Brunt, Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt. U14 with Catherine Siver-Brunt's retirement, of course. Matt Quinn's going to have a bowl here for Kent, replacing Wes Agar. 32 for 2 Surrey. Driven away by Latham. Up towards Kadri at mid-off. So first we're seeing of Quinn today. He bowled 4 overs last night, 3 maidens. Conceded 3 off the other over.
Bit of John Bull. Where England will play, John Bull. John Lewis in charge.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's sort of publicly stated when he took the job that they were going to be trying to play a bit of the way the men are going.
Okay.
He wants them to go out there and express themselves, he said.
Here comes Matt Quinn. Tucked away leg side by Latham. But Mieye's in at short mid-wicket.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic couple of months, isn't it? It's just sad it's only a couple of months, really. So we'll get to August and that's it. But that's the way it is. So it's going to be a fantastic, busy couple of months in terms of Ashes cricket.
Quinn in and bowling to Latham once more. Bit fuller, clipped straight to mid-wicket. Mieye position there just for that, and Latham falls into the trap, and it's New Zealand-born Matt Quinn who removes the New Zealand international Tom Latham for 3, caught by Mieye. Surrey are 33 for 3.
Well, that plan worked. Exactly why Mieye was there. He's clipped it very firmly, but straight to Mieye. who hung on gleefully. And it's been a really good start from the Kent bowlers this morning. Very tight. And they get their reward with the wicket of Tom Latham. So Latham's first Surrey innings comes to an end. Gone for 3. And this will bring Jamie Smith out to the middle to join Dom Sibley. But they've been good for that this morning, Kent. Very disciplined this morning. And he had the one boundary. That off the bat of Dominic Sibley. So Jamie Smith touching his toes as he makes his way out there into the middle. Surrey are under pressure here. They are under pressure. Kent got themselves up to 301. Surrey have 32 for 3 in reply. Need a partnership from somewhere. It's what we've said all season. Surrey do bat all the way down. But they've already got 3 back in the dressing room, including, of course, Gus Atkinson, who was the night watchman that fell last night. So, yeah, Kent are right on top here. They're well worth it as well, especially this morning. I think Arshdeep Singh and Agar, I think Quinn will probably thank those two as well for that wicket. I think they both got a hand in that wicket just by the way they played this morning and bowled this morning. They've definitely had a hand in that wicket of Tom Latham.
So it's Smith who's on strike then. That's Quinn. Bowls, and he's off the mark straight away. Down towards third man. Drummond chasing. Will haul the ball in, but it was played defensively, but soft hands from Jamie Smith, who of course is back at the ground where he played a stellar hand to steer Surrey to victory in the T20 Blast game, when at the point of his arrival at the crease, Kent were looking like they'd hauled it back and were possibly even favourites.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good season, is Jamie Smith, with the bat for Surrey. He's sort of made his runs at tough periods this season, Jamie Smith.
He's on strike again and driving straight down the ground for 4. Arshdeep can't cut it off. Those are 2 decent balls to start off for Jamie Smith.
Well, that's a gorgeous looking cricket shot from Jamie Smith. Yeah, he scores this season 54 and 13 against Lancashire, then 11 in 1 innings against Hampshire, then a brilliant 88 at Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Sort of set the game up for Surrey. It was the best I've seen him play, actually. And then 2 and 39 not out against Essex, where in the second innings he batted for 126 deliveries, most of those against Simon Harmer, just to get Surrey through to the draw.
Bowling again, defended up towards mid-on. Cadry there to do the fielding.
And then 97 in the game against Middlesex, and 8 against Kent in the 1 innings in their last game of the championship. But he's made his runs at tough times this season, as Jamie Smith. That 88 he made at Edgbaston was a terrific innings, it really was, because Surrey were in a little bit of bother there as well, and he sort of got his head down and got Surrey out of trouble. But Matt Quinn has that first wicket of the day, 38 for 3. Warming up in the commentary box now, because we've got the sun out. And Dominic Sibley will be the man on strike on 8 from 49 deliveries. And Arshdeep Singh will continue from that Nackington Road end. Left arm round the wicket he comes, and Sibley's letting this one go watchfully into the gloves of Jordan Cox, moving away to his right hand side. Yes, so a very busy couple of months coming up. That men's first test getting underway on Friday at Edgbaston. And I saw a quote today. Friday the talking stops.
Oh.
So that's quite.
I love that, because that essentially is the talking itself. You're talking about the talking stopping.
The talking before the game actually stops. And then the talking about the game starts. As forward goes Sibley, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So that could be the logo.
That's the strap line right
poster,
there.
Yep. Talking before the game stops. Talking about the game starts when the game starts. But the bottom of the poster. I think that would work.
I think we should be in advertising, Churchy.
Yeah. A second and a fourth slip for Sibley, as round the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh. Sibley's forwards solidly, pushing this one up towards Daniel Baldrummond at mid-off. And there's no run. Well, of course, you know, I was trying to advertise the umpires yesterday. And I think a few people quite like that idea, that they should have something to sort of, we have the players with their names and numbers on the backs. We should have something for the umpires, so the crowd know which umpire is which. You know, there could be some of those kids there going, which one's umpire Warren and which one's umpire Middlebrook? And yet they both look exactly the same, don't they? Wearing the same hats and same clothing. Round the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and left alone again by Sibley, wide outside that off stump.
I reckon there's a few kids going, who are the two guys in the hats and the black trousers?
Yeah, what are they doing?
What are they doing standing there?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good place to watch from.
They got a big cheer. Two men with hats on got a massive cheer this morning when they walked out, didn't they, from the kids? But I like a schools day. I wonder whether they'll get a bit of activity on the outfield during the luncheon break.
You'd hope so. Could be chaos though.
Arshdeep Singh left arm round the wicket to Sibley. Sibley's forward and we'll get a single. Just popping this one out into the offside.
Could be somewhat chaotic with wind balls flying everywhere.
Yes, I know. Back at the Oval when they used to have schools day, they attempted to do the world's loudest appeal during lunch. That was one of the
collectively.
Collectively with the children. Yeah.
I'm not a fan of the new T20 thing when they.
Oh no, there's absolutely no need for that. It just gives me a headache.
Oh, they did it the other night.
Yeah, it just gives me a headache.
Yeah,
really,
it's not good.
I think thankfully we don't have Kiss Cam.
Thank goodness for that.
I just think it should be banned.
Yeah.
Really. I don't want to be seeing things like that at the game of cricket. This one's way down the leg side from Arshdeep Singh. Great take from Jordan Cox, flinging himself to his left as Smith got absolutely nothing on that. And that's the end of the over. Arshdeep Singh sort of indicates that was the one that he wanted swinging back in, but it just kept going down the leg side. End of the over, 39 for 3 then Surrey. Smith has 6 and Sibley's on 9.
Jordan Cox did also say that he wasn't feeling that well yesterday, so it's pretty good effort when you haven't felt great overnight the day before a game. To go out and whack 100 for the first time in the season.
He did play very, very well. I think the key thing was he stuck around, didn't he? Got himself in, and then we saw the shots of Jordan Cox. He did a couple of times go a bit early with them and got himself into a bit of bother. But the key thing was he stuck in there.
Quinn continuing then. 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9 for him. Arshdeep 8 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9. 2 wickets, of course, for Wes Agar as Dom Sibley forward playing defensively.
Would you like some scores from elsewhere?
I'd love them.
Essex are 445 for 9 against Somerset. Mr. Cook, of course, made his 100. So 445 for 9. Lancashire getting themselves into a great position against Hampshire. Phil Salt has 100 and Hampshire 142 all out. Lancashire 228 for 3. Another 100 for Sam Hain. He is in great nick at the moment, isn't he? So Warwickshire 445 for 7 against Nottinghamshire.
Quinn bowls driven by Sibley up towards mid-on. He's got to be in the England team some point this year, surely. I don't care which England team, get him in one of them.
Derbyshire and Yorkshire. Derbyshire 111 all out. Yorkshire 339 for 7. I think Mr. Milan has got 100 there, so
yes.
That is a lead of 228. Glamorgan were 390 all out. Durham are 94 for 2. And Gloucestershire are 175 for 6 against Leicestershire.
Quinn bowls, Sibley defends into the covers.
Bit of rain there yesterday. And Sussex all out for 348. Worcestershire in reply, 61 for 1. So there's all the other scores around this round of championship action. 39 for 3, Surrey. Very good stuff so far from the Kent Seamers this morning. Really have bowled with great discipline so far. As Quinn is in. And Sibley is gone. Driving outside edge, and Jordan Cox takes a low catch to his right hand side. And were tempted was Dom Sibley with the big drive and big edge. And now Surrey really are in a spot of bother. Good catch from Jordan Cox, low down to his right, but Sibley couldn't resist. Sibley goes for 9. Quinn has 2 this morning, and Surrey are 39 for 4.
I think it goes back to what you were just saying there, Mark Church, that Kent have bowled so well and have given Surrey absolutely nothing. And so it's ended up with 2 high quality players in Latham and Sibley almost just trying to force it, just to try and get this scoreboard ticking over, because it's been relentless from Agar, Arshdeep, and then Quinn has come on, and the perception would be, well, Matt Quinn, he's not one of the 2 overseas players. Maybe he's the one that we can try and just force it against a little bit, and he's the one that's picked up both the wickets.
Yes, and I apologise. I took your delivery there. I wasn't thinking, so I do apologise.
Don't worry about it.
But it's a good catch from Cox, low down to his right as well. So here comes Ben Folkes. So Ben Folkes is wandering out there to join Jamie Smith. So Sibley gone for 9, Latham for 3, and Surrey 39 for 4. And in a spot of bother here. Kent, of course, yesterday were 41 for 5 at one point. But very, very good stuff from the Kent Seamers this morning.
Well timed for a BBC Ready Kent update, that wicket, which is coming next. It's going well for Kent as well, Jules. They made 301 yesterday, and they've got Surrey down to 39 for 4 so far today. Arshdeep Singh and Wes Agar, the 2 overseas players, very economical and on the money, and it's forced Surrey into just playing a couple of shots that maybe they wouldn't have otherwise done. Dom Sibley, the man just a moment ago, going for a big drive, nicked behind, caught by Jordan Cox off the bowling of Matt Quinn, who also managed to remove Tom Latham, the New Zealander and former Kent overseas player. Actually, they put a trap in at mid-wicket, short catching fielder in there, Tawanda Mayeye, who took the catch as Latham clipped it there in the air. So both the wickets for Matt Quinn this morning, and Kent having started proceedings late. We started around about 50 or so minutes ago, but Kent have very much kept up the pressure that they applied last night by taking a couple of wickets. Surrey 40 for 4 as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. So just to explain the fielding position, Tawanda Mayeye was effectively, he was in the slip cordon, and then they decided to put him in close catching on one side of the wicket, so the leg side, basically thinking that the batter is quite strong through that area, as this one's through for a dot ball, end of the over from Quinn, and that he might just try and score runs there, but it also might go in the air. So that's what they moved that fielder to that spot, and then he hit it straight to that fielder, and then he took the catch. So that would be, you know, a bit of props for the captain for making that move. There we go, all done on the update. Hopefully that
very
made sense.
good description of a trap.
Yes,
from you there.
That's what I was attempting to explain.
Excellent. It was excellent. It really was.
Which is, I mean, sometimes, as you can imagine, for people that are listening to those updates who don't follow the cricket, it probably does sound like a lot of jargon sometimes.
Yes, it does. And also what I enjoy is those listening who don't hear the question. They just hear your answer.
Yes.
And then they can make up their own question.
What is the question?
What is the, I like games like that. It's Arshdeep Singh to continue from the Nackington Road end. He'll be bowling here to Ben Folks. He'll have a first, second and a fourth slip, so a gap between second and fourth. And that short mid-wicket as Arshdeep Singh is in, and Folks is trying to help this one down the leg side, gets nothing on it, well taken by Jordan Cox, who's had a good morning so far. Behind the stumps as Mr. Cox, alongside his 100 yesterday. Very tidy work, good catch to get rid of Sibley. Folks has a little twiddle of the bat in his hands, and then will settle himself down over his bat once again. Lots of encouragement out there for Arshdeep Singh. Comes gliding in once again over the wicket to Folks. That's the one that comes back. Folks gets bat on it, plays it up towards Agar. Stood up there at mid-on. I think the Surrey supporters are sort of congregated near the flats to our left-hand side. All the kids are over to our right-hand side. There's that bank of grass with the tents on the top. And they're in the white chairs, sat in front of that. Lots of cars parked down there at the Nackington Road end. As in over the wicket goes Arshdeep Singh, and Folks is driving. Had to reach for this a touch, but has driven it away through where a mid-off would have been. But Baldrummond's fairly wide there. And he'll get a couple of runs, will Ben Folks. He moves on to 3. Surrey move on to 42 for 4. Yeah. Got the fans going in the commentary box as well. They're these rotating fans. They're very good. Sort of go left and right.
Yeah, they
swivel
they
fans.
Swivel around, don't they?
Excellent.
Rotate, yeah.
Excellent.
Whichever way you want to describe it.
Arshdeep Singh is in once again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. I'd describe it as they're like a bowler warming up, a fast bowler warming up when they just swing their arms to the left and the right. These fans, they're very welcome today, because now it's getting extremely warm again in the commentary box. Must admit, I got home last night and I was a bit of a mess after the drive back as well. A lot of people I noticed driving back from the coast last night. Lots of very red-faced drivers in the traffic jam as over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. Oh, that's come back at Folks. Gone LBW. It's a terrific bit of bowling from Arshdeep Singh. He has got that one to roar back at Ben Folks. Traps him on the crease. And Folks has gone LBW for 3. And that is just a quality piece of left-arm swing bowling from Arshdeep Singh. And Surrey's troubles continue. They're about where Kent were this time yesterday. They are 42 for 5. Kent were 41 for 5. And Ben Folks has gone for 3.
That's a beauty from Arshdeep Singh. That is exactly what you want from your left-arm quick. Nip backer, down the slope. Late movement, bang, hit Folks on the pad. He was in trouble. Umpire, very little hesitation. He's out for 3 then. Surrey 42 for 5. That's almost identical to Kent's score in the first innings, 41 for 5. And they had 3 blokes depart for naught. So this is a really interesting game of cricket now. Kent are bang on top at the moment. They will be feeling it at the moment out there in the field. They will be really, really chuffed with the start that they've made to the second day.
I think they bowled brilliantly this morning. I really do. Extremely disciplined. And then a little bit of magic there from Arshdeep Singh. So that will bring Will Jacks out to the middle. Make no bones about it. Surrey are in trouble here. First time this season they are really in trouble. Now, they always find a way of getting themselves out of trouble, the trouble they've been in this season, but this is proper trouble. They've had troubling moments this season, Ben Watts, but they haven't been in real trouble. Now I think they're in real trouble. So it's whether they can find a way out of real trouble. Would that work on a poster? I'm not sure it would. It was quite wordy. And so Will Jacks joins Jamie Smith out there in the middle. 42 for 5, but I think Kent have been outstanding. this morning with the ball. And I think Agar, great spout without taking a wicket. Arshdeep Singh's been outstanding so far. And then Quinn's picked up his couple of wickets. Arshdeep Singh now 8.5 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 11. So Will Jacks, positive by nature, of course, has a good record in Championship cricket against Kent. This will be a tester for him, though. Arshdeep Singh in over the wicket, and that's wide outside the off stump. You can tell his tail's up, Arshdeep Singh, as Jacks lets that go, but Arshdeep Singh gets a pat on the back from Mayeye and Denley. And Surrey 42 for 5 in reply to Kent's 301. And 3 to go. Latham caught Mayeye at short mid wicket off Quinn for 3. Sibley caught behind off Quinn for 9. And folks, LBW to Arshdeep Singh for 3. Not a lot that folks could have done about that, really.
No.
I suppose the only doubt might have been height, but he was sat on the stumps. It just came back so late at him.
Yeah, it really did. 2 slips then for Quinn. They've kept that catching mid-wicket in there as Quinn bowls, and it's defended away by Smith. I think the way I described it, I think I said they've put a short mid-wicket in. Well, I can't remember how I described it, but as I was saying it, it felt like I was saying Tawanda Mayeye was short rather than the fielding position, but there we go.
I'm sure he won't mind.
Mike Taylor getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, good afternoon, guys. I guess it is afternoon. Thank you for your coverage. Great to see Kent's bowlers bowling as a unit and keeping it tight. Very encouraging, as we really need the points. Worked hard today. Chipped in the air. There's Mayeye again. At short mid-wicket to take the catch. And Quinn has a 3rd wicket this morning, this afternoon, today. And it's just been chipped in the air by Smith, almost reminiscent of the way that Jordan Cox got out against the second new ball when he just accidentally poked it up towards mid-on. Maybe just stopped in the pitch. And Smith, who'd been looking pretty comfortable so far, perishes. And Surrey are 42 for 6.
Well, well, well. Yeah, that just stopped on him a touch, I think, and just chipped it into the air. But if they were in real trouble, they're in real trouble now, Surrey, at 42 for 6. And Kent, as I say, have been absolutely outstanding this morning. Quinn's got his rewards. Agar and Arshdeep Singh worked perfectly as a combination. And Surrey are having to scramble a touch in that dressing room at the moment, as out comes Jordan Clark. So, Jordan Clark will march out there to join Will Jacks. And the leaders of the First Division have got to somehow get themselves out of a hole here. Delighted to say that Sonia Twigg, sports reporter for The Independent, is with us today, having just been on the Ashes press conference. Sonia?
Yes, multitasking is definitely
the way forward. How was what's the mood in the camp? That's what they normally say, isn't it, when you've been at a press conference?
I mean, all good. I think the only thing is, obviously, there's no women's red ball domestic setup, so it's just how, given that it's quite a young side, it's how used they're going to be to Test cricket, and for some of them, especially the bowlers, it's obviously such a different ask compared to a maximum of 10 overs that they will play in regional and most international setups.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. So, Matt Quinn, can't take your eyes off this for a minute. Matt Quinn has the ball in his hands. Jordan Clark is taking his guard. So there's 2 slips in there, the backward point, the cover mid-off, mid-on again. Denny's in that short mid-wicket catching position. And then there is a man, Everson, just lurking off his right shoulder. 42 for 6, Surrey. As Quinn gets ready to come in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's allowing this one to go outside his off stump. And that's taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his right-hand side. Very warm welcome to listeners on BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra as well, who are joining us on a dramatic morning that didn't get underway until 11:45. Should have got underway at about 11:15, but we didn't. So we all sat and watched the players warm up in the sun. And Surrey starting the day 18 for 2, a 42 for 6. And Matt Quinn is coming in over the wicket to Jordan Clark, and Clark is letting this one go. Outside is off stump. And those 4 to go. Latham caught by Mieye at short mid-wicket off Quinn for 3. Sibley caught behind off Quinn for 9. Ben Folks got done by a beautiful bit of swing bowling from Arshdeep Singh, making his debut, the Indian left arm quick. And Folks going for 3. And Jamie Smith has just chipped one off Matt Quinn straight to Mieye again at short mid-wicket and gone for 6. So Surrey are in a spot of bother as Quinn is over the wicket to Jordan Clark. He's forward and he pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
I just wonder if there's a bit of humidity around still hanging in the air, because we did have that thunderstorm, as I'm sure you've all heard, an hour before the start of play. That was quite dramatic, actually. The thunder was almost right overhead. And I just wonder if that sort of helped the swing conditions a bit this morning.
Oh, the ball that got Ben Folks was just a gorgeous piece of left arm swing bowling. There was nothing that Folks could do. It just roared back at him as Matt Quinn runs away from us, comes right arm over the wicket to Jordan Clark, who lets this one go. So both Clark and Jacks are yet to get off the mark. Quinn's got lovely figures here. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 10. I think, Sonny, what's been so impressive, though, this morning from Kent has just been their discipline.
Oh, there's absolutely been nothing sort of short and wide, no sort of easy deliveries to get your eye in. It's been very disciplined, and I'm sure as Surrey did yesterday at the start of their innings when they had Kent sort of 40-odd for 4 as well.
Yeah, what Kent will be hoping to do, though, is stop any sort of partnership, because Messrs Everson and Cox got Kent out of the hole yesterday with a 119-run partnership for the 6th wicket yesterday. Surrey need Jackson, Jordan Clark to do something here, but Kent, they're just on a roll here. As Arshdeep Singh, left arm over the wicket he comes to Will Jacks, and Jacks is forward, just feeling for that a touch, and pushes it down to Kadri.
Well, one thing you'll always say about Surrey is that they bat so far down. It's almost a luxury to have Will Jacks coming in where he does. There aren't many sides that go quite that deep in the batting lineup, so there is always that potential for a big partnership, even 6 down.
Absolutely. Sean Abbott on the card to come in next, of course. And I think it'd be Dan Worrell, and Dan Moriarty would be at 11. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh to Jacks, and Jacks is in behind a shorter delivery. But Arshdeep Singh, he bowled 3 lovely overs last night. We were saying he's just gliding in from that Nackington Road end. He's obviously enjoying coming down the slope.
Yeah, he looks very comfortable and seems in a really good rhythm. I think you can always tell with bowlers when it starts to look effortless and the ball just carries through, just how good it is feeling for them at the time. You know, they're not straining to the crease, they're not, just looks effortless. It's always something I like to look at when you look at swing bowlers. He's
got a lovely action as well. A real whip in this action, as this one's down the leg side. I'm not sure Jacks has got anything on that, neither has Cox. Off the thigh guard, 4 leg buys. So Cox flung himself to his left, couldn't get anything on that. And 46 for 6, Surrey.
Yeah, I think you'll always take that, you know, easy runs, especially when you're, 46 for 6 now. It's not been an easy morning for Surrey, definitely.
No, they were 10 for 4. When Latham went, that score was on 32. When Smith went, that score was on 42. So it was actually 10 for 4. Cameron Steele and Tom Laws are having a bit of a stroll round the outfield down below us in their training singlets. As over the wicket is Arshdeep Singh. That's gone the other way. Nicely bowled by Arshdeep Singh. Good leave from Will Jacks. Well, you, of course, were out in Pakistan when Jacks made his Test match debut.
I was, yes. It was an interesting place to make your debut. I'm not sure the batting conditions will ever be that good in this country, to be honest. That first test was just an absolute road. I'm not sure it looked any different on day 5 than day 1.
Which made England's performances all the more remarkable in many ways, as over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. Goes a bit wider this time. That's just going across Will Jackson. He lets it go outside his off stump.
Oh, it was absolutely extraordinary. I mean, how England did that. They could only have done that at the first test, playing the way that they did. I mean, you could have, if you batted slowly, you could have batted for 3 days on that and scored about 700, I think. It needed aggressive captaincy to get anything out of it. One of the poor Pakistan bowlers, I think, went for 200 at one point.
Yeah, I remember waking up and sort of looking at the score and thinking, nah, someone's put an extra digit in there. Was it 400 on the first day? Something like that, wasn't it?
They had 100 by drinks on
That's
day 1.
Right. As in over the wicket again comes Arshdeep Singh, and Jacks is off the mark in nice fashion, just tucks it away off his pads, out there towards deep backward square. He'll pick up a single, 47 for 6, end of the over. So 24 have gone, 79 remaining today. And lunch will still be at 1 o'clock today. And then we're being told that tea will be at 4 o'clock because of the rain that we had this morning. But it's a sort of humid, steamy feel to it today, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there's definitely still moisture in the air, and while where we are, there's quite a lot of blue sky, but if you look into the distance, you can definitely see some sort of slightly darker, more sort of humid and sticky clouds.
Yeah, way to our right over the houses and the trees and the Leslie Ames stand, it's looking a bit brighter. We've got patches of blue and the sun's out, but it feels very, very sticky, the conditions today. Matt Quinn from the pavilion end coming into Will Jacks, and Jacks is forward and pushing this one out into the offside. 47 for 6, Surrey.
Yeah, that afternoon session, especially now it's been extended, is going to feel very, very hot for those out there in the middle, especially those under helmets.
It's going to be a long old session as well. That's the other thing. And the final session will be a long session. Although the game is moving on at the moment with Surrey 47 for 6. As Jacks settles himself down over his bat once more. Matt Quinn, right arm over the wicket to Jacks, and Jacks forward again, just walking into this defensive shot. We were asking everybody how much they're looking forward to the Ashes. How much are you? Because you're covering the men's series, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm doing all 5 tests, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. It's my first one as a journalist, so the first one that I'll be really involved in, sort of from start to finish, and I'm really excited. I can't wait for it to start. There's been so much build-up. I feel like even in Pakistan we were asking questions to people like Trescothick about the Ashes.
Waiting once more is Jacks. Jacks gets himself forward, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no. But you've done a bit with sort of players and memories of Ashes, haven't you?
Yeah, so I spoke to Michael Atherton, Nasser Hussain, Charlotte Edwards and Steve Finn about, what the Ashes means to them. And you do realise that it's a thread throughout their lives, even though they played in it. Ashes said, others said it's been there since, the 81 series that you watched as a kid. And it really does sort of follow you throughout your life. I know my dad can remember staying up all night listening to some Ashes series in Australia before it was even on TV. So it is... I think it's the pinnacle when we think about Test cricket.
Oh, without a doubt. As Quinn is in, and Jacks goes forward and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's unique as well. That's the other thing. It's a unique series, the Ashes. Well, I was boring you before we came on air about the 1985 Ashes series. Remember that is the of all series. That's the one I remember better than any of them, because I was about the right age and sort of all my heroes were playing in that.
Oh, for me it's 2005, but it is for everyone in the late 20s, I think.
But that was such a big series. It really was. As over the wicket comes Quinn, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. I think mainly because it caught the imagination. It really did catch the imagination. And I think after Lord's, had Well, actually, it wasn't out, was it? But let's just say that the Kasparovic glove off the bat handle had flown over Geraint Jones and gone for 4. I'm not sure it would have been what it was, but I think that was such a huge moment and it was such a dramatic test, and then everybody was in on it. As Quinn is over the wicket and forward goes Jacks and plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over. 47 for 6, maiden over from Quinn. Very good from him, very good from Kent.
2005 was, I think, the first and potentially only time I can remember that the Ashes sort of entered the national consciousness. It wasn't just, oh, if you like sport or if you like cricket, you'll follow it. It was really, everyone was watching it. It helped it was on free-to-air TV. You know, kids were playing cricket at school, lunchtimes, even in state schools. That doesn't happen normally. Normally it's only football, and but it really did just sort of capture a specific moment, I think.
Well, I think it was the characters as well, because you sort of had Peterson making his debut in that series with his ridiculous haircut, and in that first test at Lords, a couple of 50s in each innings, and was smacking Glenn McGrath into the pavilion for 6. As Wes Agar will come into the attack from the Nackington Road end to replace Arshdeep Singh, who bowled beautifully this morning. So Agar back into the attack. But again, another moment, I think, in that Ashes series was the first ball at Lords, when Harmison ran into Langer and smashed him on the arm. And Langer sort of looked and nodded as if I'll just brush this off, and then all of a sudden realised, actually, I'm in a bit of trouble here, and had to wander off and get the physio out. And all of a sudden it was a bit like, whoa, hang on, this isn't what normally happens. As in comes Agar over the wicket to Jacks, and Jacks lets this one go outside his off stump. Then of course you had Warne picking up 40 odd wickets in the series and bowling like a genius.
Well, McGrath treading on the ball was almost
that was another
series
big one.
turning moment.
That was a big old moment, that. And then England at Edgbaston there, because Bunting won the toss and stuck them in, and Trescothick and Strauss came out and just smashed it. And again, that was a bit like, ooh, what's going on here? My other favourite thing about that Ashes series was the Ian Bell story as well, where they stuck with him in the Ashes. As over the wicket comes Agar, and forward goes Jordan Clark, plays this one out into the offside. And he had a tough time of it, but they stuck with him.
I think also, just as a kid, I don't remember Ashes before that.
Nope.
So I'm sort of spoilt in a way that I never had to go through the 90s where we didn't win for 20 odd years or whatever it was. I didn't sort of growing up watching that, and then I just sort of went, oh, cricket's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. And I think, actually, they've said that, England, that they didn't want to be sort of scarred by what had gone on before, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. You know, there was a huge thing before that series about would Graham Thorpe play or would it be Kevin Peterson, and they went with Peterson, and Thorpe was, you know, world-class player, but I think probably he'd been scarred by playing in every series he played in against Australia they'd lost. So I think they went in with sort of a fresh, although at Lords it didn't quite go according to plan, of course, with the bat especially. Waiting once again is Jordan Clark, and that one's coming back at him, hits the pads, rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. I was lucky enough to be doing updates from the Oval Test, and that last day I've never, well, in fact the entire Test match, it was ridiculous, the crowd and queues and all, but that last day, just remember people sort of hanging off the roof of the cricketers' pub to try and get a view.
Something special.
Yeah, it was extraordinary, really, and as you say, it had been a long time waiting. I'm old enough to remember the last time that they did win an Ashes series, but in over the wicket again comes Agar, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by the right-handed Jordan Clark, and again it's a maiden over from Ashton Agar. So today, in the play that we've had today, and don't forget we started 45 minutes late, Surrey have scored 29. That's how tight this has been. Scored 29 and lost 4 wickets. So today they're 29 for 4. So it's been exceptional stuff from Kent this morning. And the The leaders in the first division are really under it here. And I think we're going to get a little bit of left arm spin from Kadri. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping this year. I love England to just keep doing what they're doing. I think it'll make it very exciting.
I don't think anyone's in any doubt that they won't try and keep doing what they're doing.
Well, there's not going to be many. I don't think there'll be a draw.
No.
I think they.
Unless we get a washout.
I think they have genuinely, and you'd know far more about this having covered them, but I think they've taken a draw completely out of the equation.
I think in England there's always a chance of rain, but beyond that, I think if they can get a result, they're going to do their best. The only thing is if Australia force a draw.
Yeah.
But I think England will do everything in their power to avoid that.
Oh, I think Australia would bat a day out to save a test match. England won't. I don't think England, if they get it their way, will even be in a position to think about that, whether they've lost or won. So here is Kadri with his left. He's off spin and he's in, and the first ball's a full toss, and it's just driven away by Will Jacks, and that's a bit of a gift from Kadri first up. Nice full toss, nicely put away by Will Jackson. That's the 50 up for Surrey, but Sonia, it's been hard work for Surrey to get to 50 so far.
Yeah, it's taken a lot of balls, and you can tell that by how long it's taken certain players to get off the mark. You know, Clark's faced 10 balls yet to get off the mark. Took Jacks a while as well. Pressure's been really put on them by a very disciplined Kent bowling attack.
Absolutely is. Kadri is in. Forward goes Jackson, pushes this one out into the offside. Well, you'd actually, if you looked up at the scoreboard and you didn't know which team was which, you'd think it might, with where they are in the championship table, you might think it's that Kent batting and Surrey bowling at the moment, but this has been terrific from Kent, and they managed to get themselves out of a hole yesterday at 41 for 5, thanks to Jordan Cox. As Kadri bounces in, over the wicket he comes to Jordan Clark, who's driving, and this is 4 more. So it's sort of an exploratory over from Kadri, this. Well, even though they'll be delighted, even if Clark hits another couple of boundaries in this over. We haven't seen anything like this yet this morning. He may pick up a wicket, and it'll be a master stroke from Jack Leaning. But that's got Clark off the mark with a boundary. 56 for 6, sorry. As Kadri is in, and Clark drives again for 4 more. I think he picked up on the full again. He's trying to give this some air, Kadri, at the moment. They're coming out as full tosses, and that one driven firmly by Jordan Clark. He's on to 8.
It's just the opposite of what Kent will have wanted as well, because suddenly 3 boundaries just completely eases the pressure. You know, they only have to see this through until lunch now.
The other thing is, it just got these two a little start before lunch as well. As Kadri is in once more to Jordan Clark. That's a bit flatter, a bit quicker. No surprise there. And forward goes Clark. Pops it into the offside, but Denley was quickly up to do the fielding. So, final ball before lunch. What has been a dramatic morning here at Canterbury. It really has, as over the wicket goes Kadri once more, and forward goes Jordan Clark, and that will be lunch. And well, what a morning that has been for Kent. Surrey started 18 for 2. They go to lunch at 60 for 6. Sonia, thank you to you. Sonia are with us throughout the day here on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London. But we will take a break for 40 minutes or so. But what a morning for Kent. Surrey going to lunch in reply to Kent's 301. They find themselves 60 for 6. In a moment you'll hear an update, I think, from Ben Watts to BBC Radio Kent. But for the time being, here on BBC Sport website and the BBC Sports app, we'll leave you, but we'll be back with you in 40 minutes' time.
traffic update, and then cricket update, and then time for some lunch. Again, everybody. We had a very pleasant lunchtime here at Canterbury. The ukulele band have been busy, keeping everyone entertained. The PA announcer was listing off all the different schools who are in the building. And we ate some food.
Well, fair play to Alex, who's doing the PA announcing, because he gave it his best shot, didn't he?
He did.
But he didn't get much of a reaction from any of the schools when their names got announced, but he kept going.
It took him until they got down to S, I think, to get a couple of big reactions.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what Surrey are looking for now, a big reaction.
Yes.
You like what I've done there? Because they're in a spot of bother here at lunch, because Kent have been outstanding with the ball this morning. 60 for 6, Surrey, with Jordan Clark on 8, Will Jacks on 6. And 2 wickets for Matt Quinn this morning. 1 for Arshdeep Singh, 3 for Quinn, and 1 for Arshdeep Singh. Wes Agar bowled nicely without taking a wicket. They've just been incredibly disciplined with the ball this morning, Kent. Haven't given Surrey anything to go after. And Surrey have got a bit of work on their hands here. 60 for 6. It's going to be Wes Agar to get us started from the Nackington Road end. With the first ball after lunch to Will Jacks, and Jacks allows this one to pass outside his off stump, and that's taken by Jordan Cox, moving away to his right hand side.
Andy emailed in earlier on saying he really enjoyed how, because we started late, we were already dialed up early. I left the effects mic on. He said he really enjoyed just listening to the sound of the ground, the live music, the hub of the spectators.
Could have been playing cricket at that point, obviously, rather than just hearing that.
True.
I think that's what we're all here for, isn't it? Rather than just the
did,
sounds of the crowd.
He did say he's enjoying the commentary of the game as well.
Good,
yes.
Excellent. Oh, in comes Wes Agar over the wicket to Will Jacks, and Jacks covers up, plays a good length ball into the offside. Mieye gets around to do the fielding, and there's no run. Kent will be delighted with this, and I think what's been so impressive is at 41 for 5 yesterday, they looked in real trouble, got themselves to 301, and then I think they've been outstanding with the ball this morning. As a 3-ball attack, Agar, Arshdeep Singh and Quinn didn't give Surrey a sniff, did they, this morning?
They really didn't. Can't even think of one sort of short wide ball that got cut for 4 or anything like that.
As over the wicket comes Agar to Jacks. Jacks forward, pushes down towards Kadri, who bowled a solitary over before lunch that went for 13. So I think it will be the quicker men that keep doing the work after lunch. Gentleman to our left is into his packed lunch, and there he's had his sandwiches. And everybody settling themselves back into their seats here at Canterbury. It's warm now, it really is. Another hot, sticky, steamy day here in Canterbury.
They didn't have any jumbo sausage rolls today.
Ah, with your meal deal.
Disappointment.
Down the slope comes Wes Agar to Will Jacks. Jacks is bowled, all ends up by Wes Agar. One stump is left standing. I think he's taken out his middle and his off stump, and it looks a really good one from Wes Agar. And Will Jacks goes for 6 in the most spectacular fashion. Just the leg stump left standing, I think, there. And that is exactly what Kent would have been looking for after lunch. It's a spectacular dismissal. It looks a cracking delivery from Agar. I think he's coming on the angle, it's held its line. And Will Jacks goes for 6. And Surrey are 60 for 7.
Hello to 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Kent are on top here against the Division 1 leaders, and as Mark Church was just saying, this is quite the turn up, considering they were 41 for 5 yesterday, and I was about to dig a hole in the ground and hide in it because it was looking a bit embarrassing from the home side at that point of view. And then since then, Joey Everson came out and batted nicely and got 50. Cox got that life on 31 and went on and scored 100. Agar batted well as well for his 50. Just about to see a live replay, or a replay up on the screen of that delivery.
It's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty. It's just held its line on Will Jacks. There's a little bit in this at the moment.
Yeah, that thunderstorm we had before the start of play, just as I thought it might. Sometimes here at Canterbury you get a bit of moisture, and it just seems to kind of linger when the sun comes out and there's that humidity, and it just makes the ball talk a bit.
The only thing I would say is that's not going to change today then, because this weather's not going to change. Now, Kent have that conundrum on their hands. If they do knock Surrey over here cheaply, do they enforce and go again? They haven't bowled that many overs. Do they enforce and go again? It's a long way off 152 at the moment. So here is Sean Abbott. Wes Agar is into him, and Abbott pushes his first ball out towards Miyeye in there at extra cover, and there's no run.
Sorry, Churchy, 241 runs is the deficit.
It's a big old deficit, that. You know, I would say if Kent knocks Surrey over for 100 here, they haven't done a huge amount of work. I know it's hot, but we're only in the 28th over. They must think about popping them in again.
I think they'll think about it and then they won't do it, personally.
So then it gets interesting, because if this keeps doing what it's doing at the moment, this game could move on quite quickly as Wes Agar is in to Abbott. Abbott lets this one go outside his off stump. It's a great first over from Wes Agar. It really is. And he'll get a huge round of applause here on BBC 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London. A wicket maiden to get started. Look at those figures from Wes Agar. 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19. 2 of those last night. And it'll be Matt Quinn to get us started from the pavilion end. Where are the ukulele band, please?
They are over by the electronic scoreboard.
Oh, you see, I went to search for them. I couldn't find them. They're not in the same place as the jazz flute from yesterday.
No, because that side is where all the hundreds of kids are residing. So maybe a safe decision to put the ukulele band the other side of the ground today. Yeah, well, I was chatting to one of the written press at lunch saying it'll be interesting to see what happens in this session as Quinn is in and bowling. Short ball, attempted hook as he gloved it behind. Kent think he has. Umpire thinks he hasn't.
Yeah, I think that might have brushed his shoulder rather than glove. But not a bad tactic from Quinn, because, of course, he was under the 2 catches yesterday from Burns and Atkinson off the top edge. There were 2 very good catches last night from Matt Quinn. Gus Atkinson did his job. Latham didn't have to come out.
I really wanted to see Gus Atkinson back this morning, though.
Oh, yeah. I think Gus Atkinson probably would have wanted to as well.
Yeah. After what he did at the Oval, smashing 50. But yeah, our discussion was, you know, along the lines of will the ball still keep doing stuff? Because yesterday afternoon, it got good to bat on. This one's defended away by Jordan Clark into the covers. And I think, what was the wonderful phrase that Sean Abbott said?
The air went out the pitch. That's what he said. Sort of deflated the pitch. I don't know, it's an interesting one. It really is. Because I think your Worrells and your Abbotts and your Jordan Clarks, who's out there at the moment, would have seen what it was doing a bit for Kent this morning and thought, oh, I wouldn't mind a little go on that.
Yeah, which is, I see why you think about enforcing a follow-on. As this one,
I think with the follow-on, it's what is your best way of winning the game. That's the thing here. What is Kent's best way of winning the game? Now, we're way off that at the moment because we've still got 3 wickets in hand. But what's your best way of winning the game if you're Kent? And you're bowling like this at the moment, and they haven't done a huge amount of work as yet. Is your best way of getting Surrey back in again?
I think the worry would be that Surrey would bat a lot better second time round. As Quinn is defended away by Clark, purely on the fact that Surrey's 1 to 11 can all bat, and so therefore second time around surely 1 or 2 of them will get in.
But the flip side of that is if you don't enforce the follow-on and then it keeps doing what it's doing at the moment against the Surrey attack, as we saw yesterday, Kent could find themselves 41 for 5 again.
Yes.
And are they going to be able to do what they did? So it's an interesting one. It really is.
Quinn once more. That previous one from him, as this one's defended away, went past the outside edge and then kind of bobbled through to Jordan Cox. Didn't have that carry that you'd expect, so.
I think Arshdeep Singh plays a huge role in this as well. You know, he bowled beautifully so far in this first innings. There's absolutely no reason he's not going to do that in the second innings. And he looks up for it as well, doesn't he? He really does look up for it.
He's running in hard. Agar muscling in, and then Quinn continuing to bowl. Good areas. 9 overs, 6 maidens now. 3 for 10 for Matt Quinn. And then Arshdeep has bowled 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. Where's Agar? 9 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19.
The other thing here is everyone talking about the Ashes. Yeah? I can see England finding themselves in this sort of position during the Ashes. And you know how they'll keep going about it. I honestly believe that at some point England will be 60 for 7 in the Ashes. But they'll keep going for it, won't they? That's what England do. Where's Agar? From the Nackington Road end of the ground. He's coming in over the wicket to Sean Abbott. And Abbott's up on his toes to a short ball. Just turns it down to Joe Denley under his white floppy sun hat. There's certain cricketers that suit a white floppy. And Denley's definitely one of them. Although his is always sort of a stiffer brimmed, isn't it? But he suits that, doesn't he, Joe Denley? Keith Arthurton, he used to suit that. Richie Richardson, of course. The great Graham Thorpe, when he batted in one of those, I was always excited. Sort of a cowboy look, isn't it? Chewing the gum at the same time. As in over the wicket comes Agar, and this one's left alone by Abbott. There's a certain look where you're riding into town to save the day when you're wearing that hat. Burns is going with a sort of a floppier version this season.
Bill Drummond's is slightly floppier as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not quite bucket hat territory.
No, but it's not quite the stiff brimmed of Denley. Stood in there at mid wicket. Compton at first slip. Leaning at second. Sonia Twigg is with us today, which is lovely. Been very busy this morning doing press conferences. As in over the wicket goes Agar, and forward goes Abbott. Pushes this one away into the offside. Mieye gets round to do the fielding. 60 for 7, Surrey. In reply to Kent's 301. Will Jack's gone in the first over after lunch in spectacular fashion. Just his leg stump left standing. From Wes Agar. Arshdeep Singh's first wicket for Kent was a beauty to get rid of Ben Folkes. The perfect left arm swing bowler's delivery, really, from Arshdeep Singh. Wes Agar is in to Abbott, and he's taking this off the stumps as it swings back late on him. He clips it out towards deep backward square. Agar thought he was through him there. Had he not got bat on that, I think he may have been on his way, Mr. Abbott, but he does get bat on it. He moves off the mark onto 1, and that brings Jordan Clark on to strike on 8. Still to come for Surrey, Dan Worrell and Dan Moriarty. So we know the way that Worrell will go about it. It might be warm enough today for Worrell not to bat in his long sleeve sweater. Even for Dan Worrell, today might be warm enough. As Wes Agar is over the wicket to Jordan Clark. Lets this one go. A couple of things happened during lunchtime. Lovely chat with a Surrey supporter who's a bit upset with the way it went this morning. So I sort of tried to say it's been all right up to this point. And then also someone thanked me for my idea of identification of umpires. They were listening in yesterday and think it's a very good idea to have a number or a different coloured hat so the crowd are able to identify the umpires. Over the wicket once more comes Agar, and that one again swings back at Jordan Clark. I think that's come off the pad. It has. It flies away for 4-leg byes down the leg side, and that will move Surrey at the end of the over to 65 for 7. But on a serious point, well, the players, the reason that the sort of names and numbers were brought in for the players was for identification reasons, weren't they, for the crowd? And I actually quite like it. I think it looks quite good. But with the umpires, they have nothing identifying them. And Messrs Warren and Middlebrook look absolutely identical from this distance in the fact that they're obviously both wearing their ECB regulation shirts, trousers and shoes, and also the same hats. They're about the same height. I think they're both in sunglasses as well. So for the crowd, it's very difficult to know which one's which. So I think they should have a number on their back, or a letter, I was suggesting, or a different coloured hat for each.
Quinn bowling. Played off the back foot by Abbott out into the covers. Yeah, I mean, we've had a few people now backing up your idea.
Thank you.
My only thought would be, because I was saying about how football assistant referees have different colour flags, don't they? Or different markings or patterns on the flags. Do we need to know the difference between the two umpires?
Well, I think the crowd probably do.
Do they?
I think if they're sitting there chanting, I wonder which umpire that is.
Here comes Quinn, left alone outside the off stump. If, let's say, a member in the crowd didn't have like a score card like we do, they might not even know umpires Warren and Middlebrook are the two umpires. They might just go, yeah, they're the umpires. I don't want to devalue that. I don't want to devalue their role.
My idea. Are you basically saying that the umpires aren't that important? No, is that what you're saying?
I'm trying not to say that.
Well, you are, though. That's basically what you're saying. The two men in the middle that make the decisions aren't that important. That's what you're saying. As a man who doesn't walk when you nick it, I can understand why.
Just the general lack of disrespect for umpires running through this. Here comes Quinn. 65 for Surrey, as this one's defended away by Sean Abbott. You were saying before the players came out, you thought Surrey would play a few shots. We haven't necessarily seen that so far.
Well, I don't think they've been given the opportunity, because yet again, Quinn and Agar are just hitting a brilliant line of length.
Just saw the replay again of the Jack's dismissal, and he gives the pitch this really hard stare, as behind him two of his stumps are flat on the floor.
Yeah, off on a package holiday.
Quinn bowls off the back foot, played away through cover point. They come back for a second run. Jordan Cox has put one of the stumps on the floor. You see that throw from Denley.
I don't disagree with you on many things, Ben Watts, but I would say the umpires possibly are the two most important people out there.
Ooh.
You see, that's what I would say.
I think in terms of the stars of the show, though, are the players.
Yeah, well, absolutely. But what I'm saying is that the two umpires are important. Okay. So we probably need to know which one's which. Maybe they could wear a different pair of coloured trousers each.
What, beige and black? This is defended away and collected in his follow-through.
I still say the simplest thing would be a letter. What? A and B.
But it doesn't look. They don't look as smart though. If you got a
well, it's not.
On their back.
It's not a fashion show.
Well, it is with the hats.
It's not. Well, that's my point. Is it becoming a fashion show?
I think the different hats would be good.
I think that's the way forward. I think a different coloured hat for each umpire for identification purposes.
Left alone outside the off stump.
Tell you what.
By Abbott, end of the over, 67 for 7, 31 overs old this ball. Quinn, 10 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 12. Agar, 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 20.
There's a few out there that wouldn't mind. They're not shy of a bit of advertising. So, yes,
Umpire so-and-so, sponsored by this company.
It's a serious point for me, that. They're the two most important people out there in many ways. Do we know which one's which?
No.
Come on then, clever clogs. Which one's umpire Middlebrook and which one's umpire Warren? You've been saying for a day and a half.
I think umpire Middlebrook's at this end, right?
You think?
I think he's marginally taller.
You're not positive though. Agar from the Nackington Road end is into Jordan Clark, who's trying to pull this one off his hip. I'm
right though, aren't I? It is umpire Middlebrook at this end.
I'm not telling you, but all I'm saying is on the scorecard, are we having marginally taller? Just for umpire identification? Are we having heights? That's how we're doing it.
Umpire 1, 6'4". Umpire 2, 6'2".
They do look very similar though, don't they?
They look very similar.
They do look very similar. As Jordan Clark settles himself down over his bat once more. 2 slips in there, short mid-wicket, short extra cover. As Agar down the slope and over the wicket to Clark, and Clark just pushes this one down towards backward point. Up comes Kadri to do the fielding. So since lunch, it's just basically been extras. Since lunch, 7. I think 3 of those are off the bat. And 4 leg buys.
One of these days, an umpire's going to come out in a snapback, and then it's going to be really easy to work out who they are.
What's that?
Like a baseball cap with a flat bit, flat peak.
Oh, is that what they're called, is it?
Yeah, snapback.
Oh. What, the visor bit?
Sort of baseball-y style.
Yeah. In over the wicket once again comes Agar, and forward goes Jordan Clark, and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's Arshdeep Singh doing the fielding, and there is no run. Jordan Clark goes off for a little wander towards square leg. You're going to be doing an update in a moment for BBC Radio Kent. Tell them the good news. Wes Agar's wicket of Wheeljacks in the first over after lunch.
Still really haven't bowled.
There's nothing.
Any bad balls?
Absolutely nothing since lunch. As Agar in over the wicket he comes. Well, there's the first one, and Jordan Clark's gone after it, got nothing on it, and it's a spectacular effort from Cox to take it. That swung after it went past the outside edge. He's looked for the uppercut there. There's Jordan Clark. It was short and wide, but it really did go after it went past the edge. Buys the signal.
It's a tough life being a wicketkeeper. It's absolutely sprung to his right, got a hand on it, saved 3 buys, but still 1 goes against him in the book.
68 for 7, Surrey. Leaning and Compton were taking evasive action there as Cox dived across them. Abbott comes back onto strike. Agar into him, and Abbott off his hip just whips this for 4. Great shot from Sean Abbott. A little bit short from Agar, that one. And he's just whipped it off his hip. That whistles to the mid-wicket boundary rope. Abbott moves on to 7. 72 for 7, Surrey.
I wonder if all these hundreds of school kids that are in the building today are going to go home thinking that Kent are the best county cricket team in the land after seeing the way they've bowled today.
Yeah, well, they might well do. I'll tell you who is happy is the ice cream man. He'll be doing an absolutely roaring trade today. Agar is in, and Abbott, little inside edge onto his back pad. And that rolls behind him, picked up by Leaning, the captain. End of the over. 72 for 7 then, Surrey, in reply to Kent's 301. Jordan Clark's on 8, and Sean Abbott is on 7.
Just hope he doesn't run out before tea time. Sonia and I have been plotting a supermarket trip, possibly for a free pack. He asked me where he should park this morning when he arrived. I think it was because I had me. Oh, because you had your lanyard on.
I think he thought I knew where to go, but then he didn't realise it was Kids' Day, and I told him that, and he was very excited by that news that there were 1,000 children in the ground.
Hello. Here comes Matt Quinn. Starting a fresh over, it's off the outside edge, and then drops well short actually of Compton at first slip. Didn't carry off the bat of Jordan Clark. The only thing I'm picturing though is, imagine all these kids in the queue trying to order their ice cream and then trying to pay with Pokemon cards or something.
I wonder how much pocket money you get these days. We used to get 50p, and it bought you absolutely nothing.
I'll give you a shiny match attack to give me a flake. As Quinn bowls. Driven away square, tumbling stop by Bell Drummond at point. Him and Denley then set off in a mini race to get the ball. They come back for 2 though, the Surrey batters. And Jordan Clark has 10. He's the first Surrey batter in double figures since Rory Burns last night. Update on for BBC Radio Kent. Well, this is going rather well so far today for Kent. Surrey are 75 for 7, and they've got an extra wicket since the lunch break. It was 60 for 6 then. And now Wes Agar joining in, having got 2 wickets late last night, this time removing 2 of the stumps that were behind Will Jacks with an absolute beauty to continue what we've seen so far today. Kent have just bowled excellently, superbly well. Matt Quinn with 3 wickets, 1 for Arshdeep Singh, the India fast bowler, on his debut for Kent as well. Surrey, the Division 1 leaders, and well, Kent were in a very similar position yesterday at 41 for 5, but then Jordan Cox stood up with 100, 50s from Everson and Wes Agar, and they managed to put 301 on the board. And at the moment, it is the team 9th in the division who are on top in this game, trying to press home that advantage at the moment. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent have reduced Surrey to 75 for 7.
Sean the Brewer's been in touch.
Ah, hello, Sean.
Saying lovely the interaction on umpire identification. They're liking that idea, I think, Sean the Brewer. Yes, to be fair, man, with large hat, I wasn't suggesting that the umpire should wear red trousers. I'm not sure that would work, really. I think that might cause a bit of chaos, or a red hat. I think that would cause chaos.
In and bowling Quinn. This one defended away. I've had a couple of other interactions. Russell Chapman saying Churchy's hat idea would ruin a centuries-old cricketing aesthetic and have Neville Cardus spinning in his grave, not to mention severely compromising Jack Russell's artwork. I mean, Jack can make some modifications on his paintings. That'll be fine, surely.
You can find the other colour paint, I'm sure.
Here comes Quinn once more. Defended away. The 2 scoreboards are saying different scores, which is never helpful. The electronic one says it's 74 for 7. The other one, it says 75 7.
I think the key column is the 7, isn't it?
Which one is it, chaps? In terms of a follow-on, somebody has tweeted me to say Sean Abbott's got a ton against Kent this year already. Follow-on's not guaranteed. Dan having said Kent have to enforce the follow-on. A, have you seen Kent's top order recently? B, Quinn is bowling beautifully. Well, that does go back to what you were saying, Churchy, that if it's still doing stuff out there, why would you then say to your batters, hey, you go out and face that?
Good luck, lads. Off you go. The other thing I'm fascinated by is how Surrey try and get themselves out of this as well. Yep, Sean Abbott has that 100. That was in a 2020 game. Now, if he hits a 34-ball 100, he'll be doing well from here because he's already faced 14. But he'll play it slightly differently, I think. But he's just having a survey of the field here to Wes Agar. As Agar comes down the slope from the Nackington Road end, and Abbott, nicely timed, just pushes this away through cover point. And Kadri goes scampering back to do the fielding. And 2 more to Sean Abbott. He moves on to 9. 76 for 7, Surrey. In reply to Kent's 301. But yes, fascinating. How does Surrey get their way out of this? Kent are bowling really well. The deficit, 225. That's a lot of runs. 225. Waiting once again is Abbott. And that one's coming back at him. Hits the thigh guard. Potter's back up the pitch, and Agar does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run.
Peter on kingcricket@gmail.com says, umpire identification, brilliant idea from Mark. I'd offer an only one observation. If white hats are worn to reflect the heat of the sun, then perhaps it needs to be one hat to have a coloured band, or the other to have no band. Or just 2 different coloured bands.
Excellent, very good. Like that. Thank you, Peter.
Subtle difference, though.
Subtle difference, subtle difference. Turning again is Agar. Over the wicket he comes to Abbott. Abbott's forward. Pushes this one out into the offside. And again, there is no run. Crowd good today. Of course, this is Canterbury week, isn't it? Cricket week.
Festival week,
the festival.
Yeah, really nice hum around the ground with just having such good numbers in with all the school kids and everyone in the beer tent and members here, and a few ex-players. Ivan Thomas is here today.
Is he? Oh, excellent.
Also Imran Khayyam and Callum Haggett.
Saw Richard Ellison yesterday.
Yes, I saw. He was chatting to someone.
As Agar is in to Abbott. Abbott's in behind a short one. Plays this one up towards mid-off.
Fabian Cowdrey was here yesterday. Said he'd had a couple of beverages, so wasn't going to come join us.
Was he entertaining? Was he?
I think he was just here being entertained.
Being entertaining.
Yeah.
Being entertaining. He's got blonde hair now.
I mean, it was always fairly blonde.
I think it's gone very blonde.
Oh, really?
Well, it's been sunny, hasn't it? As waiting once again is the right-handed Abbott. Always Agar is over the wicket to him, and Abbott again just pushes off that front foot up towards mid-off. There is Daniel Bell-Drummond to do the fielding.
Kester also saying about you wouldn't want to wear a black hat necessarily in this kind of heat as an umpire. So yeah,
They do in one-day cricket.
Well, I suppose, yeah.
Don't they? Because of the white ball.
Yeah, that's true. They can't wear white hats in there.
No, exactly. So that they go out there in one-day internationals with black hats on. And you know, unless I'm mistaken, there are some one-day internationals that the weather's quite warm.
No, I think you're right.
Yeah. One we can tick off there. As in over the wicket comes Agar, and this one's left alone. It's a no ball from Agar. I will vacate at the end of this over. And Sonia Twigg will join Ben Watts, sports writer for The Independent. I wonder if I'm giving Sonia an idea for a feature piece on the identification of cricketing umpires. Yeah. I see.
I think she might have enough news this summer, in fairness.
Yeah, you might get a quiet patch during the Ashes. You never know.
That'll be the perfect time to launch your...
Launch the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mid-Ashes.
Over the wicket once more comes Agar, and Abbott turns this one off his hip. He's done that very nicely. That's going to run away for 4. This is what Abbott's all about. He'll enjoy this, Abbott. Bit of a fight on his hands here. He'll enjoy this, will Abbott. End of the over. And Surrey 82 for 7.
Thanks, Churchy. Slightly disappointed that Matt Quinn didn't even stick out a boot there like he did before lunch to save one particular 4. Peter's been in touch as well on the email saying loves yesterday's commentary on Kent's recovery. He's in the score today. Wow, planning to come tomorrow. But in the meantime, here's my revised playlist for the jazz band. Includes I Believe in Miracles, Out of Nowhere, Wildest Dreams, What a Difference a Day Made. And his reserve playlist that might not be needed includes Here's That Rainy Day, Stormy Weather, Singing in the Rain, etc. Afternoon, Sonia.
Afternoon.
Here comes Matt Quinn. A little bit of width and smashed away for 4. And I feel like that's probably the first bad ball that's been hit to the rope for quite a while.
Yeah, it does feel like that. I think we definitely could have had Singing in the Rain at 10 o'clock this morning.
Cool. I came in my car at around about that time, and as I got past the stewards, a little raindrop fell on the windscreen, and I thought, hang on a minute, what's going on here? Rain? Well, it wasn't forecast. By the time I parked up, it was like a monsoon. As Queen is in and bowling. Clark driving into the covers, having moved to 14 and putting Surrey to 86 for 7. Luckily for me, there was a umbrella that I didn't realise was in the boot. So I managed to get from one side of the ground to the other.
Tell you what, I think I did even better than you. I had a 40-minute walk here from the station this morning. Got here, beautiful sunshine. Well, maybe not sunshine, but at least it was very, very warm and humid. Got in the press box when the rain started to fall down. Perfect timing.
You've timed that very well. Clark tapping his bat aggressively. Defends this one back down the pitch. Yeah, I had a Zoom call, an interview around about 10:15, and I had to email him while in the car saying, just going to be a few minutes late to set up the Zoom. I need to get from one side of a cricket ground to the other, and it's raining very hard.
Wow, England always does throw in these curveballs, doesn't it? That and the PA system lightning issue.
Well, yeah, we thought at one point you were told that play might be delayed because they couldn't get the PA system working and couldn't therefore get safety announcements out to the however many thousand people in the ground.
Yeah, we were told that Apparently it's happened here before that the lightning has sort of somehow interfered and caused some short circuits. It's quite an exposed ground, there's lots of metal around, it's not too unlikely.
Yeah, a lot of trees.
Definitely, and the PA system had gone down, and without being able to give safety announcements, you can't play. So that was a nice curveball to be thrown in this morning.
Thankfully, I think when I asked the chaps about said issue, as Quinn bowls a short ball, and it's helped on its way down towards a very fine leg. There's a long leg down there. He's just feeling his stomach at the moment there, Jordan Clark. I don't know if he has twinged a muscle or something on that shot.
He did come round quite a long way, maybe he's just tweaked something slightly.
Because it didn't come off the meat of the bat, but it didn't hit him in the stomach, did it? I think it was more glove. He's just asking, I think, for the physio to come out, or waving at the dressing room for something.
Does look in a bit of discomfort. It's the first real bounce we've seen today.
Yeah, Quinn digging it in. Obviously, Agar's 2 wickets last night were both short balls that were caught at long leg, one in the final over of proceedings. As Mark Church said, don't often see the night watchman out on the hook. So a couple of boundaries off the over so far, and then away into the covers by Jordan Clark.
Is it a night watchman or a nighthawk position that we're going with if they're out trying to hook the ball?
Yeah, I guess it probably is more the latter. Gus Atkinson would be a pretty good nighthawk, I think.
I mean, you're not trying to hang around if you're going for hooks and balls.
As Churchy also said, maybe he thought he'd done his job. If he got out then, Tom Latham wouldn't have to come out. It was only this morning. So drinks have come out for the Surrey batters. Is that the physio as well? Just examining Jordan Clark's abdominals. The PA system's working okay now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we did hear them go through the entire list of schools that were here at the lunch break.
Surrey 90 for 7. 5 Live Sports Extra listeners have got fed up of Churchy's chat about umpire identification and gone elsewhere. Sorry, he's left the commentary box, he didn't hear that.
I think it's not the worst idea. I mean, quite often you can tell them apart because they have very different statures, but in this case, they do look remarkably similar.
Yes. I think both of those points you just made are both correct. Normally, it perhaps wouldn't be necessary, but they do look very, very similar.
Or are you going to have them have their names on the back of their shirts like players?
See, but that's what I think. I think names on the back of the shirts is a bit too much. I mean, I'm just about old enough to remember when county cricketers didn't have names on the back of the shirts, and it took a little bit getting used to when it first came in. And then for test matches likewise, because that actually came after, didn't it? That's only a fairly recent thing that test players have started having names on the back of their shirts, along with county cricket had it for a few years at that point. Arshdeep's coming back on. So far 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12. He's just looked so smooth and really good to watch, and that ball to Folkes was a real beauty.
He really has found his sort of length and line here today. It's been quite nice to watch, really.
He bowled a bumper first ball last night and then was just bang on length and line, and didn't seem to need any kind of adjustment here for the slope at Canterbury. He was just on it. Played away by Abbott out towards subfielder at backward point. Speaking of names and numbers, that gentleman out there doesn't have one. So
no, and it's a very cream shirt. It's a very white trousers.
Very cream shirt. That doesn't match the white trousers.
Or potentially the rest of the kit.
He's got a faded cap on, which of course is not like a first team cap as such. Arshdeep bowls, clipped away. Oh, good stop by Denley, I'm assuming, in the wide brimmed hat. A few kids walking around the boundary rope. Maybe they could be local. So if pick-up time's 3 o'clock, thinking, right, it will take us half an hour to walk back to school, etc. Still a few groups of the school kids away to our right. up on the hospital side of the ground. One group in particular, all in bright red shirts. We need to get them at the Ashes, behind the bowler's arm. That will upset Steve Smith. Here comes Arshdeep, pulled away by Sean Abbott, down towards long leg. Did you hear about this the other day when there was the one gentleman in a red shirt and Steve Smith made him move because he was putting him off?
I think we should definitely do that when Australia are batting and then make a move for when England are batting.
And then...
But we're not biased at all.
Somebody from BBC TMS tweeted Ben Stokes right now on Amazon ordering 1,000 red shirts for people to wear in the crowd.
I mean, the more that's broadcast, the more people who are going to show up in red shirts, isn't it?
That's true. That would be a worry, that lots of people are going to come with bright red shirts on. Arshdeep bowls, short ball, no contact, glove or bat or otherwise. Good take by Jordan Cox moving to his left. 91 for 7. So this is, a mini rebuild from Surrey from 42 for 6. 2 wickets fell on 18 last night. 2 wickets fell on 42 today. 3 and 4 on 32 and 39. So
there's just a couple of red shirts right next to the sight screen, just as you were saying that.
Just walking past at the moment.
Clark doesn't seem to be too bothered though.
Don't know where Churchy parked his car today, as this one's left alone outside the off stump. But his car was just to the one side of the sight screen yesterday, and it's of that similar colour. A few spectators have got blankets and sheets covering the windscreens of their cars down at the Nackington Road end today because of the possible glint of the sunlight.
Or is that to stop their car heating up?
Well, I think probably a bit of both. As Arshdeep's going to come around the wicket now. Changes angle of attack. Cut away for 4 though by Jordan Clark. Possibly the first bad ball Arshdeep Singh has bowled in 11 overs. 1 for 17 now, and Surrey to 95 for 7. Maybe it is just getting slightly easier to bat.
I mean, we did have a big downpour. I wonder if all of that has sort of evaporated now and it's just hardening up and offering a bit less.
Ball will be getting a bit softer. 36 overs old.
Might be a bit more breeze around, sort of helping keep the stickiness at bay. It was very humid earlier and it seems to have brightened up a bit. You know, there's much more blue sky around now. There aren't clouds everywhere.
Maybe just a very gentle breeze, just looking at the trees at the far end of the ground. The fan in our commentary box is probably the breeziest spot in the ground right now, I reckon. It's definitely cooler in here than it was earlier on. We're going to see a change in the bowling, and Joey Everson's been watching the 2 overseas and Matt Quinn bowl up a storm. And now he gets his opportunity to try and join in, having batted really well yesterday for his half century. Must be said, when he came to the crease at 41 for 5, he probably looked even more comfortable than Jordan Cox did at first, before he perished to the spinner of Moriarty and was caught behind by Folkes attempting a cut shot. He's in and bowling. Played off the back foot out towards extra cover where Compton fields. Everson so far this season, I'll get my laptop out, because he's taken wickets for Kent, even if his economy rate hasn't necessarily been, say, as tight as a Matt Quinn or whatever. He's, you know, gone for a few runs but has taken wickets, which is a 21-year-old. Cut away out towards the sweep on the offside as a 21-year-old all-rounder, new team, 4-day cricket. Having that knack of taking wickets is a very good skill to have in the locker.
Especially if at some point in your future you've got one eye on England, because as we know they've sort of prioritised taking wickets over economy rates, which I think at some point might trickle down into county cricket. I think it's always useful to be able to take wickets, and I think sometimes that if a player focuses too much on their economy rates, it can be quite difficult.
Way down towards third man by Jordan Clark, slightly slips. turns back for 2. That's a good thought, especially if you think about how, you know, Ben Stokes is not going to play Test cricket forever in that all-rounder role.
No, and I was speaking
Definitely a vacancy.
to Steve Finn as well about, you know, and he said he got so bogged down in economy rates, whereas he was known for taking wickets but being expensive, and whether that would be as much of a problem in today's England team.
Everson bowling on the stumps, defended away. Yeah, it's an interesting mindset, isn't it? What are you prioritising? Is it keeping the run rate down, which you hope will lead to wickets, of course, by keeping that pressure on, or bowling really aggressive lines and lengths and setting the field in a certain way? Yes, Everson's economy rate is 3.8, so shy of 4 and over, but as he's in and bowling again, more expensive than the majority of Kent's other seam bowlers in County Championship so far this season, but he's taken more wickets than all of them except Wes Agar. Admittedly, Quinn's played 3 less games, but yeah, it's a good knack to have. Everson's best figures so far this year in an innings, 4 for 62. He's trying to get another one, trying to break through this partnership, which has just helped a mini Surrey recovery with Clark on 24, Abbott on 15, end of the over, 3 off it from Everson. Surrey on 98 for 7.
And it's a good position to be in as a 21-year-old, to be taking more wickets than some of your other teammates with far more experience, isn't it? Bodes well for the future.
Nigel's just getting in touch on the umpire identification. Churchy's just taking a break for a moment, but we'll put this one to him when he comes back. Saying about if you have the umpires' names on the scoreboard, then you can have a light above which one's at the standing end. Like how on the electronic scoreboard there's an indicator to say which batter is on strike. That's quite subtle. I like it.
Would that work for the old-fashioned scoreboards, though, or would you have to build a little extra column?
That is true, because for example, the Les Ames scoreboard, there wouldn't be a means of doing it currently on that old-fashioned scoreboard, although they do have a kind of a fielder element. You can just change it to the umpire. Arshdeep around the wicket, and feeling for this one outside the off stump. Sean Abbott goes through to Jordan Cox.
Another issue I had with Churchy's thing was if you have different colours for the umpire, you are then backing on someone to remember which colour is associated with which umpire and whether that would be on a scoreboard or not. Because if one's got, say, green and one's got yellow, you've got to remember which colour is associated to which umpire.
True. That is true. Arshdeep past umpire Warren, defended away into the covers by Sean Abbott, or at least I think it's umpire Warren.
Also, if you would have to choose colours that didn't correspond to either team.
So for example, you couldn't have
brown or blue,
browny, maroony red, or navy blue, like you say, for the caps of the two teams.
Or even teal, because that's what Surrey's one-day kit is.
I hadn't thought about that. That's also a good point. Kick clash between the umpire's hat and the player's lids. Down the leg side and 4. Just striving perhaps for a leg stump Yorker and didn't quite get it right, Arshdeep. So Sean Abbott, who so far this season, as Mark Church mentioned, scored a 34-ball ton against Kent in the T20 Blast at the Oval. He's currently on 19 not out, 24 for Jordan Clark. Surrey bring up the 100, 102 for 7. We're seeing a very different type of innings from Abbott, but, well, equally as effective is probably a bit too far, but it's doing a really good job for his team at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, at one point it didn't look like Surrey were going to get past 80, never mind get to 100.
Here comes Arshdeep back over the wicket now. Short ball pulled away towards deep square leg for a run.
What other comments have you got about Churchy's umpire?
Well, I've got an email on a separate topic, which is about fixtures. And Tom talking about the fact that, obviously, in the county championship, you don't play every team twice. As Arshdeep is in again. Clark steers this into the onside for a single. Moves to 25, 20 for Abbott. Basically saying, last season Kent had a pretty difficult fixture list. Played every team who finished above them twice and every team who finished below them once. Saying this is clearly a problem for the integrity of the competition. How is that decided? Did the club make any complaint about that? He's saying we're playing Surrey twice again this year, who are obviously top of the table. I must admit, I don't quite know how it is done in terms of the fixtures, whether there is a random element to it, you would assume. This one's cut away hard by Abbott for 4, and it just appears now that this ball is not talking as much as it was for Kent. And they're just getting a little bit frustrated, maybe over-striving, in Arshdeep's case, for that perfect wicket ball. And Surrey's duo of all-rounders are managing to cash in with a few more boundaries and upping this scoring rate. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Well, admittedly, it's not going quite as well as it was for Kent because they haven't taken any more wickets, but it's still going pretty good in terms of the match situation. They're 193 runs ahead. Surrey are 108 for 7 in their first innings. Kent making 301 yesterday. We had a point where Kent were 41 for 5, and then Surrey mirrored that, basically today being 42 for 5, 42 for 6. We've had 1 wicket in the session so far with Wes Agar cleaning up Will Jacks. But since then, the 2 all-rounders, Jordan Clark, 25, Sean Abbott, 24, have just managed to put together a bit of a partnership, which ends as Joey Everson manages to strike. The Kent all-rounder has just clipped the top of the stumps. Jordan Clark is bowled, and Surrey are 108 for 8. And there you go. There's the wicket that we hadn't had in the last half an hour. Kent have got another one. Everson, who has this knack of taking wickets, comes on and gets the breakthrough for Kent. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website. Kent right back on top, 108 for 8, Surrey. Here we go, update for BBC Radio Kent. Timed to perfection for the Joey Everson wicket. And just as we were talking about, perhaps, things getting easier for the Surrey batters out there, Joey Everson, in his second over, has struck.
Yeah, just as you were saying what a wicket taker he is as well when you pulled up his stats. No, it was a lovely ball. It just sort of clipped the top of the stumps. I think Clark was trying to push on the scoring. It looked like he was going for quite a big shot. He wasn't sort of trying to play defensively, but I mean, you can't fault him for that given the position that Surrey have been in. But no, it seems like a lot of wickets have fallen, but it does also seem like it's got a little bit easier this afternoon. I think it has sort of dried up. I do think there's less movement on offer and an older ball. It just remains to be seen whether, you know, Surrey will be able to capitalise on that, given that they went into that sort of slightly easier period already 7 down.
It's always nice when you say something on commentary and then they go and back it up on the pitch, the players. Makes you look really clever. So thanks to Joey Everson for that one. Fully appreciated. And out comes Dan Worrell at number 10. At number 10, Mark Church. Dan Worrell, he's up the order. This is what we like to see. Mark Church says proper batter. I'd say entertaining batter. Because Dan Worrell won't sit there and block it for the afternoon and let Sean Abbott have all the fun.
That's what you want to see
That's
from
what
your lower order bowlers.
That's what we like to see. All these lower order batters that can bat properly these days, boring. Or as Steve Finn was saying on BBC TMS the other day, frustrating for the fielding side, annoying. We like to see them play some shots and have fun. There we go, look at that. Through mid-wickets, first ball. Dan Worrell has played a sort of back foot punchy drive that was almost a pull shot, but not quite, and he's got a boundary. Proper batter.
Is that a heave?
It was
heaved into.
I think so.
Into the onside. Yeah, it was quite a nice shot actually. He timed it quite well. But yeah, I think as you were saying, he's come out with some intent to score here.
Yeah, I think it was bordering on a heave, wasn't it? Off the back foot.
Wasn't quite a punch.
It was almost, but it was a sort of hybrid kind of. I'm going to play this properly off the back foot. No, I'm not. I'm going to smack it in the gap for 4.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. Loved it. Here he goes. Again, Everson to Worrell. Oh, that's a defensive shot, though. He's got right in behind that one.
He has come down the wicket to defend, though.
And gone from side on to front on, getting everything behind the ball. We'll get Mark Church back on commentary in a minute, just to describe Dan Worrell's batting. At the moment, he's just saying proper a lot. Sorry, 112 for 8 then. Everson cleaning up. Jordan Clark. I'll have to get a little replay of that up because that looked like a really good delivery. Bowler loves it when it kisses the top of the stumps, and that's smacked away by Worrell. Out towards deep cover. I was getting excited there. Saw the shot and thought, oh, this is going for 4 through extra cover. No, he sliced it out towards cover point for 1. The strike rate is currently 166 for Worrell. Compare that to Tom Latham, I think it was on 20. Dom Sibley's was definitely around about that as well.
I thought Dom Sibley's was lower than that.
Might have even been lower than that. I'll double check. Here comes Everson bowling to Abbott. Oh, he plays a proper cricket shot. I thought he might try and join in the fun. Sibley's was 15 and Latham's was 11.
It's the opposite of Bazball then.
Yes. 3 from 26 for Tom Latham, 9 from 58 from Dom Sibley, who admittedly did well for the first part of that to fend off the onslaught last night and this morning. Till he went for a drive, eventually lost patience. Ooh. Off the back foot, Abbott up towards mid-off, thinks about a run, turns it down, end of the over. A word from Sonia Twigg, and Mark Church will be back with her on commentary.
I mean, it's definitely going to be entertaining. I'm not sure how many children are left in the ground at the moment who can fully appreciate what they could potentially see from the duo of Worrell and Abbott, but they've definitely come out with intent, and there might be slightly more to cheer about, at least in the short term from a Surrey perspective, compared to what we saw this morning when the ball was moving around and causing all sorts of problems. But it should be, it's just setting up to be quite nice.
It's entertaining, Sonia, but whenever Dan Worrell walks out to bat, now his figures this season though, actually all joking aside, he can bat. It's just the way he goes about it, but he's scored some really important runs for Surrey this season. There was a 35 at Edgbaston of 25 balls where he smacked it to all parts at just the right time. A 32 against Middlesex at the Oval as well. So he can bat.
And what better for the kids who've come in to watch today?
Absolutely, a bit of entertainment. Arshdeep Singh it is from the Nackington Road end to Worrell, short one, which he sways inside. And that's taken by Cox away to his right-hand side. Good wicket that for Kent. Clark and Abbott were just putting a partnership together. 48 it was worth. So getting Jordan Clark at that point was important for Kent, because he's a battler, Jordan Clark. And Sean Abbott again here showing what a good cricketer he is. 24 off 33.
Such a luxury for Surrey to have this depth of batting though.
Absolutely. Deficit is 188. That sort of sums it up. As Arshdeep Singh is over the wicket to Worrell, and Worrell is driving up towards mid-on. And there is no run. Worrell comes down to do a little bit of gardening. Down comes Sean Abbott. Yeah, the innings that Worrell played at Edgbaston sort of changed the game. I'm trying to remember which morning it was, but Surrey were in trouble. And Warwickshire took the new ball. He just marched out there and smashed 35 in the blink of an eye, and all of a sudden the game changed. He did that in his long sleeve sweater as well, because it was very, very cold.
I'm not sure we're seeing the long sleeve sweater today.
Well, I don't know if it works for you, if it's a lucky charm. As over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. That's the Yorker. It's a good one. Worrell gets no bat on that. Cox is diving away to his left-hand side. Did he get a little bit of bat on that? No, buys. I have to say, I have absolutely adored watching Arshdeep Singh bowl. It's been quality from him. He has looked a handful with every single delivery he's bowled. And I think when your overseas comes in, as a club, if you see your overseas piling in, his first ball last night, a quick bouncer from that Nackington Road end. And he has just come down that slope with skill and pace. And he will pick up some wickets for Kent. There's no doubt about that, as he's in over the wicket here to Abbott. That short, Abbott's hooking top edge, and that'll bounce away once for 4 down below us. So Abbott's gone after it. Top edge, but it's away for 4. Abbott moves on to 28, and Surrey move on to 118 for 8.
Yeah, there was a man at fine leg, but just a little bit wide, I think, for that one.
Yeah, Quinn is down there. It'd have had to have been a fine leg to get anywhere near that. We don't get many fine legs anymore. They're all sort of long legs, aren't they? They're never that fine, the fine leg. They're always sort of a more square of the batter, really.
An extra fielding position,
Yeah.
rather than a bit of a break.
Yeah. It used to be a place where you could go and hide for a bit. As in over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh. That's a gorgeous shot from Sean Abbott. He's just strayed onto his pads, and Abbott's just picked him up and flicked him away through mid-wicket for 4. He is a very good cricketer, this bloke. He's on to 32 now. 122 for 8. Amazing that he's never played a test match for Australia. I know how excited he was to be in that sort of squad for the World Test Championship final. I know they've been picking his brains as well about oval pitches, but it shows the strength they have, Australia, that this fella can't get a test cap at the moment.
Well, we'll see how many injuries they get in the next couple of weeks.
Absolutely. It was a point I was going to make. You know, if that does happen, he's here and he's playing, and he's ready bait, isn't he, to get straight out there and do something. Getting a second mid-wicket in there for him now as Arshdeep Singh is in, and Abbott drives. I think it was the slower one. It's off a thickish edge. Kadri will give chase here, and they'll pick up a couple more. So that's 2 more to the total. 124 for 8. Now that follow-on, if my maths is correct, is 152. That's the follow-on. And I wonder for the game, if Surrey could get themselves past that, I don't think it'd be a bad thing for the game, really. Because it would mean that they have a very good lead, Kent. But they would know they'd have to bat very well second time round as well. And I think it's fair to say the Kent batting has been fragile this season. So Surrey in their heads might be thinking, if we can just creep past that, we're still in the game. Because we're only on the second afternoon of this one. There is still an awful lot of cricket to be played. Everson it will be from the pavilion end, coming into Dan Worrell, and Worrell has sort of left that alone in his own Worrell fashion. Sort of hung the bat there and then walked down the pitch towards it, and it ended up in the gloves of Jordan Cox.
It was a half prod, I think.
Yes.
Sort of thought about going for it, left the bat there, but it wasn't really an intent to go after the ball.
Not at all. One of the best signings I've seen for a long time, Dan Worrell. And also on a British passport, of course, so he doesn't count as an overseas. As Everson is in over the wicket to him, and Worrell's looking to drive down the ground, gets a thick inside edge on this, and that runs away down towards long leg, and he will get a single. He was looking to put that up near us, I think, with the check drive there, Sonia, but a little inside edge and he gets a single.
Yeah, I think it's almost gone in the opposite direction to the one he was intending. But runs are runs, and I think Surrey will take them however they come at the moment, to be honest.
We certainly will. Trail by 176. Started the day 18 for 2, now 125 for 8. As Everson is in to... Oh, Abbott, what a catch from Jordan Cox, that is. Outside edge from Abbott, and Cox has flung himself to his right and got a little right mitt to it. That's a brilliant catch from Cox, because I'm not sure it would have got to first slip. I think Abbott was just looking to run it down towards third man, but Cox has taken an absolutely cracking catch there. That's a big wicket. Abbott gone for 34. Everson has a second wicket. And Sean Abbott has to wander back for 34.
It looks like a really big wicket as well, the last sort of, as you were saying, proper batsman. So I think that could, well, you were saying you reckon the follow-on's 152. I think that sort of makes it look rather more unlikely, unless we see a really strong partnership for the last wicket here. But you know, it's been Kent's day. I think they were both in very similar positions early on, and Kent just managed to have that one big partnership to put on a score, and Surrey haven't quite managed that on day 2 here.
That's a brilliant catch from Jordan Cox. I'm not sure it would have got to Jack Leaning. I think it would have hit him on the half volley. So he's flung himself to his right and got a glove to it. Just awaiting the arrival of Dan Moriarty. Here he comes. Dan Moriarty. So not renowned for his batting, Dan Moriarty, but a job to do here. Basically, his job here is to hang in with Worrell for a little while. If Worrell could have 20 minutes and sort of stick a few over the rope, they'd be a bit nearer that 152. So sort of Moriarty's job here is just to hang around with Worrell. I think it'll be Worrell that will try and be spectacular. Moriarty's got to be quite boring here, I think. So he's marching out there to the middle, left-handed, of course. When do you head to Edgbaston?
I'm going up Thursday morning.
So Thursday morning. Well, then there'll be press conferences and everything, will there, on Thursday, I suppose?
Well, there's press conferences from Tuesday.
Are there?
Yeah.
How many people are we going to hear from?
I think there'll be Atley on Tuesday, someone else on Wednesday, Stokes on Thursday.
Right, lovely. The more the merrier.
Just in case the series didn't need building up anymore.
Well, that's the thing. Oh, it's all good fun, isn't it?
Oh, it's brilliant.
2 mid-wickets in there. Everson is coming into Dan Moriarty, and Moriarty's first ball is clipping straight into the first of those 2 mid-wickets, which is Ben Compton. And there is no run. So the deficit is 176. I think the atmosphere ahead of 11 o'clock on Friday morning will be something else, won't it, at Edgbaston?
I think especially being on a Friday.
Yeah, absolutely.
No one's got to go to work the next day.
I remember I knew it was a big series, as in over the wicket comes Everson and forward goes the left-handed Moriarty, plays this one straight back up the pitch. I remember the 2009 series, and the first game was at the Swalek, and there was a 3-hour preview programme the night before on Test Match Special, and all coming live from Wales, obviously. And that's when I thought to myself, look, yeah, this is quite a build-up. As in over the wicket comes Everson, and Moriarty, nice looking shot, just gets himself forward, pushes it back up the pitch, and there's no run. So Everson with that wicket of Sean Abbott. Surrey 125 for 9 in a spot of bother, trail by 176. Worrell has 6, and Moriarty is yet to get off the mark. But it was a point that you made, and actually I got a few tweets about it, that obviously for sort of your generation, that 2005 Ashes series, that's the one that everybody remembers, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I was speaking to someone who's sort of 34, and even for them, that was the first one they really remembered, just because of how big it was. And they were already playing cricket by that point, so they obviously knew about cricket and everything, so it wasn't the one that introduced them to the sport. But that was the series that they remember, you know, it being shown in school common rooms, something that I'm not sure we've seen since.
No. Well, I think there's a very good reason for that as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how many schools have Sky Sports.
That is the point. As Arshdeep Singh comes in over the wicket to Dan Worrell. Here he goes, Worrell inside out, scythes this. Kadri's not going to get to that. He hasn't even picked it up. So that is a Zorro-esque shot from Dan Worrell. He has absolutely scythed that over backward point for 4. Worrell's on to 10. And Surrey are 129 for 9.
I would love to watch a replay of that shot just to see all the different mechanics, because there were arms. It's quite a sort of almost a windmill finish. It's quite a flourish.
It was a huge flourish to that shot. Kadri didn't pick it up at all. So boundary for Worrell. He's on to 10. 129 for 9. Arshdeep Singh Left arm over the wicket, 2 down. Worrell goes full of length and he's whipped by Worrell through the leg side for a single. He moves on to 11 down, Worrell. And this will bring Moriarty on to strike for the first time to Arshdeep Singh.
As the field slowly makes its way into the ring.
Yep, 130 for 9. I always tell this story. They'll remain nameless, but that Ashes Test match, Surrey used to have, I think it was a couple of flats in that block that's sort of near the gasometer. There's that block of flats, and they were for staff and players, I think. As left arm over the wicket comes Arshdeep Singh, and Moriarty just pushes him up towards mid-on, and there's no run. And the Surrey physio, lovely man, but was an Australian. Surrey were at Edgbaston for a 4-day game, and a few of his mates had said to him, listen, can we borrow the flat because we can watch from the balcony? And he said, absolutely you can, but you're not meant to, so nothing. Nobody can know that you're there. You might remember this. There was a group of lads that had made cardboard cutout figures of all the England players and a massive cardboard shark. As Arshdeep Singh is in, Moriarty is forward and playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. And every time a wicket fell, the shark went down off the balcony and pulled out the... Anyway, he was watching this on the telly thinking, oh no, because obviously they're not meant to be there. By the end of the test match, the cameras were actually in his front room with them, filming them during the test match. So the poor lad, trying to keep it quiet, had cameras in his living room with all his mates with their big cardboard cutout shark. As in comes Arshdeep Singh, and that's a bouncer, which Moriarty's ducking underneath. And that's taken by Cox. But as I say, I just remember looking out the window and there were people sat on the top of the cricketers' pub and everybody just trying to get a view. And I remember on that first morning getting to the Oval very, very early, and the queues were around the block.
The one that I always remember is the queue at Lord's. So I used to work at Lord's during test matches in hospitality. And for the Ashes, I think I worked one Ashes series. The first person to the queue got there at 12:30. So they were there overnight
Right.
just to make sure they got the right seat.
Wow. As in over the wicket once again comes Arshdeep Singh, and forward goes Moriarty. That's nicely played. He'll get a single. He'll keep the strike. So Moriarty will be on strike to Everson. 131 for 9 then Surrey. Worrell 11, Moriarty has 1. Yeah, it was Old Trafford as well. The queues to get in at Old Trafford on that last day. Amazing.
I wonder how many cardboard sharks we'll see after you've brought that memory back into...
Well, there might be a few, I suppose. There's always the fun thing as well in the crowd, isn't it? Always fun.
Especially at Edgbaston.
Absolutely. It's going to be terrific, it really is. But I'll be relieved when it actually gets started. I think it'd be nice to actually have the cricket to talk about, won't it? As Everson is coming in over the wicket to Moriarty, and Moriarty, there's a shot from Dan Moriarty. Wow. He's just front foot cut this, really. And that has whistled away through the covers for 4. It's a lovely shot from Dan Moriarty. He moves on to 5, and Surrey move on to 135 for 9.
Yeah, he's just opened the face on that almost. He's sort of gone for it and then just guided it. It's a lovely shot.
Really good shot from Dan Moriarty. He's a very hard-working cricketer, Dan Moriarty. He works hard on everything. His bowling, fitness, batting. That was a lovely shot through the covers for 4. So Everson's going to switch around the wicket now to him. As Everson is in, and Moriarty drives again, outside edge. That's going to fly past a diving leaning. These are valuable runs from Dan Moriarty. He moves on to 9. Surrey move on to 139 for 9.
Yeah, I'm not sure Surrey are too bothered about where they come from now. It's just getting as many runs on the board as you can and potentially putting the follow-on out of the question. That was just wide of the slips there.
Yeah, leaning flung himself to his left. Might have a slight delay here because the ball's gone under the covers down there in the distance. So Kadri may disappear for a moment here and then come out the other end of the covers. Has he found the ball? Yes, he has. So good work from Kadri there. Oh no, I thought he had, but no, he hasn't. It's got, I think it's right in the middle, under the covers. So Kadri may have to. It's like one of
there
those.
he is.
It's like one of those assault courses, if you can imagine that, whether you go under the net. Kadri's disappeared under the cover, and here he comes with the ball. He's done very well there. Done very well. He'll get a round of applause. But if you've ever seen those assault courses where you have to sort of go through mud under the net, which looks a horrible thing to do to me.
Well, I went for a run through Finsbury Park in London when they had the Tough Mudder on there, and the amount of mud was ridiculous.
I don't mind running, but I don't want to run through mud.
No.
And a net. As round the wicket comes Everson. Short ball, and this is pulled by Moriarty straight up the ground. This could run away for 4 more. This will run away for 4 more. So these are very good runs from Dan Moriarty. And he has pulled that straight down the ground for 4. So that deficit now is 158. So they're creeping towards the follow-on. Surrey. And the other thing is it's just leaving Kent out there a while in this heat now. We're into the 43rd over of this Surrey innings.
And it's a long afternoon session, this one as well, because of our delayed start.
It's a very long afternoon session. As Everson is in to Moriarty. Oh, he's got a bit overexcited here. He's looked to swing Everson over mid-wicket. Got nothing on it. It's hit him on the knee, I think. Big shout for our BW. And leg by is the signal. 144 for 9.
Sort of hobbled that run through, didn't he? Looked like it struck him somewhere wasn't quite wearing the right protection for.
Yep. He's down on his haunches there at the non-striker's end, but it's another single. Leg by the signal. Deficit 157. It brings Worrell on to strike with 2 balls remaining of this Everson over. Got Agar out at deep mid-wicket. Everson is in, and Worrell, that's a nice looking shot. Doesn't get a run. Check drive straight up the ground towards Quinn, who does the fielding. Bends down from his great height and picks the ball up, does Matt Quinn. And then we'll lob it to Joey Everson. Worrell, you can see anything pitched up. His eyes light up, don't they?
Well, they've got men out on the leg side as well.
Could get a short one here. As Everson's into him. No, there he is, length, and he's gone up and over the top of extra cover. Hasn't really got hold of this. That's going to go out towards Denley, sweeping on the cover boundary rope. So end of the Everson over. 145 for 9. Surrey trail by 156. Worrell has 12. Moriarty's on 13. And these two now have added 20 very valuable runs. Messrs Moriarty and Worrell. Having a bit of a natter about all this out there in the middle.
And look at the strike rates as well. 100 and 118.
Worrell was at 200 after 2 balls. It was, well, it was, I put it this way, I wasn't surprised by the shot he played on his first delivery. Dan Worrell.
It was Izzy Wong who ended up with one of 600, didn't she? When she came out in the Women's Premier League and hit the first ball for 6.
Yeah, that's lovely. Strike rate of 600.
Off 1 ball.
Yeah, that's lovely. I'd retire at that point, I think. So it's going to be Arshdeep Singh from the Nackington Road end, and he'll be coming left arm round the wicket to Dan Worrell on 12. Arshdeep Singh is in, and that's way down the leg side. He's just trying to spear in a Yorker here, I think. Arshdeep Singh. It's well taken again by Jordan Cox, who I have to say has kept beautifully today. That was a great catch to get rid of Sean Abbott, and he's flung himself all over the place. His catch to get rid of Sibley was a good one as well. I think some of the kids are going home now. It's normally about this time of the day that their sort of day out at the cricket starts coming to an end, because they've obviously got to be picked up at school. But it's been great having them all here today. As Arshdeep Singh is round the wicket to Worrell, bowls him, all ends up with the Yorker. He was looking to drive that. Now they do have the opportunity, if they want to, Kent, to enforce the follow on. But I'm just watching Mayeye and Compton, and they seem to be sort of jogging off in the direction of the dressing room to stick some pads on. So I'm not sure it's going to be enforced. Worrell and Moriarty are already off. But Mayeye and Compton are sort of making their way towards the dressing room with intent of batting. But Surrey all out for 145, and certainly that's been a terrific performance from the Kent bowlers.
Oh, it's been lovely. They've absolutely offered nothing. The number of bad balls, I reckon, has got to be in the single figures. There was one expensive over from the spinner just before lunch, but otherwise I think it's just been well controlled, disciplined, and they've clearly got the best out of the pitch and the conditions.
Yep, and Arshdeep Singh on his debut finishes with 2 for 43. Everson finished with 2 for 22. Quinn had 3. And Wes Agar 1, but it was a terrific delivery from him to get rid of Will Jacks. But sort of indications are that they won't enforce the follow-on, and they've got a lead, if that is the case, of 156, which is a handy lead to have on a second afternoon, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a very healthy lead, especially with so much time left in the game. You think even with a big innings, there's plenty of time left to chase. As you said, it's the afternoon of day 2, and we're going a bit later today as well, so it's perhaps there's more time left in the game than it looks like if you're just turning on now, because we had the 45-minute delay for some rain about earlier, which you wouldn't think was possible looking at the sky right now, but there we are, we had some rain, and yeah, it's been Kent's day, I suppose, so far.
Yep, absolutely, it's been Kent's day so far. We'll take a little break for 5-10 minutes before they get out there again. But Surrey all out for 145 in their first innings, so it means there's a deficit of 156. That's exactly what Surrey have to do. And they had Kent in all sorts of bother yesterday at 41 for 5. Yesterday, it's a healthy lead, 156. But we're only on the second afternoon, that's the thing. There's still 2 days to go after this. There's still an awful lot of cricket to be played in this game. Tea will be at 4 o'clock, so this is a sort of 50-minute period for the Surrey bowlers to have a go. But Kent are in the box seat at the moment. Kent are in control of this game of cricket at the moment. It will be Mayeye on strike. It will be Dan Worrell to get us started from the Nackington Road end. And Mayeye gets one that goes down the leg side. He gets nothing on it. Looking to help it down towards fine leg. 2 slips in there. Sibley and Latham. Sean Abbott is away at backward point. Captain Rory Burns at a wideish mid-off. Jordan Clark at mid-on. Jamie Smith in there at mid-wicket. And then Dan Moriarty under a white hat is at long leg. But you'd rather be Kent at the moment than Surrey in terms of this game of cricket. As Worrell comes in over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Mayeye outside his off stump, because Kent don't need to do anything spectacular here. They just need to bat. That's all they need to do, is bat. And bat well. It's Surrey that need to do something spectacular. Ooh, Sonia. I don't think I've ever been asked that by a proper writer. Oh, a white coffee would be amazing. Sonia, thank you. That's very kind. As in over the wicket comes Worrell to Mayeye. Mayeye's forward, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. I say that, of course. It's a published author of 2 novels, hard-hitting novels.
That is very true.
I always forget that as well. That's how memorable both books were. Yes. There's still thousands of copies of one of them in the Surrey shop.
Typically.
Yeah.
That one.
Yep. As in over the wicket once more comes Worrell to Mayeye, and Mayeye is letting this one go.
Can you not buy the other one in the club shop?
Outside his off stump. No, because the other one was about a friend of mine. The other one was a very serious book, actually.
Okay.
Yeah, but the cricketing one, as I say, if you need a doorstop or anything to prop up a shelf, still plenty available.
It does a job.
Does a job. Turns again, does Worrell in the distance. And will come over the wicket to Mayeye, and Mayeye's forward and plays this one out into the offside. Better start this from Worrell than yesterday morning. He just took a bit of time to settle from that Nackington Road end. Did Dan Worrell. But as I say, it's Surrey here that have to do all the running. Kent just have to bat. Kent can take as much time as they want today. They'd be delighted if, with 56 overs left today, if they were 120 for 2. They'd be pretty happy with that. That lead would be up approaching 300 as Worrell is in and Mayeye's off the mark in nice fashion, just tucking this one off his pads down to Moriarty. And they will pick up a single. Mayeye off the mark, end of the first over of this Kent second innings. They're 1 without loss, which means they lead by 157. Quiet afternoon, that's what Kent wants, isn't it?
Yeah,
just a nice quiet afternoon.
Task for Sean Abbott and Dan Worrell and co. Is to avoid such a scenario. Trying to bowl Surrey back into this game. Kent's bowling figures are having a nice symmetry about them. 3 wickets each for Quinn, 3 for 22, and Agar 3 for 32 from 12 overs. Everson 2 for 22 and Arshdeep 2 for 43. Kadri just that 1 over before lunch. So Mayeye keeping the strike. Compton yet to face. Abbott to Mayeye. Oh, that's a good ball. Flying past the outside edge. Mayeye nervously looking behind him after being drawn towards that ball.
It's a cracking first delivery from Sean Abbott. The ball that got Will Jacks from Wes Agar was an absolute beauty. Just the leg stump left standing.
Good bounce. Good length, that last delivery from Abbott. Pops up on the leg side, off the thigh pad, I think. Jack's there to do the fielding.
Don't know why. Just get the feeling that Abbott might fancy this afternoon. Just sort of talking to him last night, he might fancy a bit of this afternoon, Sean Abbott. Rory Burns' his options, of course. Abbott, Worrell, Clark, Atkinson, bit of Moriarty, bit of Jacks if he needs him.
Yeah, facing Abbott. Pressing forward there. Quite a thick inside edge. Out towards deep square leg, and they come back for 2.
Yeah, that would make you think there's a little bit of swing there. The way that ended up going through the leg side. Full face of the bat from Mieye, but hitting the inside edge. Nicely played, picks up a couple.
Slightly hard hands. He pushed forward defensively to that one. So Abbott was looking to get it to come back. Pin that front pad. Here he comes again. Left alone outside the off stump. 3 without loss, Kent in their second innings, choosing not to enforce the follow-on. After some excellent work from their seamers.
Yeah, they always say with follow-ons, sort of best way to win the game. So Kent have obviously decided our best way of winning this is to bat well second time round and then put Surrey under some real pressure in their second innings.
Score with all the red tops leaving us. Smiyeye is steering this into the onside for a single off his hip. So we need to get them in for the Ashes behind the sight screen when Steve Smith's batting.
Yes. Because Kent, you were saying yesterday, have sort of batted better second time round, haven't they? Well, they did all right first time round. So if that continues, then they'll have a very healthy lead.
I mean, in fairness, first time around, these two batted for half an hour, didn't they, before the first wicket went down? But then it was 3 blokes.
Yep.
So there's plenty of batters that could do better second time round. Jordan Cox's 133, the standout innings of the game so far. As Compton plays defensively into the onside. End of the over. Kent 4 without the loss. But yeah, then of course it was those partnerships with Everson and Agar and their own half-century contributions that helped Kent get up to a good score. The Surrey card is, when you're looking back at it, it looks like a bit of a weird one. Rory Burns 15, then Sibley 9, Atkinson 0, Latham 3, Smith 6, Folkes 3, Jack 6. So there's this trail of single-digit scores before 25, 34, 12, 13, and then 19 for the extras.
Worrell to Mieye from that Nackington Road end. He's forward, punching up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. Well, the thing is, Surrey are in a proper fight here now. So they got into one against Essex and got out of it. And they're in one here with Kent. Still a lot of cricket left today. 55 overs remain today, so
it's going to be a long afternoon session.
It's going to be a very long afternoon session.
Sorry, evening, because we've got 40 minutes until tea, haven't we?
In over the wicket then comes Worrell, and Mieye's letting this one go. Outside his off stump. There's a few of the school kids still here.
Yeah, which is good to see. Maybe they're getting picked up direct rather than going back to school.
Yes. There were quite a few minibuses about though this morning, weren't there?
That's true.
A lot of people watching away from the beer tent down there at the Nackington Road end. The box of balls is down below as well. It's not a box, it's a suitcase of balls. As Worrell is into Mieye, and Mieye is looking to force off the back foot, thick inside edge, rolls into Atkinson, who Comes up to do the fielding at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
It looks like the sort of container that has a coded padlock.
Yes, yes, yes. Sort of keeping the locked away numbers in a sort of spy thriller. What it's actually got in it is some cricket balls, but makes it all very exciting.
If you found it in the street, you'd think there's notes in there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Personally, I'd rather have the cricket balls, but in over the wicket comes Dan Worrell. Miye's forward. That's where he wants him, Dan Worrell. Miye plays this one back up the pitch. Burns does the fielding off his own bowling. And there's no run. I don't quite know how it works really. I don't know whether it's the ground you're at. I think it probably is that at some grounds it's just a box of balls. But here at Canterbury, it's a very nice sort of, it looks like a stainless steel case. Say, keeping the codes in there. As over the wicket goes Worrell again to Miye, who's driving out towards Will Jacks. Jacks gets round to do the fielding. Miye reaching a little for that. He picks up a couple of runs.
Yeah, like you say, the American president in a spy thriller would have
on Air Force
the
One.
Nuclear codes in such a box.
Imagine if you got those muddled up and you found out the codes were here at Canterbury and he's opened it up to find a batch of cricket balls on Air Force One.
Be very confused. Unless he's a big cricket fan.
Well, I don't know whether Joe Biden is. He might be. As in over the wicket goes Worrell to Miye, and Miye's covering up. Worrell's just targeting that off stump at the moment. Miye moves on to 6, end of the over, 6 without loss then, Ken. And the lead is 162. And Sean Abbott it will be to continue from this pavilion end of the ground. But very nice hubbub around the place at the moment. Very nice hubbub. Everybody watching away. Way to our left, lots of conversations taking place and people sat in their chairs. And
busy, the members up a pavilion to our left. Three slips and Sean Abbott ready to come in from this end of the ground once more. Compton lets it go outside the off stump. Elsewhere, Somerset Somerset batting second against Essex, who are 462 for 9 declared, are 101 for 5. Sean Dixon with an unbeaten half century, the only resistance thus far, and in fact they've just lost a 6th wicket, 102 for 6. Lancashire are 365 for 7, having pulled out Hampshire for 142. Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared. Notts 51 for 1 in reply as Abbott bowls, and Compton is playing this one defensively. In Division 2, Derbyshire trailing Yorkshire by 116 runs with just 6 wickets remaining in their second innings. Yorkshire looking to close out an innings victory at Chesterfield. Gloucestershire are 268 for 8 against Leicestershire in that somewhat rain-affected game at Bristol. Worcestershire 176 for 3 in reply to Sussex 348 all out, as Abbott bowls and Compton lets this one go. And then I've left this one to last on purpose. Glamorgan 390 all out, Durham 251 for 4 in reply. Ollie Robinson is 82 not out. Again. He's having a fantastic season for his new county, which on the one hand makes me want to cry, and on the other hand I'm really pleased for him.
You never know, he could come back.
I miss him already.
Oh dear.
I miss him. He's so good to watch.
Does he miss you? It doesn't look like it.
Apparently not, no.
No.
This one's left alone outside the off stump. Why would you when you've got Martin Emerson probably waxing lyrical about your batting?
Filming you at strange moments on his phone with his new tripod. Yes.
But yeah, chuffed for him. He's having a great time. Really showing his quality, and scored some runs in the T20 Blast too. Having a good run in that competition.
It's a good club to be at, Durham.
Doing well this season, aren't they? Having a good time of it. As Abbott bowls Compton back and defending. Yeah, in terms of that Division 2 table, we talked plenty about this Division 1 table, of course. Durham are top with 4 wins out of 6. 1 defeat and 1 draw. No other team has got more than 2 wins. Sussex have drawn 5, 1-1. Worcestershire 2 of each, 2 of everything. So at the moment Durham are sitting very pretty. Almost 30 points clear of anyone. Bit of bat on this, I think. Big shout for LBW. Full delivery, which Compton tried to flick into the leg side. I think it was inside edge into pad. It drops away onto the onside. Maiden over from Sean Abbott, though. And Kent is 6 without loss. Yorkshire at bottom of the table. I don't know why that had slipped my attention before.
Oh, they've had a terrible season so far, but it looks like they might be getting a win.
Yes, against Derbyshire.
Yeah, at Chesterfield. I think it was only last week that they got their first win of the season, and that was in the 2020. So they've had a pretty poor season so far. Down Worrell from the Nackington Road end of the ground, comes in over the wicket to Mayeye, and Mayeye forward, playing this one back up the pitch. And there is Rory Burns moving round to his right hand side to do the fielding, and there is no run. There's still some bunting up away to our right. I don't know if that's bunting for the festival week. It may have been here, I suppose, for the royal wedding.
I think it was for festival week, presumably. Has some of it blown away?
Sorry, it's not the royal wedding, the coronation. If it has been there since the royal wedding, it's been there a while. As in over the wicket comes Worrell, and forward goes Mayeye. Playing this one off a goodish length. Out into the offside, and there is Rory Burns to do the fielding.
There might have been a royal wedding somewhere in the world this summer.
Well, it's the old red, white and blue, isn't it?
True.
Bunting.
Maybe they did have some left over from the coronation, so they thought they'd use it for Canterbury Cricket Week.
Slightly depressingly, I saw a bit of the coronation standing in the rain at Chelmsford as they put it on the big screen, and there was no cricket. Yeah. As Worrell over the wicket, he comes to Mayeye, and Mayeye forward again. Solid looking shot. Round comes Abbott to do the fielding. Gus Atkinson wandering around in there at mid wicket. He'll come into the attack at some point. But yes, Mayeye yesterday was looking very good until he had a fiddle at one outside his off stump off Abbott and was caught behind. He went for 21, but they put on 34 for the first wicket yesterday. These two. Compton was the first to go, caught by Jacks off Abbott for 9 as Worrell is in to Mayeye, and he's forward, thick inside edge. Comes Atkinson to do the fielding. It's good this from Worrell. It's just banging away at a good length outside the off stump. Down Worrell. Goes marching back towards the sight screen. Where's the car park today then, Ben Watts?
Behind the sight screen.
I think I'm there today as well. To park almost in a tree this morning.
I had to make sure I didn't reverse into the wheels.
In over the wicket once again. Comes Worrell forward. Goes Mayeye. Pushes it away into the offside Abbott. Round to do the fielding. And there's no run. Yes, I had a tree to aim at to park properly. But I got... It wasn't... The tree was sort of in from the hedge. So it sort of left my boot a little exposed, I have to say.
Okay.
It's quite a big boot. But still there when I get back tonight. Mayeye waits again as Worrell is in. Mayeye, well, off his hip, pulls this away. It was uppish, but it's away for 4. And Mayeye, the first boundary of this Kent second innings. He moves on to 10. Kent move on to 10, and the lead moves on to 166.
Good start from Mayeye. Oh, look at this.
He's been on a coffee run.
Look at this.
Goodness me.
She can come back whenever she likes.
That is very kind. Thank you, Sonia. Very good of you. Thank you very much. There you are. Keep the old bloke going. That's the way to look at this. It's that sort of time of the afternoon where I can just tend to droop off.
I mean, it might be time for a churchy snooze in a minute, and we'll get Sonia back on commentary. As Compton is back and defending.
I probably shouldn't admit this, but I did nod off on air once.
Did you?
Yeah. Complete over passed me by. And then you know when you wake up and you don't know where you are.
Yeah.
I was a bit like that. Yes. That was a long, hot afternoon, I have to say.
Yes.
That might have been here at Canterbury, actually,
Really?
from memory.
I mean, it could have been in this
very
commentary box.
Yeah.
It wouldn't surprise me.
It was in the days where we were doing it on our own. Yes.
Here comes Abbott in and bowling. Turned away leg side by Compton. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent.
Just keeping an ear on the travel news. Wasn't easy this morning.
No. Wasn't much fun trying to find a route to the ground today.
Monday morning's not a great day to shut the road for roadworks.
No,
Surely
there
there's
was
a better time to do that.
numerous roads that were shut.
Carry over from the weekend, you see.
Knew it had gone too well for us yesterday. Abbott bowls to Compton, forward he comes, plays defensively. Back up the pitch. Watching Kent bat for a second time in this match. They're 10 without loss in their second innings. Mayeye scored all of those 10 runs, pulling one away to the boundary in the previous over. Compton has only faced 10 balls and has blocked most of them or left them. He's yet to score. Kent have a lead in this game then of 166 runs because they bowled Surrey out for 145 in the visitors' first innings. 3 wickets apiece as this one's a short ball and Compton going for the hook shot and he's missed it. Through it goes to the keeper. 3 wickets apiece for Matt Quinn and for Wes Agar, 2 for Arshdeep Singh and 2 for Joey Everson, who picked up the 2 wickets for the 2 all-rounders, Clark and of Abbott this afternoon when they were going along nicely. Arshdeep getting the last wicket, cleaning up Dan Worrell to complete the Surrey innings. So Kent so far, although the table in Division 1 County Championship, they are 9th and Surrey are top. It is Kent who are on top in this game at the moment and looking to try and build a lead, and then hopefully from their point of view an unassailable one that Surrey won't be able to get. But this is still neatly poised, although Kent on top. Commentary continuing as this one's dropped. Compton tickling it round the corner to leg gully and it passes by. So a life for Compton on naught. Kent remain none down. 11 on the board in the second innings. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport website and app.
Well, it's Will Jacks in there. It was a heck of an effort, wasn't it? From he'd just gone in there at leg slip and turned off his hip by Compton and flung himself to his right. Got a good hand to it. He'll be disappointed, Jacks, with that. And that was almost the first one for Surrey. It has to go down as a life for Compton.
Certainly does. On naught as well, as Abbott bowls full drive and 4. Mayeye showing his class, moves to 14 and Kent 15 without loss.
I'm off. Sonia's coming on to bring some much needed gravitas to this, but we just ended there with a bit of Terence Trent Derby as well, which is rather nice for the afternoon. Lovely.
In our headphones.
Oh no, it's the car keys.
Oh, Churchy's dropped his keys.
I've taken my shoes off.
And he's
I've left my shoes behind. This is all going horribly wrong.
But yeah, that field that was set to Compton had a little bit of the Latham vibes about it, in that Surrey posting fielders where they think Compton likes to score his runs, that will tickle off the pads to short mid-wicket or the leg gully going in and saying, if you want to score in that area, we're going to stick a fielder there, and if you hit it in the air, it's going to be a chance. Similar to what I guess Kent did with Tom Latham before he was caught short mid-wicket for 3. But Compton getting that life and getting off the mark in the same moment. So Kent's 15 without loss in their second innings. 171 the lead as Dan Worrell from the Nackington Road end bowls to Compton. And he defends into the covers. Welcome back to Sonia.
Yeah, good afternoon.
How's your tea or your coffee or whatever you went for?
Coffee. It's all right.
Did you get it from the Lime Tree Cafe?
I did get it from the Lime Tree Cafe.
Very good.
I did also manage to somehow avoid the lovely selection of cakes that were on offer.
Good restraint.
It was a lot of self-restraint, and also I've hurt one of my hands, so it was also physically how much can I carry.
That's also true. As Moral bowls, Compton defends. Tell the listeners, what have you done to your hands? Because you've got some big strapping on it.
Yeah, I've got a full splint on it. I've had one x-ray, and they said that one of the bones that might be broken won't show up for a few days, so I've got a second appointment to go get another one.
Charming.
And I've got to wear this until then.
How did you do said injury?
I fell off my bike.
Ah. Wasn't the cricketing one then?
Unfortunately not. That would be a lot easier to explain, wouldn't it?
But you missed cricket because of the injury?
I did miss cricket. I was supposed to play on Saturday, and I had to pull out, and unfortunately my replacement scored a 50.
Oh no, as this one's defended away into the onside. I mean, do you like your replacement, or...?
Yeah, it was one I chose, but, you know, when you replace yourself with someone better, you're not getting back in that team.
And this was, am I right in thinking, is it 6-a-side cricket?
It's 8-a-side, I think.
8-a-side.
Yeah. LMS down in Clapham Common in London.
LMS standing for?
Last man stands. You can have one batter at the end, and there's an opportunity to score 12 off the last ball.
Ooh. Sounds funky.
It does have some funky rules and some funky kits, as I worked out when I went to watch on Saturday. Yeah, you get to design your own kit, and it can...
Love a funky kit.
There was a team playing in vests.
Oh, okay.
Like blue vests. I don't think I've ever seen cricket played in, like,
vests?
Sleeveless tops,
Yeah.
no.
It's like having a sleeveless jumper but not the top underneath. There's Worrell now has got a leg gully in for Compton, and he's edging it wide of second slip for 4 down to a vacant third man. Rubbing salt in the wound slightly, being Compton. Having been dropped on naught, he moves to 5 and Kent 19 without loss.
And what's your favourite kit?
I was telling you earlier, I like the South East Stars kit. Their one-day kit, the bright yellow tops and then the red trim on the navy trousers. Got some good training kit as well.
I quite like the Surrey deep blue training kit. I think that's a really nice.
See, Mark Church said it looks a bit like a boiler suit when someone's coming round to fix your taps or something, as this one's turned away into the offside by Compton off the back foot.
Well, maybe less so today because they were all in shorts.
Yes.
I quite like the blue.
Okay.
My favourite colour is always the Brisbane Heat one. You know, that deep teal in the Big Bash.
Yes.
I just think that's such a lovely colour.
Yes, both Sam Billings and Joe Denley have worn said Brisbane Heat deep teal, as you put it. As Worrell around the wicket to Compton. Nudges this out towards square leg. Into the over. 7 have gone in this Kent second innings, and they've got 19 without loss on the board. Just trying to think of some of my other favourites now. Kent have had some funky T20 ones in the last few years.
I like the one with the Spitfires on. I do quite like a funky kit. But I'm less likely to buy one that's really bright.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because if I think of wearing it out for a run or going to the gym, you don't really want everyone staring at you. Well, some people might. Personally, not necessarily for me. So I tend to stay away from the bright oranges as a general rule.
Sean Abbott bowls to Manieye. Plays this one defensively. There's the blue one that England won the World Cup in, the one-day World Cup, 50 overs. Obviously they won the T20 as well.
See, that one I do like, but I also think New Zealand kits, just the sleek all black Canterbury, is always a really good bet.
Yeah, New Zealand kits, definitely. Some of their slightly more throwback classic ones, old school ones. This one's angled down towards third man by Mieye for a single. When they've maybe got a white fern on it or something, or they had a little bit of the teal as well, was the... yeah, New Zealand, definitely. Good kits. 20 without loss, Kent.
And as we're talking about that, obviously we're watching a game where everyone's playing in whites.
Yes, my granddad used to call coloured kits pyjamas. He was very much of the cricket should be played in whites type supporter, as this one's a short ball, which Compton ducks underneath. But I think it's important in terms of the next generation, isn't it? You know, the coloured kits and coloured balls, it adds an element to it. I played a game earlier on this season that had zinger bails.
Ooh.
Flashing stumps and bails. That was fun.
I'd love that.
Although I did bowl one delivery that the batsman defended, and it crawled towards the stumps, and it hit the stumps, and the zinger bails were too heavy and didn't come off, which was slightly disappointing. As Abbott bowls again, they're trying to really target that front pad of Compton, and if he looks to play around it rather than playing straight, they've got catchers in position at leg gully and at short mid wicket.
Do you think the normal bails would have come off? Are you blaming the zinger bails, or would it have been a tough ask for some wooden ones?
I think the wooden ones would have come off. They're just that bit lighter than the ones with some sort of battery in them, that light, or whatever it is that lights up the wiring, etc. Here comes Abbott, left alone outside the off stump.
Must be some sort of battery.
Yeah,
If they light up, must be something.
Yeah, exactly. So they're that bit heavier.
You've played with zinger bails, and I've played games without bails.
But I did like the zinger bails and the stumps. It was very jazzy.
Oh, I do like coloured kits, I have to admit. Although, I do think some of these players now who play these franchise leagues around the world must have entire rooms full of kit.
That is true. What do they do with all their kit once they've used it?
Give it away?
Probably give it away. Here comes Abbott around the wicket. Defended away into the onside.
I know some people give it to, Lord Taverners who send kit overseas if a particular kit's been like discontinued. And obviously they've got to always wear the new kits, so sometimes they give away some of that.
That's nice.
Yeah. Wonder what else you'd do with it. Otherwise you'd have to have whole wardrobes dedicated to cricket kit. And helmets as well, because they get branded helmets for every club.
That is true. Kent are 20 without a loss in their second innings. Ben Watson, Sonia Twig with you from Canterbury. Often see, let's say, Dom Sibley plays for Ashted Cricket Club. In their club pavilion, they might have a Dom Sibley sign top or whatever on the wall or something. Like, you see that, don't you? That players will give kits away to their club or auctioned off for charity, etc. As it's a full delivery from Worrell, which is defended out by Mayeye into the covers.
If some of these players play for 5 or 6 sides, it's 4 sets of match kit and training kit. You can't really give all of that away, can you?
The amount of teams that Sam Billings has played for, I think he played for most of the teams in the Big Bash, let alone all the other leagues he's played in, PSL and IPL.
Well, there was that Flintoff documentary or series, wasn't there, where he showed out in a Big Bash helmet that must have been lying around for years.
Here comes Worrell bowls. Hits the front pad. I think it was sliding down. Only half an appeal, really. Was that the BBC One series where he put together his cricket team?
Yeah, and then they had a match at the end. And he came out in, I can't remember which team it was now, maybe a Stars helmet?
Yeah, I can't remember what team he played for in the Big Bash. I did really enjoy that series, though.
Oh, me too, yeah.
Really interesting the way he just was trying to get kids engaged with cricket who otherwise just would have been completely off their, not on their radar. As Worrell bowls, and it's pushed away out towards cover point.
I think also it makes you realise how complicated cricket is to explain to people who've never heard of it before. Because obviously we all take for granted in our little bubble that most people at least know what's going on, even if they don't know the ins and outs of it. So to try and explain the concept to kids who probably have never even seen it on TV and how tough an ask that is. Never mind getting them to actually put on whites.
Yeah. I'm assuming it's still on iPlayer, that series, as Mayeye plays a shot at this one outside the off stump.
I assume so. I'm not sure. They might even be doing another series.
I think you're right. I think there is a second series. Is it called Freddie Flintoff's Field of Dreams?
That's
is that what it? I'm pretty sure you're right. I think there might be another series coming. And then one of the lads in his team has been training with the Lancashire age groups, hasn't he? I think.
Yeah.
Which is cool.
Yeah, definitely. So, one of the most powerful stories.
Worrell bowling. Oh, again, Mayeye on the front foot, feeling for this delivery, swinging away towards the slip cord, and Worrell really in a nice groove now from the Nackington Road end. And he has a delivery away from a maiden. 5 overs he'll have bowled once he's delivered this final one of the over. None for 11 so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, none for 9 from Abbott. Bit of warming up going on down at long leg. Stretching
Warming
off
up
the
or
side.
stretching?
Oh, yeah, there's a bit of stretching. I'm trying to see who it is. As Worrell again beats the outside edge of Miyeye's bat. Maiden over. Really exquisite skill from the Australian bowler. It's just Will Jack stretching, I think. Not sure he's necessarily going to have a go before tea.
Be a very early introduction of spin.
Certainly would be. Abbott's going to continue then for his 5th over. Kent's lead 176. They're 20 without a loss still in their 2nd innings.
Well, we did see 1 over of spin just before lunch and not overly successfully.
No, Cashrew went for 13 off that over, which is, when you think of it, not far off being 10% of the amount of runs Surrey scored in their innings. It's Abbott from around the wicket. Angles it in towards the hip or the glove of Compton. Tried to steer it leg side. Didn't lay bat on ball. I mean, it's not. I know it's not quite 10%, but still, when you think about Surrey being 145 all out and 13 of those coming off 1 over of spin before lunch.
Yeah, I think it was just... He'd bowled quite full as well. There were a few full tosses in there, and that was a point where Surrey were really looking to push on the scoring. So that will definitely have impacted it. We haven't seen enough, don't think, to know whether the wicket's going to turn or not from that 1 over.
This one defended away off the back foot by Compton into the covers. Just, I guess, a moment in the game where Kent can't really gain too much, so they're almost just trying to feel their way into this 2nd innings. 10 minutes until tea. Surrey will be hoping for a breakthrough before then. Could have had one, but Compton was dropped at leg gully. Abbott around the wicket to him. Angles this down towards the orthodox gully, and they come back for 2 because there's no 3rd man. So Compton on to 7. Kent to 22 without loss.
Good solid start, nice platform from Kent, sort of laying the foundation. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to do because they might want these runs to come quite quickly.
I guess they do have the time in the game. Obviously we're on the 2nd afternoon. So they'll, in theory, want to bat for as Abbott bowls a full ball, and it's driven away by Compton. This will be 4 up the slope towards the seats where a few of the remaining school children who are in the ground still are on the grassy bank, and Compton moves to 11. Yeah, I guess, let's say they want, you know, in an ideal scenario, you bat until this time tomorrow and give yourself 4 sessions to try and win the game.
Yeah, hopefully there aren't any more thunderstorms hanging around.
Yeah. That was quite something this morning.
It's quite impressive.
It really was, actually.
Especially when I checked the weather forecast yesterday and there was no chance of rain all day.
Around the wicket comes Abbott. Compton defending this one back to the bowler. I must commend my umbrella that I just found in the back of my car, because I was walking around the ground and the water was just sort of bouncing off the top of it and spraying it all around me, but luckily I managed to stay dry, getting from one side of the ground to the other.
Were you here when the kids screamed and ran for cover?
Yeah, and a few of them were looking very damp.
They'll have dried up quick
Because
enough.
they didn't bring coats, as you wouldn't have done, having looked at the forecast. Here comes Abbott. Fended away once more by the left-handed Compton. End of the over. 6 runs coming from it, so Compton moving to 11-15 for Mieye. Kent 26 without loss. Somebody, one of the Surrey subfielders, was going to bring out a helmet there, but I don't think it's necessary just yet. Dan Worrell is absolutely going to carry on.
There's just one on the boundary rope there, isn't there?
Yeah, and some shin pads.
Yeah.
And then subfielder appeared as if he was going to bring one out for maybe an over a spin before tee, which is a possibility, I guess. As a bit of an experiment. At the moment, Worrell is trying to continue working over Mieye. Lets this one go outside the off stump. So you've got a busy few weeks coming up, Sonia, then?
Yeah, I think I'll sleep in August. No, I mean, it's going to be amazing, but it is quite a hectic schedule for me, never mind how the players are going to manage, you know, 5 tests in 6 weeks. It's going to be a tough ask. I think, especially like the fast bowlers and the demands that puts on the body and the pressure of the Ashes, trying to repeat that 5 times.
Here comes Worrell. Oh, again, Mieye just feeling for this one outside the off stump, and it passes through to the keeper. I guess in that sense, probably expecting a bit of rotation, aren't we, from an England point of view?
Yeah, definitely. I think, I'm not sure there's any fast bowler who could conceivably or has said that they will play. You know, they're up for playing all 5. I think speaking to, you know, Stuart Broad and Anderson, they're going, oh, well, we know there's going to be rotation, so if you miss... Well, Broad said the other day, you know, he's not going to be too disappointed if he doesn't play at Edgbaston, because there's always going to be a chance later on in the series, and it's a different attitude and not one I think we've had before.
Here comes Worrell, left alone outside the off stump. I would have thought he will play that first game, especially after the way he bowled against Ireland.
I would have thought so, but I think for whoever does miss out, and there inevitably will be at least 1 or 2 who do, it's not like you're dropped. There will be that opportunity to come back because, you know, 2 bowlers in their late 30s.
Yeah.
5 tests in 6 weeks.
Hansen in his early 40s, isn't he? So, yeah. Amazing the longevity they've both had, though. As Worrell bowling to Mieye. Fuller delivery, and he tries to drive and skews away square of the wicket out towards wide third man. Has to just hurry a little bit to come back for the second. Kent 28 without loss in their second innings, having chosen not to enforce the follow-on.
Well, Kent obviously had the longevity expert in Darren Stevens. Still going in his mid-40s.
Yeah. Absolutely. He wanted to carry on as well. Would have done. Happily, if Kent had offered him a new deal.
Must be strange playing with people who were born after you made your debut.
Here comes Worrell. Cut away hard by Mieye out towards third man. I think for when you spoke to his teammates and asked people about Darren Stevens' longevity and say, you know, how's he still going, sort of thing, they would tell you that he was the biggest kid in the dressing room, sort of thing. You know, he still had the energy of the youngest player in the team, and the silliness and, you know, all of that sort of thing that goes on within a changing room, as well as still the ability, of course, having helped Kent to the One-Day Cup title last year.
Well, I think Rayan Ahmed was barely born when Anderson made his debut.
Here comes Worrell down the leg side. Good take from Folkes. Diving to his right. Clasping the ball with both hands. Here comes some gear then for Folkes and presumably Jamie Smith, the shin pads. And we are going to seemingly see some spin before tea.
And a bit of a drinks break as well. Must be quite hot for them out there.
I'm sure Kent won't mind if they only have to face one more over before the tea break. This will just slow things down slightly, but it will leave a potentially monster session before stumps.
Yeah, could be quite a very long evening.
It's not necessarily boding well for my availability for six-side football tonight.
No, potentially not.
Somebody else might
I
be.
don't think it's going to rain and shorten the evening session anyway.
Somebody else might be going in goal tonight.
That's where you want to be on a hot day like this. Goal. Don't want to be running around.
No, no. So Will Jacks is going to have a bowl then. Once Jamie Smith has finished putting the shin pads on.
Just having a couple of warm-up bowls now. Will Jacks to the fielder in a floppy hat just to get himself ready to come on.
5 Live Sports Extra listeners with us in the final few moments actually here at Canterbury before tea. So having started that a little bit later, we have a scheduled 4 o'clock tea break. Kent 29 without loss in their second innings and leading Surrey by 185 runs after they bowled the visitors and the Division 1 leaders out for 145. Here's Miyeye driving up to extra cover. Will Jacks bowling an over of spin before the tea break, seemingly. And Ben Compton on 11, having had a life when he was yet to score in the second innings. Back goes Miyeye. Drives up towards mid-off. Shy of the stumps, or the throw goes to the keeper's end. Yeah, Compton tickling one around the corner. And it was Jacks himself at leg gully who moved to his right but couldn't hold on. So Compton has gone on since then to hit a couple of boundaries. Miyeye 19, Compton 11, all the runs off the bat so far, 30 without loss. On top against 301 in their first innings, that century yesterday for Jordan Cox.
Cover's quite close as well here.
Yeah, Tom Latham in tight. Sonia Twigg alongside myself, Ben Watts, and Mark Church is here with us in the commentary box at Canterbury as well. This is a full toss from Will Jacks. He's lobbed it up for Ben Compton to gleefully sweep to the rope.
If you've just been put in at short leg, you are not thanking your bowler for that one.
Jamie Smith has just spent the last few minutes putting padding and various other bits of protection on. And yes, as you say, Will Jacks has just lobbed up a nice treat for Compton to slap in his direction. Leg side again, and this one's, I think, off the pad. Rory Burns is chasing it down towards fine leg. They'll come back for 2. Just waiting to see from the umpire. No, it must have been a bit of bat that time from Compton. So, more runs for him. On to 17.
They're going at quite a reasonable rate here,
Yeah,
actually, considering how hard it looked for Surrey earlier in the day.
Yeah, 3.1 and over. It's up on the scoreboard. I didn't work it out myself. But yeah, so you're right. They have actually, as Jacks bowls, defended away. Dare I say it looked fairly comfortable. I don't know about your thoughts, Sonia.
Well, there was the drop catch, which might have made things a bit more interesting. But otherwise, I think they have looked quite comfortable.
Worrell's bowled very well to Miyeye. Kept him quiet. This one's turned away into the onside after a strong start from the Zimbabwe-born opener. With a couple of early boundaries. And since then he has certainly been becalmed by Dan Worrell.
I think they thought that was going to be the last over before tea, but I'm not sure it's actually going to be.
Are we going to squeeze an extra one in? Is it going to be Worrell or Moriarty? Worrell sprinting in to try and have another go, yes. So 1 minute to 4. We are going to get another over in. Going to have 44 overs after tea, so we might as well bowl an extra one beforehand.
It's going to be a mammoth session.
Yeah, it's going to be a long one. But
Your six-a-side football is hanging in the balance
here. I was
here.
meant to be playing at 8:30 on the other side of the county, so I might be texting my pals to say somebody else might need to find a pair of gloves and go in goal tonight.
Tell you what, I'm not envious of whoever is playing football in this heat today.
Yeah, it's a bit hot for that, isn't it?
It's a winter sport for a reason.
Tough work for the Surrey bowlers, for Worrell. And cut away by Miyeye out towards extra cover, but certainly the Kent bowlers earlier on, putting the work in these conditions, got their rewards, didn't they? 3 for 22 from Quinn, Wes Agar, 3 for 32, 2 for 43 from Arshdeep and 2 for 22 from Joey Everson. So they all really contributed in an excellent way.
I do think it has got easier to bat as the day's gone on. I think there was quite a lot of moisture in the air around earlier, and it does seem to have sort of brightened up and cleared up.
Yeah, off the back of the thunderstorm, it definitely gave some help, didn't it? Here's a push up towards mid-off by Millet. They come through for a single. To me, it's just felt the pitch is, I don't know, it's just felt it's that bit slower since kind of come out for their second innings.
What was it that Churchy said it heard earlier?
Well, Abbott said to him last night that yesterday afternoon it was almost like the air went out the pitch. It was almost like, you know, a balloon burst and deflated, and suddenly the life that was in the wicket just stopped, and the pitch went that bit flatter.
Do you think we could be seeing the same thing today?
I think it is possible, which, you know, if it does play out that way, would explain, well, would almost justify Kent batting again rather than bowling.
I mean, even bowling for the short time they did on a day like today must take it out of you.
Absolutely. Here comes Worrell, certainly in the heat, as you mentioned. Down the leg side, flying Ben Folkes with the take behind the stumps. 3 balls to go until the tea break. Rory Burns is slowly just moving more catches into close positions for Compton. He's got himself in at short mid-wicket. There's almost a silly mid-on in place now. There's a leg gully, 1 slip, normal gully.
What's your preferred hat of choice?
I mean, I'm just
floppy, wide brim.
I had a floppy
baseball cap.
Yeah, I had floppy ones when I was younger. I tend to just wear a normal kind of baseball cap. Although we do have some baggy ones, my club, as well. So a bit of both. Yeah, one of the Surrey support staff has got a snapback one on down there, watching on from the other side of the boundary. Had to explain what a snapback was to Churchy earlier. Around the wicket comes Worrell. Back goes Compton, defending into the offside. It's those baseball caps with the really flat peaks rather than... They're sort of a slightly different shape as well,
Yeah,
aren't
they're a
they?
bit wider. I quite like them.
Sort of rounder.
I like the baggy hats, but my problem is most of them don't have slots for ponytails.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
I've got a really nice one from one of the clubs I played for as a kid, and I can't wear it because I never could be able to wear it because there was never a space for a ponytail.
Yeah. Can you kind of put it in a bob and tuck it in, or does it not work? Because here comes Worrell again down the leg side through to the keeper.
I suppose it would depend how much hair you had, but it might be quite hot.
Yeah, probably. I would have thought so. So you go baseball cap and put it through?
Yeah.
Is that the main?
Usually.
Yeah, that does seem to be the general
Some of the
style
snapbacks
option.
don't have them either.
No, that's true, they don't. That is true.
I mean, cricket helmets don't, but you generally go for a
Would you keep
low
your hat
bun.
on? Would you keep your hat on to bowl?
No, never.
It's that bit of an Australian thing. I saw Aaron Burns doing it the other day. As down the leg side again from Worrell. And that'll be tea here at Canterbury. Kent 37 without loss, 20 for Compton, 20 for Millet, 17 for Compton. Yes, and we've just gone to tea here at Canterbury. Kent have got through to the interval without losing any wickets so far in their second innings. They lead Surrey by 193 runs. Millet is on 20, Compton on 17, having been dropped on 0. But those two have managed to reach this section of the game. 44 overs still to go in the day's play, so we've potentially got a long evening session after the delay to the start of proceedings with that thunderstorm earlier on. But then Kent coming out after reducing Surrey to 18 for 2 last night and bowling out the Division 1 leaders for 145. 3 wickets for Quinn, 3 for Agar, 2 for Arshdeep and 2 for Joey Everson. An excellent effort from Kent with the ball. They could have enforced a follow-on. They've opted not to, and so far the two openers have done a pretty good job in order to try and start building the platform for Kent to go on and put a really good lead on the board to see if they can see out this result here at Canterbury on Festival Week. We've had loads of school kids in the ground as well who've been enjoying the cricket and have headed off for the evening now, but we will be back on commentary on the BBC Sport app and website in around about 20 minutes' time for the final session of the day. Kent to resume 37 without loss, second time around.
Because it's still pretty warm.
How long is that going to take us? Currently at 23 minutes past 4. 7 o'clock?
We could be here past 7 o'clock.
We could be, couldn't we? So, yes. A long evening session on the way. And you feel like it could be quite a pivotal session in the game. Gus Atkinson is going to bowl from the pavilion end. To me, yeah, he's been pinned on the pad. He's gone for the pull shot, first ball after tee. Let's see if we can see a replay of how high it was.
I thought it looked quite high. My first but he's not the tallest of batters.
Did get himself into a bit of a pickle there. Trying to play that shot to the first ball after the break.
Well, that's quite high.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's hit him far above the knee roll onto the thigh pad already.
Atkinson to me, full delivery, which he's gone for the drive and somehow skewed it down towards a long leg. They're coming back for a quite swiftly sprinted 2. Somebody put some water in those stump holes because the 2 stumps have just been flattened by Ben, folks.
They've absolutely gone flying there. They've come out way too easily.
I think it's something to do with the moisture that we had earlier on in the day.
Yeah, because they weren't flying out of the ground when Surrey were batting, were they?
Well, there was the Will Jacks dismissal where 2 ended up on the floor and 1 was left standing.
Maybe that loosened them.
Maybe.
Now they're going to be jumping all over the place.
39 without loss then, Mayeye to 22. Atkinson driven away for 4. Square of the wicket out towards cover point. That's class.
It's a lovely drive. Just almost held the pose as he just sort of leant on it. Didn't try and overhit it. Just punched into the offside for 4.
Yeah, really nice from Twanda Mayeye. 26 for him. 45 without loss, Kent. Could have bowled again. Could have enforced the follow-on. Decided to bat. I think no ball signalled as well, actually, which I missed in the original instance, but having just seen the replay on the live stream, umpire signalled a front foot overstep. It's pulled away into the onside. That was airborne briefly out towards mid-wicket. This has been an interesting start to play after the tea break.
It's been an entertaining one.
The first ball, there was a big appeal for LBW, then a 2 down to long leg, then a no ball which got creamed for 4, and the next ball, if it carried 5 yards more, it would have been a catch at forward square leg. Atkinson bowls to Mayeye out towards that same fielder on the leg side.
He's an interesting batter, isn't he? I love watching him. It's sort of the flourish that comes with all the shots. He's a very eye-catching stroke player.
Absolutely.
I actually interviewed him before the start of the season, and because he started playing sort of multi-day red ball cricket so late, his ceiling might be a bit high, because when he started, some people had been playing for 2 or 3 years already.
Waiting for this one from Atkinson. He's driving down the ground.
So he was saying when he came through, started playing second 11 around 19, 20. Some of those players had already been playing since sort of 16, 17, so they had so much more experience. So it could mean that he's got a lot further to go, like, as in.
And I think you do see that sometimes in some of his methods of dismissal. Just there's that little bit of naivety still, because he's got all the shots. It's
Absolutely.
It's just knowing when to bring them out of the locker. As this one is defended away into the onside, and he does play fast bowling particularly well. He just seems to have time against quick bowling, which is quite a gift, quite a talent. 45 without loss. There was a shot he played at the Oval, which I don't know if you saw, but there was a clip of it doing the rounds, where he just sort of whipped it over the top of third man for 6. And one of the other journalists who was in the press box that day made some comment about he's going to be the best bat in the world type thing. You see that shot and you just think, wow.
Well, I was reading when I was doing my prep, I read an interview with him from a couple of years ago now, where at his school they had the bowling machine up to 99, and he didn't realise and was just playing it.
Yeah, so he was at Eastbourne College, And I think it was Rob Thurley, the former Kent spinner, who was the coach there, hence why he's ended up here rather than, say, Sussex. And yeah, I think he did crank it up. And like you said, that story about him just not realising and still being able to play it. And yeah, I think from that point onwards there was a bit of a ring up Kent and say, we've got this lad. He's a bit handy. You might want to have a look at him. And Kent signed him pretty quickly after that, I think, as Jordan Clark. Oh, bowls to Compton, and it's ballooned up for point, and he takes the catch. And Surrey get their breakthrough in the first over from Jordan Clark from the Nackington Road end after tea. And Compton, having had a life before the interval, has just got himself in a, I don't know, an awkward position. Just going to see the replay of that, whether there was some extra bounce from Clark. Just not quite sure what happened there for Compton, whether it was actually onto him that bit slower than he expected, perhaps.
It didn't really offer a shot. It sort of just let his back there, and it just caught the leading edge and ballooned to the guy at point, almost. Bit innocuous, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And Clark has bowled particularly well from that Nackington Road end in the game, but I don't think, well, it doesn't feel like he did anything particularly special to bring about that wicket. But yeah, just some sort of misjudgment from Compton, or a slight awkward bounce, I don't quite know. But
yeah, it just looked a little bit awkward, but he didn't really move his feet or sort of try and do anything specific there.
No, it's quite a uncharacteristic sort of Compton dismissal, really, for him to be not quite tidy in his technique. And
yeah, it looked very sort of tidy and correct until this point.
Yeah, so Compton gone then for 17, so bettering the previous, well, the first innings opening stand of 34, but of course it was at that point that there was a bit of carnage, and Kent went from 34 without loss to 35 for 4 and 41 for 5. So the task for Kent second time around is to make sure they don't have the same kind of collapse off the back of the opening pair being split up. So Bell Drummond in at number 3 on a pair, turning this one away into the onside. 26 for Mieye then, and 17 for Compton, caught by Atkinson, who was the man underneath that dolly of a catch.
He scored some big runs the other day, didn't he, in the T20 stuff, Bell Drummond?
Had a match-winning knock against Hampshire on Friday night, which was great to see.
He's an interesting player, because when he first came through, he's very much a red ball player, and as his career's gone on, he's sort of drifted more into the white ball stuff.
In terms of his averages, definitely. This one's down the leg side. Yeah, he got that 100 in a tour game against Australia, and I think everyone was expecting him to be a future England opener in 4-day cricket. But then actually, technically, his game probably lends itself more to white ball, where the ball swings around a bit less, and it's had a bit of a weakness in terms of getting out LBW, or tends to play with his hands quite close to his body as well, and a little bit with a slightly open blade, which, you know, in one-day cricket you can get a lot of runs that way. Plays this one out towards extra cover on the back foot, Bell Drummond.
Well, there is no better time to be a white ball specialist, I guess. Travel around the world playing cricket, it's where all the money is.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't think Bell Drummond has actually played in any... No, I'll change that. The only one he's played in was actually the New Zealand T20. He played over there.
He did a T10 as well, I think, at one point.
Yeah, quite possibly. Update for BBC Radio Kent. Well, we're back on after the tea break, and unfortunately Kent have actually lost their first wicket in their second innings. Ben Compton going back to a delivery from Jordan Clark, but didn't seem to quite get in the right position, and whether there was an awkward bounce out there, I don't know, but it ballooned up to point for an easy catch. So Compton out for 17, did have a life on 0, so in a way, some bonus runs from that point of view. But now Mieye out there on 26, and he's hit a couple of really crisp shots since the interval to move on to that score. Bell Drummond joining him and Kent 45 for 1. Of course, it was at this point in the first innings where they had a mini collapse and then had to recover from it. So they'll be hoping as Belle Drummond gets off the mark, gets a little applause for that, having got naught in the first innings. They'll be hoping that they can avoid such a scenario second time around. The good thing is, of course, that they lead by 202 runs in the match, because Kent, having made 301 first time around, bowling Surrey out for 145 earlier on today, with 3 wickets each for Agar and for Quinn, 2 for Arshdeep and Everson. So they do have the upper hand in the game, and they're looking to build this lead in the remaining 42 overs in a mammoth evening session that we've got on the cards. So we've got commentary online via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent 46 for 1. So Atkinson to continue, and Belle Drummond, has managed to keep the strike. I'm going to vacate. Mark Church is going to join Sonia.
As Atkinson comes in to Belle Drummond, who's kept the strike, and he lets it go straight through to the keeper, and there's no run. Kent 46 for 1, as I'm joined by Mark Church.
Thank you, Sonia. I'm just wondering whether today will ever finish. I've just looked up and there's still 41.5 overs left today.
Yeah, I think I could be getting back to London quite late.
Oh dear. This is taking a while. Oh, still got a little bit of clean feed. Oh, yeah. I think this is a bit of Bruce Springsteen. As here is Gus Atkinson on a good length, and forward goes Daniel Belle Drummond. He plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Little bit of encouragement there for Jordan Clark with that wicket of Ben Compton.
Yeah, a bit of sort of didn't quite offer a shot really for it, and there won't be many easier catches at point.
It just got big on him, but it didn't get big on him quickly, if that makes sense. It wasn't like one of those that explodes off the surface. Still got Bruce Springsteen, as this one's turned by Belle Drummond into the leg side. There's Sean Abbott doing the fielding.
Happy to be joined by a bit of Springsteen.
I'm always happy to hear from the boss, I have to say. He is the consummate professional, consummate crooner, I think it's fair to say.
Well, we've been joined by a ukulele band at times today as well.
Yeah, we have, and yesterday it was the jazz flute, and I'm delighted to say I think the jazz flute is back tomorrow, which I'm very excited about, as in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and Belle Drummond just digs him out, plays him up towards mid-on, and there is no run. The interesting thing with this for me is that Kent are in no rush whatsoever. Absolutely no rush whatsoever. And Surrey have just got to keep plugging away here. But again, I think what we saw this morning was we had the thunderstorm. I think that did liven the pitch up. I think there was a bit more there this morning than we've seen this afternoon. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, short ball. Belle Drummond's up on his toes, turning this one into the leg side. Round goes Sean Abbott to do the fielding, and there is no run. So Kent is still in a terrific position, because it really equates to 202 for 1, 46 for 1, because their lead is 202. Surrey are not out of it, but Kent are holding the cards at the moment, as Belle Drummond waits on one. As Atkinson is over the wicket to him, short ball, Belle Drummond pulling, and there's a dive there from Moriarty, but that's a typical Belle Drummond shot. Off his hip, pulled away for 4, and that is the Kent 50. And that's coming up off the last ball of the over. And I heard you chatting with Ben Watts. He's an interesting one, Belle Drummond, so much talent, but as you were both saying, sort of started red ball his career, then a lot more white ball, and went off and played some franchise stuff. But I know, speaking with Ben and Matt Cole, that he's very keen to sort of make a lot of runs again in the red ball stuff.
I mean, he's going to be 30 this year, so there is definitely time. I think definitely since I started watching and being involved in cricket, players are going on a lot later.
Absolutely is. Here is Jordan Clark then to Mayeye, who's playing a little short arm tug into the leg side. I think this might be a little dangerous period for young Mr. Mayeye. He's sort of come out after tea, and to me looking like he's trying to play a few shots here. So I think this could be a dangerous little period for him. He has all the talent in the world, this lad. He plays some gorgeous shots. He really does. He's got every shot in his locker.
A very elegant batsman, and one that you almost can't keep your eye off when you're watching.
Absolutely. As he waits once again, as Jordan Clark is into him, that's better. He just lets this one go outside his off stump. he's one of those that I always think, imagine if he batted for 3 hours. 3-4 hours, what he'd be on. Without really being aggressive, he's just naturally a run scorer, isn't he? But would it be fair to say, Ben Watts, that with Mr. Mier so far it's been more little cameos than significant knocks? So I think he's got an opportunity here because he's got a long time to bat. We're only in the last session of day 2 here, as Jordan Clark is into him, and Mier, oh well, here we go, he's got hold of that one. It was short, and it's a short arm jab over the top of Dan Worrell at mid-on, but I don't think Surrey will mind seeing that too much from him. He's got hold of that one. He's on to 30, but he's come out after tea a bit perky, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, and what a better way to entertain a pretty decent crowd that we've got here for this evening session.
Yeah, well, it's the modern way, isn't it? It really is. As he settles himself down over his bat once again. Down the slope comes Jordan Clark from the Nackington Road end, and wow, he's pulling this one off his hip as well. Down towards fine leg, oop, and Dan Moriarty has a little fumble but recovers well and gets the throw in over the top of the stumps.
You've almost got 2 openers on show here, where you've got Mier and then you had Don Sibley earlier, and playing completely different styles of cricket.
Yep, absolutely. Ben Folkes wants something from the dressing room. He's pointing over towards Will Jacks, and that's almost as if Will Jacks is saying, I'm coming off, can you get someone on for me? There, as in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark to Bow Drummond, who's letting this one go. Outside his off stump and taken by Ben Folkes away to his left. So that was almost the sort of rolling sub signal from Will Jacks, sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope. So it'd either be Tom Laws or Cameron Steele that would come out to replace Will Jacks. I may have that completely wrong, but that seemed to be what the signal was.
I mean, that's how I read it too.
International sign of. It's a great game. It really is. As in over the wicket again comes Clark, and that's down the leg side, and I'm not sure Bow Drummond's got anything on that either. That'll be byes because Folkes couldn't get across to that, and that has whistled away down below us and away for 4. So here goes Jacks, and on comes Cameron Steele. So that was exactly what the sign was from Will Jacks. Yesterday we thought Dom Sibley was ordering some whipped cream for the top of his cappuccino at one point, but yeah, international sign of is always quite a fun one. But yeah, Will Jacks there was just signalling he needs to come off. I was watching Ben Compton as well. I don't know, but I just wonder if he's not feeling too well, Ben Compton, because he kept sort of going down on his haunches at the non-striker's end. So I wonder if he's not feeling 100%, Ben Compton.
Well, the heat might take it out of you a little bit more, especially because it hasn't been a hot summer so far.
Absolutely is. In over the wicket then comes Gus Atkinson to Mier, and Mier is turning this one into the leg side. That's picked up by Sean Abbott, moving away to his right hand side. Ryan Patel sat down there on the water cooler box. Gareth Batty was down there earlier.
You weren't on Churchy earlier, so I'll ask you, what's your favourite kit? Thinking like T20 coloured kit.
It has to be current, does it?
No.
Of all time?
Just sort of style, everything.
As forward, solidly. Once again goes Mier, plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. There are 2 for me. The iconic England 1992 World Cup kit. In fact, any of those World Cup kits then were beautiful. And then New Zealand played a series once in all beige, and it was magnificent. It was out in the 70s. Absolutely magnificent it was. Of the current crop of shirts, as in over the wicket once again comes Atkinson, solidly forward goes the right-handed Mier. I know that Ben Watts is a huge fan of the South East Stars.
And I was saying I like the Brisbane Heat colour.
Yeah, Brisbane Heat colour is very good. I like that a lot.
And New Zealand, obviously, all black is a classic.
Yeah, that's classic. That's a classic. You see, I quite like a simple style with not too much on it. In over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and Mier is looking to pull a short ball, gets nothing on this. It's a tumbling take from Ben Folkes, diving away to his left hand side. It's funny enough, we were discussing yesterday, the 92 World Cup kits though are iconic. Absolutely. And they were sort of a last-minute do, and that's why they were so simple. But they did exactly what they needed to do. So, but there's been some rubbish ones as well over the years, not just
absolutely.
the good ones. As in over the wicket once again comes Atkinson. Forward goes Mieye, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I think it'd be fair to say that since cricketers have become more athletic and spent more time in the gym, they quite like the shirts to fit properly. Whereas a few years ago, it didn't really matter too much. So some of the one-day shirts were enormous. It was like some of the bowlers almost couldn't get to the stumps because it was like a sail billowing out behind them. And I don't think much thought was taken into them and designs and things. As Mieye chips this one off his hip into the leg side. That rolls out there towards deep backward square. They will pick up a single. Who was it in the IPL as well? It may well have been the Gujarat Titans. They played one game in a special kit. Oh, and it was lovely.
Ooh.
I think it was a sort of a light purple colour.
Sounds nice.
Oh, it was gorgeous. And the reason being, there wasn't a lot on it, really. It was just a very simple design. So,
What were you saying about big shirts? So when I was younger and playing cricket, we didn't have women's or children's shirts.
yes.
We had men's shirts, and I was about 5'2", playing in a men's medium that I'm fairly sure was closer to my knees than my waist.
Yeah. Thankfully, that has changed now. But yes, if you look back from the men's point of view to the early days of the Sunday League coloured clothing, there's some awful shirts in there.
Giant collars.
Yeah, and none of them fitted.
Nah.
They look dreadful, to be honest with you. Absolutely dreadful. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket, and this one's left alone by Mieye outside his off stump. Surrey one year had a fluoro green number for the T20, which once the floodlights came on, lit up most of South London, to be honest with you. So those were interesting.
Almost a bike
jersey.
jersey.
I'm not sure they'd done too much experimentation of what they were going to look like in the dark with the floodlights on. But I'm not even sure they needed to turn the floodlights on, to be honest with you, because they were lit up anyway. They were like those fluorescent socks you used to be able to buy. As in over the wicket again comes Jordan Clark. Mieye's driving a little uppishly. There was a diving Abbott at extra cover. They'll get a couple as Cameron Steele comes round to do the fielding. And that will be two more to Mieye.
Almost like, those reflective cycling jackets.
That's exactly
that you can
what
get,
they
the
were
ones
like.
that just sort of create light.
Absolutely. So, as I say, in the dark, the Surrey team were almost creating their own floodlights before the floodlights came on.
Must be quite hard to see a white ball.
Yeah,
in all
that
of that.
was mentioned as well. Yes, indeed. As Jordan Clark comes in over the wicket, and Mieye's forward plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no run. So, of the current crop, your particular favourites?
I'm not sure of the current crop. I do quite like some of the Big Bash ones because they're quite classic, and there's not too many sponsors and too many things going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, the South East Stars kit's nice. I like Thunder's kit as well.
Thunder's is nice.
Just not all red. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark forward. Goes Mieye, plays this one out towards extra cover. And there's no run. I'm going to be very interested to see with this new American League what their kits are going to be like.
I mean, some of the team names are inventive enough.
Magnificent, really are. But I'm sure they'll be pretty razzmatazz, so to speak.
Oh, I'm sure they'll have absolutely everything.
I'm always keep a keen eye on training kit as well. As over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark and pushed into the offside by Mieye. And there is no run, because gone are the days now where you used to just get sort of one sweatshirt and a pair of shorts. There's all sorts of training kit these days.
Right, the Seattle Orcas. That kit has to be black and white, doesn't it?
Definitely, absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Sponsored by SeaWorld.
I'm not sure what Washington Freedom's kit's going to be.
Whoa, that'll be good. Washington, gold for some reason springs to mind. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, the Washington Freedom.
Washington Freedom and the San Francisco Unicorns.
Well, there you are. Yes, well, that could be anything, couldn't it?
It's got to be rainbow. I'm looking for a rainbow
yes.
kit.
Oh, yes, quite right, too. Yeah. Unicorns.
Unicorns.
We had the unicorns for a while, didn't we, in this country?
And then we've got the Super Kings.
Where are they based?
They are, if I can scroll with my bad hand, in Texas.
Yeah, Texas Super Kings. Very nice.
And then we've got MI New York, which I'm guessing is Mumbai Indians, New
yes,
York.
Yeah, absolutely.
Los Angeles Knight Riders.
Yes, indeed. Well, that's funny. I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to work out who they're owned by.
Sounds a bit like a action movie, that.
It
Los
does.
Angeles Knight Riders.
It does. I'm sure there's a few cricketers who'll be hoping that they break Hollywood while they're out there. I know a few who thought they might be in Miami Vice. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and forward goes Bell Drummond, pushing this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And they'll pick up a single. 63 for 1 then, Kent. That lead is 219. The man to go after the tea break, that was Ben Compton. Got a ball from Jordan Clark that sort of got big on him. It looped to Gus Atkinson at that backward point. Oh, Ryan Patel's out there as well now. As forward goes Miyaye. Oh my goodness. Well, Ryan Patel's in the action because Miyaye's hit that and it's hit the sprinkler head. And it's just looped straight to Ryan Patel. Could have gone straight over his head.
Could almost be dangerous sometimes, that, if it just catches it, if it's hit a lot harder than that and flies up.
What game were we at the other day where a hole just appeared in the outfield? I don't know why. And there was a bit of a delay where it had to be filled with sand. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, and forward goes Miyaye. Turns this one into the leg side. They're going to think about two. He took a while to spot that Moriarty's a long way out there, Miyaye, but he gets back for a couple. 2 more to the total.
Well, there was that problem in the World Test Championship, wasn't there? Because Warner was marking his guard so far back that it created a hole for Steve Smith.
Oh, I didn't see any of this.
Yeah, so he was taking his guard sort of almost in the crease, and Smith said he didn't quite realise what he was doing until he got out there. There was this hole that he almost fell in.
Oh, I bet Steve Smith would have let everybody know he was about to fall in a hole.
Well, he did get over 100, so I'm not sure it bothered him too much.
I think everything bothers Steve Smith. As in over the wicket goes Gus Atkinson. Miyaye plays this one off the front foot into the offside, and there's no run. He's a cricketing genius, is Steve Smith.
Oh, absolutely.
But in a slightly frenetic way. You know, I was listening to a little bit of it, and they were saying, oh, something's gone on because he's walked out the dressing room, he hasn't got a bat in his hand, and then he literally picked his bat up and was playing shadow. He never stops shadow batting. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson to Miyaye, and it's a bouncer which gets actually Miyaye down on his knees there. I think he's just lost his balance a touch as he was looking to duck that. Miyaye
didn't quite get up very high, that one, actually. It's just sort of stuck a little bit, and I think he thought it was going to balloon over his head, and actually had to get down lower than he perhaps anticipated.
Well, I think this is what Sean Abbott was saying yesterday with the air coming out the pitch. And I think we're seeing a bit of that now. Cameron Steele's being deposited into the leg side. So just a bit behind square on the leg side is Cameron Steele. Atkinson is over the wicket to Miyaye. Now that one he's tried to uppercut down to third man. That did climb on him. And it beat the edge of the bat. And it's taken by Ben Folk. So Will Jack's coming back. Jordan Clark coming back. Ryan Patel going off, and Cameron Steele.
Well, there was a man at third man just exactly right there for that shot.
Absolutely. Dom Sibley. That's a great spot from you, Sonia, because I didn't spot it until after the delivery. He was very fine.
He was. I think he was there for that shot. That must have been why they were bowling short.
Absolutely. And he was fine. He was virtually behind Ben Folkes.
Slightly to the right, but essentially in the same sort of mode square or mode line, as you'd put it.
A very deep fly slip, I think it's fair to say. Dom Sibley was there.
Can we have a ramp slip?
You can have a ramp slip if you'd like a ramp slip. Maybe that's something you can fit into one of your articles, a new fielding position.
Well, I think I'm going to be examining all the fielding positions because I'm sure I'll see all of them this summer from Ben
You
Stokes.
certainly will. There'll be some you've never seen before, I'm sure. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark and forward.
Yeah, there are those moments sometimes where you put on TMS and go, well, how are they describing it? Because I need to work out how to say it, and I've got about 4 options. So whatever TMS go with, that's what I'll be sticking with.
Go with that. Yes, because I hear that Steve Smith as well had a bit of trouble with Spider Cam as well. He's not a big fan of Spider Cam at the best of times. He's had a run-in with Spider Cam before, I think, in a test match, Steve Smith.
To be fair to him, it was casting a shadow on the pitch.
Oh, was it? Well, that's no good. As in over the wicket once again comes Clark, and forward goes Drummond. That's nicely played. Just playing that late under his nose, getting a single, 66 for 1.
I was talking to Ben earlier, and apparently I must have missed this, but there was someone in red who he asked to move.
He did.
So
in a red
surely,
shirt.
for the Ashes, we should get a stand of red?
Well, I think somebody tweeted something about Ben Stokes is now ordering 55,000 red T-shirts for the crowd. But yeah, he spotted the one person in a red shirt and asked them to move. But that's what he's like. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Mieye forward will get a single. Plays this one down into the leg side. So this is good from Mieye, good from Drummond. Lead moves on to 223 at 67 for 1, Kent.
Well, some press boxes are quite high up, and I have heard that certain players will be bothered by movement in the press boxes, even though 90% of the time most of them are completely unfazed.
Oh, I've seen press boxes having windows shut. I've seen corporate boxes asking to have windows shut, people to move. Over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Drummond. Plays this one up towards mid-on. But there are players that I'm convinced that if a fly landed on top of the side screen, they'd spot it and it would put them off.
Well, I used to work with a coach who said that they would check how closely someone was watching the ball or whether they were focusing on the surroundings by putting a cone on slightly outside the eye line, but on the length that the ball would pitch. And some players will be so distracted by the cone that they'll miss the ball, and others focus on the ball and it doesn't bother them.
Jordan Clark is in over the wicket and driving his Drummond out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary row. That's Will Jacks out there, and they will get another single. 68 for 1. I find all that stuff really fascinating. I've told this story before, but it was actually here at Canterbury, and it was Mark Ramprakash. That it was the day before the start of the championship game against Kent, and Kent had signed Malinga, and I was up here doing something. I can't remember what I was doing. Be having a sleep. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and the slower ball, which Mieye is just pushing out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 68 for 1. And Ramprakash was out there on his own, going to either end for about half an hour, taking his stance and looking. And anyway, for some reason, I bumped into him and I asked him what he was up to. And he said he was working out where Malinga would be coming from with that slingy action from the sight screens. So he was working out, and he was talking about a box. He batted with a box. And his box was where the bowler's wrist position was going to be when they let the ball go. And he was saying there was an Aussie bowler who played for Surrey called Matt Nicholson, who had a beautiful action, but his box was perfect because it was right up above his right shoulder, an easy box. And Ramprakash was saying he was working out where the box would be for Malinga coming from that sort of slingy action, because he hadn't faced him before, he said. Sean Abbott's into the attack from the pavilion end, and this one's pushed by Drummond up towards mid-off. And there's no run, and lo and behold, Ramprakash got a big 100 the very next day. But I found that fascinating. So he was out there on his own, and he was just working out on the sight screens where he thought that box from Malinga, where his wrist would be when he let the ball go, where it would be coming from.
I think it's fascinating because some people aren't necessarily aware of just how much thought that these guys go through. You know, they don't just go out there and hit as much as it looks like they can be. There's so much that goes on into prep, and you know, maybe all of them won't take half an hour like Ramprakash, but there is a lot of that side of things.
Abbott's in, and this one turned into the leg side by Drummond, straight out towards deep mid-wicket, and now pick up a single. Well, yeah, there was a tour to Sri Lanka where Graham Thorpe went in the nets, lovely grass nets, and just scuffed them up in Sri Lanka. Literally put his boot through them, just scuffed the whole thing up, and then batted on that because he knew what was coming from the Sri Lankan spinners while he was out there. As in over the wicket comes Abbott. Forward goes Miyeye, playing this one out into the offside. I'm sure the groundsman was a bit upset. He got an international team. They prepare your perfect pitches for the nets, but he just kicked it to pieces and then batted on that because he knew what was coming in the test match. Oh, there's loads of it. Ramprakash in his autobiography. This was after he'd scored 100 first-class hundreds. He said he still wasn't happy with the way he was playing left-arm seamers. As Abbott runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Miyeye, and Miyeye is covering up, playing this one out into the offside. And Surrey were playing Somerset, and he said that in his hotel room there was a big long mirror, and he knew he was going to be facing Charles Willoughby. And again, this is after he scored 100 first-class hundreds, and he changed his stance and felt comfy. And it was almost like his 2 feet pointing, his front foot was right in front of his back foot, and the toes, the pointing straight back down the pitch. And he got double 100, I think, in that game. But he was all still working out how he wanted to play Charles Willoughby. As Abbott's in, forward goes Miyeye, turning this one into the leg side. And there's no run, and there's hundreds of examples of that. All that preparation stuff I do find absolutely fascinating. They don't just go out there and just hit the ball. Some do, obviously, very, very talented. I used to love watching Aaron Finch warm up. Some days he'd hit 2 balls and that would be it. He felt fine and out he'd go. And a lot of the Aussie boys, they do all their preparation. As in over the wicket comes Abbott, and this one's pushed by Miyeye up towards Jordan Clark, who's a little on his heels there at mid-on, and they've scrambled a single. That's well spotted by Miyeye, and he'll move on to 38. 70 for 1, but you see a lot of players sort of on the morning of the game having a big net, and a lot of the Aussie players, they do all their prep, so on that morning they're not doing huge amounts. But everybody's different, aren't they?
I mean, it was really interesting when I was out in Pakistan because some of the sessions England and Ben Stokes made optional. So you saw which players felt, no, I'm good, and which would just go out and really want a bat. And Joe Root was one of the ones who I remember he'd always take that extra bat. Yep. But then some of the others might go, no, I feel good, I'm leaving it there.
Yeah. The other thing with that is if you feel good, what you don't want to do is then go in and have a net and it all goes horribly wrong and you come out feeling bad. You can play yourself out of form, I think. As Jordan Clark is in over the wicket, and Miyeye allowing this one to pass outside his offside. Unless, of course, you're Ben Watts, where you're always in nick. Always in nick. Well, at least you didn't nick it. That's something. So you take the umpire out of the equation. No, I think you can almost. I think that's the thinking with that. If you're feeling great, why go in and have a hit where it could all go wrong and you're not feeling as good as you did when you walked in? As over the wicket comes Clark, Yorker, dug out by Miyeye. And they will pick up a single. And that'll be one more to Miyeye. He moves on to 39. Ooh, I think Ben Watts is about to do an update. Thank you, Sonia. I want to hear more about the Pakistan tour. Fascinating country to go and tour and play cricket. 71 for 1. Leads up to 227, I think that is now. As Jordan Clark is in and Bale Drummond covers up. Plays this one out into the offside. But again, I think it's exactly what Sean Abbott said yesterday, and I heard you mention it earlier, Ben Watts. It is like all the airs come out the pitch now, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it just feels in this Kent innings that it's played that much slower. Just feels like batters have had time.
Well, it's absolutely fair play to Kent. They used the conditions brilliantly this morning. I thought they bowled really well as a group. As Clark is into Bale Drummond. Bale Drummond is forward. Pushes this one out into the offside. That rolls out there to Sean Abbott at extra cover, and there's no run. Still got, after this over, 34 to go today. It is extraordinary, really, how we can never finish anywhere near on time these days. Last night, 6:30, it was like, woohoo!
Yeah, we're going to go, as Sonia said, past 7 o'clock at this rate.
Oh, yeah, 100%. As Jordan Clark charging in once again. And, just turned around a touch, Drummond, by that one. Thick leading edge. He'll pick up a couple here. Will Jacks goes round to do the fielding. And the throw is not the best to Ben Folkes. And they will pick up a couple of runs. Drummond moves on to 11. Well, all I would say is we could have made it half an hour. Up in the half an hour, we should have been playing this morning when we should have been going at 11:15, really. That's a reason why we're going to be late tonight. And that was when the players were all playing football in the sun.
We only lost about 3 overs for starting 45 minutes late.
Well, that tells you a story. As in over the wicket comes Clark to Drummond, and Drummond's forward again, just pushing this one away into the offside. And they will pick up another single. And doing this very well at the moment, Kent. 230 is the lead. End of the over, and Kent to 74 for 1.
Yeah, and Drummond enjoying one another's company at the moment out there in the middle. Going to try and build this lead, which is 230 at the moment.
Ooh. Amber warning for thunderstorms tonight.
I think we already have the one in this part of the world that we're going to get. Sean Abbott to Daniel Drummond. He's defending this one into the onside. You know it's warm when DBD's wearing shirt sleeves. He's always a long sleeve man, but he's got the forearms out today. So it must be sunny.
It's a lovely day, isn't it?
It's still really warm in the sunshine.
Oh yeah, very much so.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. This one's defended away by Drummond again. Yeah, I'm watching Kent bat on for a second time in this game. They've lost just the 1 wicket so far. Second time around, that of Ben Compton after the tea break for 17. But other than that, Tawanda Mayeye, Daniel Drummond going on pretty nicely. Mayeye's got 39 not out, Drummond 12. Feels like Kent have had the better of the conditions today. Just feels like the pitch is playing that bit slower since they've come out to bat for a second time. They've built their lead onto 230, having made the most of the conditions earlier on in the day. Bowling out, for 145 after a thunderstorm delayed the start of proceedings. Felt like Kent's bowlers just got that bit more out of the pitch off the back of it, and to good effect. They shared the wickets around to bowl the Division 1 leaders out for 145. So Kent looking to build this lead further in the remaining 33 overs we've still got in the day's play. We could be here beyond 7 o'clock at this rate, but at the moment, for the Kent supporters in the ground, they'll be quite happily enjoying their cricket, watching their team. 75 for 1. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website. Drummond in behind this one, playing solidly. Out towards the offside.
Brilliant work from Sonia there. So we were talking about one-day kits, and that's the Equity AXA and Equity Insurance League, and some of those are horrendous. Aren't they? They really are great. Back in the day.
Is that Graham Thorpe?
Oh yeah, there's some great names in there.
Ooh.
I tell you. G Thorpe at the front there. R Blakey, M Lathwell.
Drummond forward. In fact, it's Tawanda Mayeye, isn't it? Solid defensive shot into the covers for 1. Moves to 40.
In Fair brothers there as well.
Elam for Kent.
Yeah, Elam for Kent. Matthew Maynard for Glamorgan. Look at John Embry lurking at the back. The late great David Capel there as well. Neil Foster for Essex. Oh, there's some absolute belters there.
Somebody's got their eyes closed at the back.
Yeah, standard. It's always one. But they were horrible kits, weren't they?
I think out of all of them, you'd have to say the Kent one's one of the best. As Abbott bowls off the back foot, Bell Drummond plays that one away out towards deep point. Durham's kit last year in the One Day Cup was very similar. I feel like they sort of rehashed that one. This Durham strip, the light blue.
I have to say the Surrey one is absolutely horrendous.
What's with the yellow?
Well, there's a yellow stripe on blue with red. Well, I think they've all got the stripe, haven't they? I think that's part of the design.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
it's very Crystal Palace.
Yes, well, there you are. 77 for 1. Tells its own story.
Need to say anymore.
And
thanks to John Duffield who tweeted that to us, though.
oh, I must say, good afternoon to Mr. Alan Smith, who had a good old chinwag with at Hove the other night. Lovely man. And it's going to be Dan Worrell to come into the attack down below us.
Arshdeep Singh's got his bare feet out.
He looks very relaxed, doesn't he? He's just walking around on the grass. I think there's a few of his family up there away to our right.
I think he's a happier boy with the heat. Apparently when he first landed, he was saying in an interview he did how cold he was. So I think he's a bit happier this week.
Aren't we all? Dan Worrell from the Nackington Road end. Coming in over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who drives out towards Shaw's extra cover, and there's no run.
By the way, we had an email earlier on.
Oh no, has this blown up my identification of umpires?
It was about that. No, it's not.
No.
It's not blown
Good.
up.
No good.
The suggestion was that you have the umpire's name on the scoreboard, and then you have a light next to them, like you do with the on-strike batter.
Oh, I see.
So you'd need it would need to be a busy electronic scoreboard. At Surrey, you could do it. They've got a big enough board.
I think I prefer them having something on. As in over the wicket comes Dan Worrell. This is punched up the ground by Bell Drummond up towards mid-off. And then again, there's no run. I do like the thought of them with an A and a B on their back for some reason. I don't know why.
But that was Nigel in the Wirral.
Thank you, Nigel. No, I see what Nigel's saying. I miss the old light meter where it used to go up in numbers, and once you got to sort of DEFCON 4, you knew you were in trouble. And I think that was basically somebody sat in a box somewhere looking out the window thinking, oh, it's got a bit darker, I'll stick the button down. As in over the wicket goes Worrell, and forward goes Bell Drummond again. Nothing happening out there at the moment for Surrey. Kent have to make this count, which is exactly what they are doing at the moment. 233 the lead. Gareth Batty doing a bit of a circuit down there to our right. Moriarty will have to come into play at some point tonight, you would have thought. He's down there at long leg. As much so that we all get home before 10 o'clock, as anything. Worrell turns once again. Coming in over the wicket to Daniel Bell Drummond, and he's forward, and there's a thought of a single, but Latham's quickly round. Backward point. Oh dear, Dom Sibley's being attacked by a wasp. That's never good at first slip. Using his Surrey cap there to try and swat it away. It's never great when you're just sitting there trying to concentrate and you're being attacked by a wasp.
No, it's not helpful, is it?
Well, that's the thing in the heat as well, isn't it? It brings all the sort of bugs out. I'm sure there's a more technical name for that. But yeah, they sort of come out in the heat, don't they? And over the wicket comes Worrell, and that's wideish outside the off stump. There's not any swing or movement there at all at the moment for Dan Worrell, and Bell Drummond just happy to let that one pass. And as I say, Kent are in no rush here whatsoever. It's the final session of day 2, and they've already got a lead of 233. What they really want to try and do here is just bat Surrey out this game, so that all that Surrey can do is just try and bat through. Surrey will chase, but not if it's an impossible chase. In over the wicket once again comes Worrell. Forward goes Bell Drummond, pushes to backward point. Latham quickly up to do the fielding. End of the Worrell over. It was a maiden. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15 today for Dan Worrell. And Kent 77 for 1. But building a very strong position here. Kent, that after Surrey today, were all out for 145 in reply to Kent's 301. Started the day 18 for 2. And then we had the thunderstorm. And there was a bit of life in the pitch after the thunderstorm this morning. And Kent made it count. Bowled very well this morning, they did.
Abbott bowling down the leg side to Mieye. There's an inquiry rather than an appeal, perhaps.
Polite inquiry. I was having a little look through the Canterbury Cricket Week programme earlier. It's excellent, isn't it? Really good. Lots of information in that.
Absolutely. A few interviews.
It's really nicely put together. Nice thing to have, actually.
Here comes Abbott once again. Full delivery, driven by Mieye into the covers. Scrambling stop by Gus Atkinson. Yeah, it was one of the T20 games. I went down to the club shop to get a couple of scorecards, and Barry gave me that as well.
That's very good. I do like the Kent Spitfires profile pics.
Oh, yes.
There's some. Michael Hogan looks very excited in his, doesn't he?
Yes, all in various poses.
They are.
I don't quite know why Tawanda Mie's got a ball in his hand. Surely he should have a bat. Here comes Sean Abbott to him, punching off the back foot out towards extra cover. Because most of the bowlers have got balls and the batters have got bats in general. He seems to be the...
Well, Nathan Gilchrist giving everybody out in his.
Tawanda seems to be the wrong way round.
Denley just pointing to his Spitfires badge.
Yes.
Yes, quite right. They're excellent.
Here comes Sean Abbott to Mieye, turns it away out towards mid-wicket. All dot balls so far in the over.
What I like about it is there's a guide to all the teams that Kent are playing as well, which is really good, actually. So, it's brilliant. And then there's a little history of the festival as well, by the great Fred Atkins. So yeah, it's a great programme.
Balls. Yes, no was the call from Mieye as he pushed it into the covers once more. So bang on the money in this over, Sean Abbott.
Have you ever been asked to write an article for? That'd be excellent. You and Matt Cole, I think. Be a lovely article, that. Memories of the commentary box.
I must admit, when I was doing my studies, etc., I used to do a lot of writing, a lot of essays, etc. Don't miss it. I really quite like doing the talking bit instead. As Abbott bowls, flicked away into the onside for a single. Kent to 78 for 1, so they lead by 234, just that one run off the over. 8 overs, none for 21 from Abbott, and Worrell 8 overs, none for 15.
Yeah, I really admire Sonia and, well, you know, Atherton. Yeah, how does he fit everything in? You know, in his breaks from telly, he's writing his report. Extraordinary, it really is. I've had to do it a few times, and it's a nightmare when it's getting to the end of the day and you're commentating and you're trying to write a match report at the same time.
And if it's a T20 game, you're rewriting a top line or whatever. And
I just didn't bother. I just put out there what I thought would happen. As Worrell comes in over the wicket to Mieye, who's driving beautifully away through the covers. What I like about this from Mieye is he came out after tea and was a little bit frantic. Looked like he really wanted to get on with it, and he's calmed down a bit now, and I wonder how much Bell Drummond's got an influence on that at the other end. Mieye is on to 45, 82 for 1, and the lead moves on to 238. As I say, this lad has all the talent in the world, and he plays shots like that, and you just think, oh, bat for 4 hours. Go on, I dare you, bat for 4 hours. Let's see what you're on at the end of 4 hours. As in comes Worrell, and forward goes Mieye. Plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. Will Jacks is down there pondering everything at third man, all on his own.
Quite impressed how Mieye, who has like a little towel tucked into his trousers, how it kind of stays there.
You like things like that, don't you? Might you be doing that in your next innings? Just having a little white towel.
What is the purpose of said white towel?
Oh, well, sweat, I would have thought.
Yeah.
Wiping your brow. As in over the wicket comes down Worrell. That's a no ball. So that'll be 2 more to the total. So yeah, his own brow, mind. I'm not saying that Dom Sibley will run up and use the towel hanging out the back of his trousers.
Use the hand towel. Oh, thanks for bringing that.
That'll be what it took. Because Waugh, famously, Steve Waugh, had a little red handkerchief, didn't he? He used to have in his pocket to wipe his brow when he was batting. And then, of course, Sir Alistair Cook doesn't sweat.
No.
Famously. He must sweat at some point.
Let's do a little bit.
As in over the wicket once again comes Worrell, and that's another nice looking drive from Mieye. Quick singles taken. The throw comes in from Burns.
Steve Finn was saying on TMS the other day that he batted for however long in India and never changed his gloves. Alistair Cook.
Well, then maybe he literally doesn't sweat at all.
Maybe he's a robot.
Well, it's sort of a well-known story, isn't it, now, that he doesn't sweat. Mieye moves on to 14. Apologies, on to 45. Bell Drummond comes back onto strike on 14. 84 for 1. 85 for 1, sorry. The 2 scoreboards at the moment haven't caught up with each other. So Mieye is on 46, 85 for 1. As Worrell is into Bell Drummond, and it's right up on his toes, and then Bell Drummond just tucks that into the leg side. There's Jamie Overton taking a drink to Nan Moriarty. Good to see Jamie Overton bowling. Absolutely piling in he was yesterday. I don't know how long it'll be until he'll be bowling again, but he is your point of difference at times, is Jamie Overton. Ollie Robinson got another 100, has he?
Got another 100.
Yep, saw you bowing down to your laptop.
What a guy.
As waiting over his bat, his Bell Drummond. As in over the wicket goes Worrell. Yorker, dug out by Bell Drummond up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I take it from this as well, he's a lovely lad from what you're saying.
Ollie Robinson?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, he's going pretty well up there. One thing, if you get going up there at Durham, to say it's a family atmosphere is an understatement at Durham. You know everybody.
I think that was why he ended up going there permanently, because he had a little loan spell there and obviously enjoyed himself.
In over the wicket again comes Worrell, and that's down the leg side.
I was told he had other interest.
Well, I'm sure he did. He's a talented boy, that one. But yeah, there's something about Durham. It's you're sort of away from everybody else as well. That's the other thing. They're long old trips for Durham. So you're sort of on your own, really. Remember when I used to do London Broncos in rugby league, there was a little bit of that as well. It's sort of, you're the only team down south, and you have no local games at all. So you tend to all stick together, really, because you're on your own a bit. And I think it's the same up there for Durham. Did you get yourself some sweets during the break, did you? Yes, yeah. You were off to the supermarket with Sonia. I thought you were going for ice creams.
We did get ice cream.
Ah, right. Excellent. Now what's going on? Does anybody ever want to go home today? Oh, we're having a drinks break. The mind boggles here. It is now 25 past 5. There are 30 overs remaining in the day, and we're now having a drinks break. I know it's a warm day, but really and truly, this is frankly ridiculous. Well, everything's ground to a halt again now, because we're having a drinks break with 30 overs left in the day at 5:20. Well, it's a shame we didn't play that half an hour this morning, really, because we wouldn't be doing this at the moment, would we?
We'd be finishing at a more reasonable time of day.
Well,
it's mad to think that we might end up playing for 4 more hours since all the kids went home.
Well, it's just ridiculous, this.
3 hours
I'm
since
sorry,
the kids went home.
this is absolutely ridiculous. I know it's a warm day, but we've got 30 overs left and nothing's happening.
It was, as you pointed out earlier on, that drinks break, they had 2 overs out from lunch or whatever it was.
I tell you, there are times where cricket does itself absolutely no favours whatsoever, and this is one of those times. I feel like I'm at a drinks party at the moment. I really do. May as well take some volleyball's out there and get some entertainment. It's a shame the band's not here. Could get the band playing at the moment.
Absolutely.
Everyone's just having a bit of a chat out there in the middle.
Picky tea.
Yeah.
Little mini sausage rolls.
Yeah, lovely. Deary me. I think we might get some cricket again in a minute. I know it's a warm day.
They do have to have a drinks break.
They
on a
do
warm
have
day.
to have a drinks break, but A, does it need to take this long? And B, we could have played half an hour this morning.
Yeah, I'm with you on this morning. I don't know why we...
Genuinely, I'm looking at this at the moment. This is like being at a garden party.
We had a discussion, didn't we, before the start of play, or even at about 11 o'clock, saying this will be fine in 15 minutes' time, but we won't start until 11:45, and that's about what turned out.
Well, there we are. I'm expecting someone to make a speech in a minute. Welcome the bride and groom.
Little clink of cups.
Oh dear. Oh, there we are. I think cricket's going to break out again in a minute. I know it's a warm day. I get that bit, but does it have to take this long? Really? As I say, all we had was people standing around having a chat there for 5 minutes. Ooh, cricket.
Sean Abbott. To Mayeye, smashed off the back foot for 4. That's his 50. One man out of the middle who isn't mucking about, and that's Tawanda Mayeye. Half century for him, and he is leading Kent in this second innings. The home side, 85 for 1. In fact, now up to 89 for 1. Mayeye's 50 coming off 90 balls with 6 fours.
Yeah, excellent stuff from him. As I say, you dare him to still be there at stumps tonight. That would be very interesting.
30 overs to go. Clips up towards mid-on. The lead 2-4-5.
It's frankly ridiculous, this. It's perfect conditions. Yes, we had a bit of rain this morning. And yet, we're about to hit 5:30, and there are still 29.4 overs left in the day. Yes, I know wickets have fallen as well. But there is the danger of cricket grinding to a halt at some point during a day's play.
Do you think we should have a cut-off point for county cricket, like they did in the World Test Championship? Abbott Bowles defended away by Tawanda Mayeye. Because they weren't getting through the overs, weren't they? And obviously it's led to big fines in terms of over rates. But they were having, basically a cut-off point at the end of the day.
I just think everybody needs to get on with it a bit more. There is an awful lot of wandering around the place.
Of course, there are points deduction penalties, aren't there, for over rates. An appeal for caught behind as Mayeye goes for a bit of a drive, but ultimately doesn't lay bat on ball.
Well, the thing is, it's crept into all cricket, hasn't it? The IPL goes on for hours now. Nothing ever nothing ever really happens in a hurry anymore.
Well, I think the 100 takes as long as the last games, don't they?
Just also, there are moments where it all just drifts along. Anyway, there we are. Still a lovely day.
R.I.P. our evening plans. Here comes Abbott Bowles. Edged wide of slip by Mieye for 4 more. Only one man in there, of course, and it went pretty low anyway. Dom Sibley did his best to try and cut it off, but Mieye moves to 54, getting to 93 for 1.
Yeah, he deserves a bit of luck here, and because of the way he's played, they've only got the 1 slip in there, so that flies away through where a 2nd or 3rd slip would have been. But because of the way he's played, they've manoeuvred the field, Surrey. Yeah, he moves on to 54. The lead now 249, so Kent are pushing themselves into a very, very strong position here.
Playing this one into the covers, Mieye. End of the over. 29 to go in the day's play.
Now what's happening?
If it ever ends.
We're having to change of gloves. Just had the drinks break, for goodness sake. Wonders will never cease. We've just had a drinks break and now we're getting a change of gloves. 93 for 1. 29 overs to go. And
Tuanda's gone. I've gone to 50 in those gloves.
yeah,
I need the new ones.
Changing them.
I need the 100 gloves now.
Yeah, the 100 gloves. So it's going to be Dan Worrell to continue from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Daniel Bell-Drummond will be on strike on 14 from 37 deliveries. Bell-Drummond. These two coming together with the score on 45 after the wicket of Compton for 17 as Dan Worrell's in. This one's turned into the leg side by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Jamie Smith comes across to his left to do the fielding, and there is no run. Dan Moriarty's having another drink now. Down there to our left. Hydration very important though. On a hot day like today. Settles himself over his bat once again. Does Bell-Drummond. Dan Worrell down the slope and over the wicket to him, and Bell-Drummond's flashing at this. It comes off the outside edge and flies away down below us to the 3rd man boundary for 4. And the 50 partnership between Mieye and Bell-Drummond, and in the modern way they don't punch gloves, they just tap the end of their bats together. So the 50 partnership up, 97 for 1. Lead has moved on to 253. Bell-Drummond settles over his bat once more. Dan Worrell comes in over the wicket to Bell-Drummond, and Bell-Drummond's just pulling the bat inside the line of this one that just lifted a touch on him. I think Moriarty would have to come into play tonight. He's in the side. He's down there at the moment at long leg. There's not a lot happening for the quicker men at the moment, is there? So you think a bit of Jackson Moriarty this evening. Jax is sort of stood down to our right at 3rd man at the moment, pondering life in general.
I mean, it makes sense from a game point of view, but also to help speed things along a bit.
As this one's left alone outside the off snub by Bell-Drummond. Not sure that'll be in the back of Rory Burns' mind, but for the rest of us, what time do they start shutting the motorways these days? Normally about 10 o'clock, isn't it? As I say that, the travel news has come on, because you were about to do an update. Waits does Bell-Drummond once again. Dan Worrell coming in over the wicket to him, and he's pushing this to backward point.
Sounds like it's going to take us a while to get home when we do leave here. Yeah, and Kent are having the better of the day, and they are 97 for 1 in their second innings and leading Surrey by 253 runs, a half century for Tawanda Mayeye at the top of the order, 7 boundaries so far and is 54 not out. He's looked really assured out there. It does look like this pitch has got slower and flattened out in this afternoon session, and it has helped Kent with just Ben Compton, the one man out for 17. Bell Drummond there on 18. Kent earlier on bowling Surrey out for 145 when there was that bit more assistance for the bowlers. 3 wickets for Agar and for Quinn, 2 each for Arshdeep Singh and for Joey Everson. An extra run there. Kent moved to 98 for 1. Loads of play still left in the day. 28 overs still scheduled. Commentary continues online by the BBC Sport app and website.
I'm going to vacate and bring Sonia in.
Thanks very much, Mark Church. Still a good crowd in. Sean Abbott continuing. 9 overs. 1 maiden, none for 29 so far. Who did get the wicket? I know Atkinson caught it. Who was bowling? To Ben Compton. Clipped away by Bell Drummond down towards the long leg. Scampers the first one. Good running, that's what you like to see. Run that first one hard.
I'll tell you one thing is Mie has run consistently single thing he's run really, really hard. It's actually been very impressive, and it's definitely helped push the score on. He's always looking for the 2, always looking to push the score on, and I think that's the attitude you really like to see, especially at the end of a very hot day.
Yeah, he's a fantastic athlete, isn't he?
Yeah, I spent my time off air going for a nice walk around the ground. Saw some people who you could tell had seen the sun.
Yes, looking slightly beetroot coloured, I'd imagine, as full delivery, which Bell Drummond nudges up towards mid on. The big round of applause was for the 100. 100 for 1, Kent.
Yeah, a few slightly worse for wear as well.
They've been in the beer tent all afternoon.
Well, I'm sure the beer tent at some points today has resembled a sauna.
Yes.
It is in the sun.
Yes, it was Jordan Clark, of course, who got the wicket of Ben Compton earlier on. Even that feels like a while ago. They're going on at a decent rate, 3.4 and over. Tucked away into the onside by Bell Drummond for a single.
It's scoring at a reasonable rate as well.
At the minute, they're keeping up with what I was saying to Mark Church earlier, how Kent tend to bat better second time around.
Well, they were 40 for 4, so it wouldn't have taken too much to do better than that.
You know, Kent batting better second time around.
Churchy's just nodding in approval there from the back of the box.
Surrey striving for a breakthrough. Abbott running in. Mayeye slaps it off the back foot. Away to the boundary. That is so, so good. Lovely back foot punch. Made a beautiful sound off the bat. Just a lovely compact looking cricket stroke as well.
Yeah, just sort of punched. Didn't have to put too much into that. Just picked it and found the gap.
Yeah.
Helped by the hill as well. Races down that way.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, picked that length really quick. So got into a good position. He's waiting once more. Plays the same shot again. Same result incoming. Latham won't cut that off. Mayeye races to 62 now. Really starting to enjoy himself out there, and you can just see something which is a quite rare sight. Surrey side in the field looking a little bit forlorn.
I was going to say, I wonder if it's just starting to look like they're getting a little bit tired out there.
It's been a hot day. At the moment they're working hard for not much reward. Driven by Mayeye, 4 more. Abbott over pitching. And he's just hit 3 consecutive boundaries to move to 66. Kent are 113 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. 269 runs now the lead.
It's absolutely beautiful batting. Just picking the gap every single time, consistently. Tiny bit of width and just waiting and just perfectly finding the gap on the offside there. Not over-hitting it or not trying to, you know, go for the big flourish shots that we know that he's got in his locker, but just almost sort of textbook, just picking the gap in the field.
Yeah, and you think about some batters, about how sometimes you'd say so-and-so he's a back foot player, so-and-so is a front foot player. We just seen, you know, from one ball to the next, he's almost hit the same area, hit the ball to the same part of the ground, 2 off the back foot, 1 off the front.
Must really put a batter off their length, that, if they can bowl pretty similar deliveries, and sometimes they go forward, sometimes they go back. It almost...
Yeah, absolutely. It's a case of somebody right now are probably thinking, where do we bowl to Mieye? I think Churchy's right. You take the pace off because he likes it on. He likes that ball coming at him at the moment. Worrell's probably the only one who's made him feel uncomfortable in this knock so far with the away swing there. There's that little period where he just kept beating the bat, and Mieye couldn't nick it. But he didn't get out either, importantly.
Yeah, we've only seen 1 over from Will Jacks, haven't we? We haven't really seen too much spin.
No, I do think that might be a tactic to Mieye. Take pace off, try and get him doing something funky. Worrell bowls a full delivery, which Bell Drummond steers away down to long leg.
Well, they've got 2 in batsmen now, you'd say, and they are quite a lot of runs ahead.
That's the thing, isn't it, for Surrey? Even if they manage to skittle Kent from here, they're still staring 300 down. At least 300 at chase, aren't they? Probably, I say.
Yeah, and who knows how much moisture is going to be around tomorrow morning as well.
One slip in play. Mieye on strike. Can Worrell find a way to trouble him? In and bowling. Just pushed back to the bowler. Ends that sequence of boundaries from the previous over. He's warming up down at long leg on the floor. Stretching off his back. Is that Moriarty? Moriarty, rather.
I think so, but I have to say I can't really see when they've got a floppy hat on and their back's on the ground, so you can't read the number.
I think it is Moriarty, so we could be seeing spin very soon, which I think has got to be the way forward.
I mean, they've got to change what they've been doing so far, I think. You can't just sort of keep plugging away, doing exactly the same thing and expect different results.
Worrell in and bowling. Mieye softly plays this into the onside for a single. Goes to 67 now.
It's just cooled down a bit out there as well, so it will feel a lot more comfortable than it was earlier today, I think.
Yeah, sort of more manageable. The commentary box is definitely cooler, that's for sure.
Well, it was a greenhouse earlier, so...
Yeah, it always is. First session, it's on a hot day.
Can't believe we've got 26 overs left.
I think I might be doing a Churchy later and falling asleep, having a bit of a snooze before the day is out, as this one's well wide of the off stump. Michael Church is emailing in on KingCricketerGM.com talking about over 8. Suggesting that probably in the match situation, Surrey are being a bit sluggish and a bit lethargic out there. And yeah, I don't think there's any two ways about it that over 8s have been slow today. Kent bowled 1 over a spin, so not surprising in that sense. And then so far we haven't seen any spin from Surrey. We started late. I don't know how we start 45 minutes late and we lost 4 overs. As this is down the leg side. It's not like we're trying to make up for anything. 96 is enough overs in a day anyway, considering how many they're getting in a test match.
Well, some of those days in the World Test Championship were appalling.
Well, and as we've seen with the sort of fining of both teams, basically the entirety of their match fees.
You hope it doesn't carry on into the Ashes. I mean, it's one thing if a load of wickets fall, because you understand that takes time out of the game, but if people are paying the eye-watering prices that they are for tickets, you really don't want them losing sort of 10 overs.
Yeah, I do think it is a problem, as this is over-pitched. And Bell Drummond drives up the slope. Latham setting after it. He may just get there. Good chase. They'll easily get back for 3. But credit to Tom Latham for not giving up on that one. Here comes some paraphernalia, which is going to slow things down a bit more before, hopefully, things will be sped up by the fact that Moriarty's bowling. So actually the short leg pads are not going to be utilised at the moment. It's just a helmet and a drink for Ben Foakes. 118 for 1. Yeah, I don't understand how we started 45 minutes late and lost 4 overs.
No, it's going to be a long day for some of those people watching, and considering the kids left at 3.
That's the thing. I was saying to Churchy,
They've barely seen any.
We're going to play 3.5 hours more than the kids saw.
Yeah, on my walk around the ground, I saw they packed up the inflatable darts and all the stuff they put on for the kids, and there's just an ice cream van out there now, which I'm sure did very good business today, especially parked directly behind where all the kids were.
I wonder if he'll stay here till 7:30 when we're going to finish. Might as well put some food stalls out for everyone's evening meal.
At this rate.
Moriarty then.
It's also, you know, it's not going to get dark, so the light is just not going to come into question.
It won't be a problem at all. So we really are going to bowl all these overs. Here's Moriarty. Bell Drummond in behind, pushing back past the bowler for a single. Walks it through. Still getting used to seeing him with his forearms out, Bell Drummond. He always wears long sleeves.
It is quite warm today.
Yeah. Some players though don't change up their gear. They must always bat in a sleeveless jumper. Darren Stevens used to always bat in a sleeveless jumper, even if it was 35 degrees.
Owen Morgan liked a sleeveless jumper as well.
Yeah, you know, some players are very superstitious like that, aren't they? Their gear must always be the same. They must always put the same pad on first. Mieye defending this next one.
I don't even know which pad I put on first.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, to be honest.
Probably tells you that
One of them.
we don't think about it enough, clearly.
In and bowling. Oh, there's a bit of bat pad there, possibly. But they don't have the short leg in. The pads were brought out by one of the subfielders to presumably be given to Jamie Smith to go in there, but nobody did. I think it might have only been pad, possibly.
Or pad then bat.
Righty balls. Just defended away by Mieye. Sounds like a helicopter somewhere.
It does, doesn't it? I can't see one, but that doesn't mean that there's not one behind our heads.
Dan Moriarty just walking in past the umpire, and again Miye's playing with that bat out in front of his pad. The ball out towards mid-on. Somebody's getting a sip of a coffee or something down at long off. Wonder if it's a hot drink or a cold one.
Might be a sort of energy gel shot thing.
It's in a coffee cup though. This one's defended away. It's Jamie Overton, the subfielder, bringing it out for...
He's got his whites on.
One of the Surrey fielders.
Does look like coffee. That'd be an odd choice.
Yeah. Just having a little walk around the boundary rope, those two at the moment. End of the over. It's like a Sunday after. Oh, it's Jack's. Yeah, it's just like he's having a little
chat.
Monday evening stroll. Jordan Clark's about to come on. He's only bowled 5 overs in this second innings, which is somewhat surprising considering how well he bowled from the Nackington Road end first time around. It's slightly weird that he's only bowled 5 overs when Kent are 119 for 1.
Tinkering with the field a lot here.
Let's just look at, in terms of other overs bowled.
Was it Clark you said was holding his side when he was batting though? Was it Clark? Someone went for a pull shot and ended up holding their side.
You're right, it was Jordan Clark.
So maybe that's affecting how much he's
Well
been able to
remembered,
bowl.
Sonia, that is correct. The physio did come out, didn't he? And examined either his side or his abdominal area. He's in and bowling. To Beau Drummond. Just pats it back down the pitch. So far, Worrell's bowled 11. Abbott's bowled 10. Gone none for 44. Jack's bowled 1. Gus Atkinson 4. Jordan Clark 5 and Moriarty 1. I mean, Surrey have only bowled 32 overs in the second innings, admittedly. But mostly we've seen Worrell and Abbott. And the sprinkling of everyone else. So Clark once more. Wide on the crease, into Beau Drummond. Taking this one into the onside. Bless you.
Thank you. It's just sort of meandering along now after we had a really fast-paced innings earlier. It just sort of feels like it's slowed down, sort of into what would say you'd probably say is more typical county cricket.
Which
but look, given that it's almost 6 o'clock, we could actually be in for another hour here.
Yeah, which, as Mark Church mentioned earlier on, as this one's guided by Beau Drummond into the gully, quiet is good for Kent.
Quiet's perfect for Kent.
Quiet is ideal.
That's exactly what they want. Don't want a flurry of wickets to make it exciting. Just keep doing what they're doing. I mean, these two, they're going at reasonable rates. Beau Drummond's slightly slower, but he's still got a strike rate of 50, which isn't anything you'd usually complain about.
Absolutely not. That's just fine, isn't it? In terms of the pace that he's batting at. Playing a nice supporting hand for me at the moment, Beau Drummond. Bearing in mind he was coming out on a pair. Nervously got off the mark. He's playing this one down towards gully again. He's trying to get it in that gap. There's only one slip. Sort of eyeing up his little one-day shot that he would run down to third man for a single. Instead he's trying to squeeze it in between Jacks in a kind of backward point gully, short third man type position. Sibley it slips, so there's a significant gap between the two of them. Suggests that the ball's not really doing anything for these Surrey bowlers, the fact that Beau Drummond's trying to get that shot out.
Well, it's going to be an old ball by now, isn't it? And the sun won't have helped the movement.
Yeah, the dryness won't have helped in terms of keeping the ball nice for the bowlers.
I imagine some of those sort of grooves we can see where it's just a bit drier. I think those are drainage sort of lines. I imagine they are pretty dry and dusty.
Yeah, then you've got like the practice wickets down in front of the Frank Woolley stand. Ball's been bashed into a few advertising hoardings by Mayeye.
Hasn't hit the flats yet though.
No, we haven't seen any flat action. Could feasibly clear it into the gardens. That's a better delivery from Clark. Fired it in with a bit more venom.
Be a reasonable hit, but it's not the most sort of bang in the middle. It is slight. The square is slight. The wicket is slightly towards that side of the square.
Yeah. Yeah. You would sometimes see T20s played even lower down. Although ironically, we've been playing T20s quite higher up. More of the sixes have been going hospital side of the ground, but sometimes, yeah, if you play that bit further down, the short ball gets helped on its way.
I was slightly worried earlier actually when Worrell came out batting, and I saw that, you know, sixes are scored over there, and that's where there are about 1,000 children who might not have been paying full attention to the cricket if a ball did go their way.
Yeah, very valid point. So partnership worth 74 so far, 45 for the first wicket between Mayeye and Compton. Moriarty to continue. tosses this one up, and nice looking cover drive by Tawanda Mayeye for a single.
Shadows are lengthening, but they haven't quite reached the pitch yet.
Yeah,
just a little bit over there.
Yeah, the Frank Woolley stand. This one's chopped away by Bell Drummond out towards backward point. Tends to, as you get to the point of the evening, really sort of stretch across the field.
I've come to a T20 here where there was a problem where the sun was setting.
Yeah, it sometimes happens.
Just for 20 minutes or so, we had to...
Yeah, the sun sort of sets over the top of the Frank Woolley and can get that shadow right up to the stumps at one end, and then it's right in the batter's face at the other. Can be an issue. Certain times of the year, etc. Moriarty bowls once more. Bell Drummond clips hard up towards mid-on, or at least long-on rather, where Sibley is doing the fielding.
I think you're right about the introduction of spin. It has slightly stemmed the flow of runs.
121 for one, and you just saw like Bell Drummond play that cut shot. Mayeye playing very nicely off the back foot, steered away to backward of point. That was just really good footwork from Tawanda Mayeye to create that angle. Bell Drummond had played a similar delivery, really, just kind of horizontal bat out towards backward point, but Mayeye just moved his feet and enabled him to play with a slightly straighter bat, square of the wicket. Such fast hands. Moves to 72, 125 for one. Drives out towards Smith at cover. So the lead now 281. Yeah, Moriarty got Everson out, didn't he, in the first innings? Caught behind by Ben Folkes, so.
There's not been a lot on offer for Ben Folkes in the second innings. It's not really been many chances offered, to be honest. It's been fairly conservative. Well, I say conservative batting. They've moved the scoring on well, but there haven't been a lot of chances offered. Really, there was one. Jordan Cox was put down, but beyond that, I can't really think of any that you say, oh, you know, they missed out on one there, or difficult, you know, LBW decisions or anything. It's been looked fairly comfortable. As Clark gets ready to bowl and runs in to Bell Drummond, who flicks it off. There's a half appeal, but he just flicks it into leg side for one.
Might have even come off the pad. Yeah, leg byes signalled.
Just a bit fuller delivery there from Clark, and just sort of almost a Yorker length, just sort of flicked off the pad towards square leg.
Fired that one into the previous over, didn't he, with a bit of extra welly.
A little bit, as he comes in now to Mayeye, who plays more comfortably again to the man just in front of square leg for no run. Got a bit shorter than the last delivery, not quite as troubling, but
just seems to have so much time, yeah, especially when he's in. He's faced 109 balls now for his 72.
I just love the way he picks the gaps in the field so sort of expertly, especially when it's slightly wide outside the off stump. As Clark comes in again to Mayeye, who defends it into the offside for no run.
Looks like Jordan Clark, for me, is mixing up his pace a little bit now.
Yeah, the first one was a bit quicker than the other two have been.
Yeah, that one there just took a little bit of heat out of it.
Like what you're saying about time, he does look like he gets on the ball really he hasn't been rushed at all, I wouldn't say.
No, I do think that's potentially due to the pitch being a bit slower as well.
As Clark comes in and it's slightly wider and cut away by Mayeye to man at deep backwards point, I think, for a single.
Sean Abbott out there in the floppy hat.
A few floppy hats around today.
Yeah, Surrey have got a few lads rocking the floppy. Burns, Abbott, Moriarty, we saw Denley and Bell Drummond. donning them for Kent as well. Agar.
Catching on after the England bucket hats.
Well, quite. They're very trendy at the moment, but I think the weather as well.
Jordan Clark into Belle Drummond, who went to cut that and has missed it, and it's gone straight through to Ben Folkes. A little bit of, just a hint of something that maybe we haven't seen for a while there.
And that is a shot Belle Drummond does like to play. Again, in one-day cricket, playing that sort of cut shot quite close to the back hip, but less advisable perhaps when the ball can swing around in red ball cricket. Yeah, it's not a very convincing stroke, having seen the replay.
He did just drop his hands in time, I think, but not overly convincing. As Clark runs up again to Belle Drummond, who edges it. Oh, and it's fallen short of gully. And it's collected for a single from slip. Yeah, not a convincing shot there, just caught the edge, but I don't think there was enough pace on it to make it carry, and it did drop a couple of foot short of the man at gully.
Yeah, and I think Jordan Clark was just bent down with exasperation almost that hasn't gone to hand. It really did fly off the outside edge, but just dropped short, as you say, of Jacks in the gully. Welcome 5 Live Sports Extra listeners who are back with us and joining us at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence, where Kent are on top. The team 9th in Division 1 of the County Championship against the leaders. Have a lead of 284 runs, and they're 128 for just the loss of Ben Compton for 17 in this second innings. Tawanda Miyeye is 73 not out and playing a fine knock at the moment, assisted by Belle Drummond, who's facing up to Dan Moriarty, the left arm spinner, and driving him into the covers. 29 for Belle Drummond from 64 balls. Miyeye took 90 balls to go to his half century, but then had that little period at the end of a Sean Abbott over where he hit 3 balls for 4 in a row. 2 back foot punches and then a front foot drive. Belle Drummond clips this up to long on to move to 30. Having just played one off Jordan Clark towards a gully area, and it dropped short of Will Jacks. Surrey desperate for a breakthrough of some kind.
It's agonising for Surrey. That's the first sort of half chance they've had in hours.
It feels like a while, doesn't it? Back goes Miyeye, cutting out towards the sweeper on the offside, down towards the retirement apartments around the perimeter of the ground. 130 for 1 now as we come up to 6 o'clock. We still have 21.5 overs still to be bowled. We're going to get through them as well, left alone by Belle Drummond outside the off stump. We started 45 minutes late earlier on because of a thunderstorm and lost 3 overs, 4 overs.
I think 4, but the idea of 4 overs in 45 minutes.
I'm assuming there's half an hour leeway or something included in that. This one's cut away by Belle Drummond out towards backward point.
I'm not sure I've seen many games finish after 7 o'clock, but we are more than likely going to see that here today.
Well, we're meant to finish now. There's 21 overs still to go.
T20. Okay, we have time for a T20 innings.
If only it was that quick. This one's driven away down the ground. Moriarty slaps the floor. He's frustrated that he hasn't fielded that off his own bowling. Kent at the moment are having a lovely day. Belle Drummond and Miyeye are out there in the sunshine, getting their forearms tanned, putting runs on the board, having a wonderful time, as many spectators will have done, seeing the way Kent bowled earlier on and made the use of the helpful conditions they had off the back of the thunderstorm. A bit more moisture and humidity around, and Hagar and Quinn taking 3 wickets each. Couple for Harshdeep, who was brilliant, so good to watch. Harshdeep Singh, the India fast bowler. Joey Everson, that knack of taking wickets that he has, got 2 important ones as well. And the Division 1 leaders bowled out for 145.
As Jordan Clark comes in to bowl to Belle Drummond, who flicks the ball fine for 4. It's quite a nicely timed flick there, and there's no one out. The long leg is much wider, so I don't really think that was little bit of width on offer, and he's just found the gap in the field, as Kent have done so often this afternoon.
Yeah, very much so. Nicely played by Bell Drummond. A couple of times we've seen Jordan Clark try and fire one in towards the pads. That's how he got, well, that's how Bell Drummond got out in the first innings. It's a bit of a well-known potential weakness for him in red ball cricket.
As Clark comes in again to Bell Drummond, who plays the ball into the leg side, but it gathered by mid-wicket and there's no run. They've just sort of rotated the strike quite nicely. Even when they haven't found the boundary, they've found enough to sort of push the scoring on, I think.
Yeah, so what's the partnership worth now? 90, of course. 45 for 1, the opening stand before Compton departed.
And Kent are on 135 for 1 here.
Quite a contrast to the way they started the first innings.
As Jordan Clark comes in again, and Bell Drummond pushes it back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, Bell Drummond on 35 from 71, and his partner Mayeye slightly quicker, 74 from 112.
Yeah, 11 boundaries now Mayeye has hit.
Well, 3 were in run, 1 over.
Yeah. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Yeah, and Kent fans will be having a wonderful day watching this because their team are on top and in a big way against Surrey, the Division 1 leaders. They were early off 145 all out. Kent's bowlers sharing around the wickets, making the use of the conditions here after we had a delayed start due to a thunderstorm. They've come out and batted second time around so well as well. Kent just losing Ben Compton when the score was on 45 to Wanda Mayeye. He's a young talent and he's showing every ounce of his quality at the moment. 74 not out for him. Bell Drummond is there on 35 as well. Kent looking to upset the league leaders. At the moment they're in a fantastic position to try and do so. 20 overs to still be bowled in the day's play. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and the website. Kent 135 for 1, leading by 291.
Yeah, that last delivery was just let go by Bell Drummond through to wicketkeeper Ben Folkes, and it's still 135 for 1. I can't believe we've got more than 20 overs left. I wonder when the last train is.
He might be stuck in Canterbury. No, it'll be later, but still.
As Jordan Clark runs in to bowl to Bell Drummond. Drummond tries to drive that, but ends up sort of just, I think, must have got some sort of edge and it's gone straight into the ground and trickled into the onside, and there's no run.
Yeah, so 20 overs to go in the day's play. 6:05. I just wonder what everyone else's opinion is, because, I mean, there is still a good number of people still here who are clearly in no rush to go home for their tea. They're enjoying the cricket.
I tell you what, if you've just finished work, you might be thinking about coming down.
If you're local, absolutely. You're getting at least an hour and a quarter in.
Why not? It's a lovely day.
You get to watch Twanda Mayeye bat at the moment as well. Goes back and cuts and beats the man at backward point, and he's got it fine enough that the sweeper on the offside can't get there either. Down towards the new lime tree on the other side of the boundary rope, of course, but another 4 for Twanda Mayeye. He was on 78. This guy just oozes class.
It's been a beautiful innings to watch, it really has.
Get yourself to a highlights package later on to watch some of these shots. You know, we've seen it a bit in T20 cricket. Plays with even more sort of panache and flair in that format. But he's combined that talent with some proper cricket shots and good temperament really in this innings so far, which is the thing he needs to learn really as he defends this one back.
Or alternatively, if you're in the area of the Spitfire Ground in Canterbury, get yourself down. We've got 19.3 overs left.
Still got loads of cricket left. Yeah, he got out for 21 in the first innings as he defends this one, playing a bit of a T20 shot. There was a bit of a waft outside the off stump. You know, a shot he didn't need to play, having been going along well, but no such kind of error of judgment from him second time around so far in this game. Got runs at the oval in the T20. Enjoying playing against this Surrey attack at the moment. He's cutting Moriarty away out towards point for a single.
Didn't he score some runs against Surrey in first-class stuff in May?
Yeah, I believe there was a good partnership between him and Crawley on the second evening, which I think he was on about 45 and then got out Mieye, and this one clipped away by Bell Drummond, and Mieye got out. Night Watchman came in, he got out. Leaning came in and he got out, and Kent lost the game in those few overs. So, you know, that naivety from Mieye led to that downfall when it looked like they were going to come back the next day, him and Crawley, maybe put a reasonable score on the board and make Surrey work for it. As it was, it was a coast on the third day. Kent really did crumble somewhat. Surrey got the victory quite comfortably.
Well, it's going to be Jordan Clark again. Maybe he's thinking he might have a wicket here after getting one just catch the edge of Bell Drummond's bat in the last over. As Clark starts his run up to Bell Drummond, who's cut that, quite a late cut there to Will Jacks at gully for no run, and Kent are 141 for 1. It's been some very good batting on show this afternoon from Kent. Other than that one from Bell Drummond that just fell short of Will Jacks, there hasn't really been too many chances for Surrey. And we've only just seen the introduction of spin as well, as I'm joined by Mark Church.
Good afternoon. Well, evening as it is now.
As Jordan Clark runs in, Bell Drummond, who drives that one, and he's found the gap. And I don't think the chasing fielder's going to get there. No, it's gone for 4. Quite a good drive that, after just absorbing some pressure there from Jordan Clark. Man at mid-off just dived almost over it, couldn't quite get there, and it's gone away for 4. And we now have a 100-run partnership as Bell Drummond moves on to 40. It's been a pretty good partnership, you'd say, Marcho?
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Exactly what Kent needed to do. And they are in complete and utter control of this game of cricket at the moment. A lead of 301. So really, that's 301 for 1. Still got 18 overs after this today. And 2 days to go. So Kent are batting themselves into a almost unassailable position at the moment. They really are.
As Jordan Clark runs in to Bell Drummond, who lets that one go straight through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, and it's exactly what they had to do. The only way of Surrey getting back into it was wickets, and they've only got the one, that of Ben Compton. So it's been an interesting day. I think we saw the thunderstorm this morning, that livened the pitch up, but looking at it now, and this takes nothing away from Mieye and Bell Drummond at all. They played brilliantly, but it's what Sean Abbott said, the air's gone out of the pitch this afternoon and this evening. There's nothing happening.
Jordan Clark and Bell Drummond has also let that one go straight through to Ben Folkes.
So this is sit in for Surrey now, but Mieye's played really nicely for these 79. Had a bit of a sort of frisky session after tea, didn't he, for about 2-3 overs, where he's trying to play a shot of ball, it seemed. But I think Bell Drummond played his part in that. Probably just wandered down and just told him to calm down. There was no need for it, and now he's gone back into his way of playing.
John Clark in for the 5th ball of the over to Bell Drummond, who tries to sort of clip that off his legs and misses the ball, and it's gone through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's trying to pull that off a length. He's Daniel Bell Drummond. It's a bit of a shame, really. I just was sat outside, and a couple of supporters came past me and said, we were going to go now. You know, we was going to miss a ton of cricket today, but otherwise we're never going to get home. And it is frankly ridiculous that we've still got 18 overs left today.
And we'll get all 18 overs
absolutely.
Well, we're accompanying people on their evening drives. As John Clark comes in for the final ball of the over. It's cut away by Bell Drummond, but it's gone straight to the man at deep cover, and there's just the one. He'll keep the strike, Bell Drummond, for the next over from Moriarty.
Well, I'm not even sure Moriarty's going to bowl here. looks like there could be a change. I think Gus Atkinson is coming back into the attack, so we're going to have pace again from this pavilion end. I wonder whether you might think about giving Moriarty a go from the Nackington Road end. He's only bowled from this pavilion end and not a huge amount has happened for him, so I wonder if Rory Burns might think about that, but it's going to be Gus Atkinson. But again, everything happening very slowly out there at the moment. 146 for 1. The lead 302 for Kent.
You can see that in the way they're sort of moving between balls. There's no urgency.
Well, I can see Surrey slowing it down. I completely and utterly get that. But all I'm saying is we should have been playing for half an hour this morning anyway. I don't know why we weren't playing cricket. And then it's taking too long. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and this is turned by Daniel Bale-Drummond off his hip out towards deep backward square. And you've seen that the crowd has completely filtered out now, and we've had a great crowd in today. But I think people have twigged that we'll still be here in an hour's time, and I suppose people have got trains to catch, etc., including your good self.
Yeah, and dinner to make.
Dinner to make, yeah, absolutely. 147 for 1. The lead is 303 for Kent. Surrey all out today for 145. Kent bowled really well this morning. As Gus Atkinson, no slips now for Gus Atkinson. He's coming in over the wicket to Mieye, and it's a short one which Mieye ducks underneath. That's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, high above his right shoulder. Now we'll have a slight delay because umpire Middlebrook has decided he can't see what's going on from square leg, so he's going to wander across towards cover point.
When I went for a stroll around the ground during one of the breaks, I met someone with a dog who said, the dog's had a very long day.
Well, yes. In over the wicket goes Atkinson, and this is pushed by Mieye. Off the back foot, straight into Tom Latham. In there at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Hot day as well.
Yeah.
That's the other thing for dogs.
Apparently she was like, the dog just wants to play with the ball. And I was like, I'm not sure how that would go afterwards.
Well,
might liven things up a bit.
Might do. Yes, indeed. It might make the ball do a bit more. Sorry, wouldn't mind if it chewed up one side. As Atkinson is in to Mieye. Another short one. Oh, Tawanda Mieye has looked to pull and has got a top edge, and it has looped to Latham. And that's a missed opportunity for the young man. He's played so well for these 79 runs, and you can see how disappointed he is. And Bale-Drummond just wanders across and gives him a little tap on the back. But he's looked to pull a ball that wasn't that short, and it's just gone straight up in the air. Latham with the catch. Surrey have a second wicket, but what a fine innings that is from Tawanda Mieye. But he will know that is a missed opportunity, and he looks so disappointed as he makes his way back towards the pavilion. He's got a huge amount of talent, this young man, and he is gone for 79, and Kent for 147 for 2.
You have to feel for him there. It's just a small lapse of judgment in something that's otherwise been an almost perfect innings, you'd say, and he'll be gutted to miss out on a first-class 100.
He will indeed. I'm sure they'll come. He may be one of those that when the first one comes, a lot more follow. So here's Joe Denley. Now, Mr. Denley's on a king pair here because he was out in the first innings letting a ball go that knocked his off stump out the ground. So he's under a little bit of pressure. Gus Atkinson stood at the top of his mark. Rory Burns with the ball in his hands. And Joe Denley out there in the middle, taking his guard, getting ready for his first delivery of this second innings. So Kent, 147 for 2. That's a lead of 303. Significant lead this for Kent. And as we've been saying, they hold all the cards in this game at the moment.
Still got 8 wickets left as well.
And 2 days. And 17 overs tonight. So there's still plenty of cricket to go. So Denley, there's just a gully for him. As Gus Atkinson is in to Joe Denley, and Joe Denley plays this one off the back foot down into the leg side. That rolls to Dom Sibley there at square leg, and there's no run.
He used to have all the experience, don't they?
Very much so. Well, of course, Joe Denley was playing in the last Ashes series in this country alongside Rory Burns. Those two ended up opening together. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, short one. Denley's ducking underneath it. That's taken by Ben Foakes. So a successful over for Gus Atkinson. 17 to go today here on 5 Sports Extra. BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London on a glorious evening in Canterbury. 147 for 2. Denley yet to get off the mark. Drummond has 42. Looks like Jordan Clark's going to continue. Into his 10th over here is Jordan Clark. Michael Hogan and Ben Compton are having a bit of a stroll down below us. Mr. Hogan's looking very cool in his sunglasses there.
I do like those sunglasses.
Aren't they? He's turned round now, so I can't really see what make of sunglass they are.
As Jordan Clark comes in from the far end, and it's let go through to Ben Foakes.
Oh yeah, they are very trendy, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're like a thick pair of aviators.
I think sunglasses are getting bigger. Some of those ones the England guys had out in over the winter were huge.
Was there any technical reason behind that? Had there been some deep thinking?
I imagine it was, these look cool.
Yeah, well, that's normally what it is. Practicality goes out the window as long as it looks good.
These are sunglasses, they work and they look cool.
And they look cool.
As Jordan Clark comes in again, and it's flicked into the leg side by Will Drummond, but straight to the guy at short mid-wicket, and the score is 147 for 2. Bell Drummond on 42, and Denley still to get off the mark.
It's been a lovely day today, though, with all the children in for Schools Day. I think they all had a lovely time, and we've had a good number in as well. Kent faithful, of course, have been delighted because their side completely on top in this game now.
As Jordan Clark starts his run again, and it's sort of flicked by Will Drummond over Jordan Clark, and there's no run. Just a slight loose one there, but
it's been a good effort this from Jordan Clark on this surface today. He's into his 10th over, 1 for 26. So he really has bowled a terrific line and length as Jordan Clark. Piling in down that hill, giving it absolutely everything.
I mean, any stint you'd say is a massive stint today, given how hot it's been. As Clark comes in again, it's flicked by Bell Drummond into the leg side, but there is a man at sort of almost long leg that, but he's come around and gathered it, and it's just an easy single there for Kent to move the score on to 148 for 2.
Yep, and it's Gus Atkinson down there who does the fielding.
Just having some discussions with the bowler there.
Yeah, I think with Denley on strike now, he's got the new batter to bowl at. Did you want another slip? But he's just going with one slip and a deepish gully.
Quite a deep gully, actually, as Clark comes in again, and it's flicked into the leg side. Sort of defended into the leg side, really, as it's picked up by mid-wicket.
Yeah, he's looking for the Yorker again there. Here's Jordan Clark. That's how he got Bell Drummond yesterday, with a Yorker that hit Bell Drummond right on the toe. Pretty unpleasant delivery, actually, for Daniel Bell Drummond.
That one was just a touch more towards his legs. Denley was just able to get the bat down on that. As Clark comes in again for the final ball of his over, and it's played straight back down the ground by Denley. That was a lovely punch off the front foot, and it's just been stopped on the boundary by the fielder, and he'll have to settle 3, I think, in the end there.
Well, that's the 150 up for Kent, but what a lovely way to get off the mark. He's still a gorgeous batsman to watch, is Joe Denley. That was straight back down the ground. Good chase from Rory Burns. Yeah. Sprinting back and sliding and knocking the ball back inside the boundary rope.
Yeah, when he hit that, I thought there's no one there, it's going to go for 4, but maybe he didn't get quite as much on it as we initially thought, or it slowed up slightly.
Yeah, as I say, then he played the last Ashes series with Rory Burns and then ended up opening with Rory Burns in the last test at the Oval from memory. Made his highest test score in that game. Gus Atkinson from the pavilion end is in. To Denley, it's short, and Denley is hooking. He wasn't completely in control of that. Sibley didn't see it at all at square leg. Now the throw's come on. That's just missed Sibley. Sibley's, wow, he doesn't know what's going on there at square leg. Dom Sibley didn't see the shot, then didn't see the throw that came in. And after all of that excitement, it's a single for Joe Denley. I think Dominic Sibley wondered what on earth was going on there. As Daniel Bell-Drummond waits with his bat raised as short one from Atkinson. Bell-Drummond is ducking underneath that. That's taken by Ben Folkes. Moving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, Dom Sibley there, as the ball was struck, I think he lost it, even though the sun's behind him. I think he couldn't see where it had gone and got in a bit of a panic. Then the throw came in, and he didn't see that coming either. There's another short one. And ducking underneath it is Bell-Drummond, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folkes, moving away to his right-hand side.
Well, you can see the plan. They've got a sort of deep fine leg, a sort of 3/4 length backward square, and someone out at mid-wicket. So you can see that the short ball ploy or plan. It's just whether it works as Atkinson comes in again, and it's sort of played cut off the back foot by Bell-Drummond for 4, and he moves closer to a half century.
Yeah, nicely played by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Sort of let the ball come to him. And that whistles off to the boundary rope.
It's been so quick in the outfield. That's why I'm surprised that sort of punch from Denley didn't go for a boundary. So we've seen some of them absolutely race away.
Yeah, I think, as you said, he didn't quite get all of it, Joe Denley. As in over the wicket comes Atkinson, another short one. Be a bit more of this, I think, now from Gus Atkinson.
It's a tactic we've seen from England as well. When you're struggling to get some wickets, bang it in short, put some players out and hope for the best in a way.
Absolutely.
But he's not quite got it right, because he hasn't actually made Bell-Drummond play a lot of these, and he's just been able to quite comfortably duck underneath.
Well, there's no great pace at the moment, is there, off this pitch? As he's in again, another short one. Bell-Drummond all the time to get in behind it. Tucks it into the leg side, and there is Dom Sibley to do the fielding. And there's no run. End of the over, so 15 remaining in the day's play. Kent in a fabulous position. 312 is their lead at 156 for 2. It looks like Worrell's getting warmed up to come back into the attack from the Nackington Road end of the ground. Gus Atkinson is marching off to his fielding position. Away to our left-hand side. Cameron Steele is going to stay out there because Jordan Clark's coming off after a longish spell there for Jordan Clark. So Jordan Clark's coming off, and Cameron Steele just taking some drinks out there. But I think Cameron Steele's going to stay out there. Jordan Clark's going to nip off into the shade here. Ryan Patel's gone to get the drinks bottles off him. But you can see how hot he is, Jordan Clark, because he's wearing one of those. A lot of them do these vests underneath their shirt, and you can see the vest because he's sweated so much that shirt's become see-through.
As Worrell starts his new spell to Denley, who plays, just sort of leans at that but pushes it towards wide mid-off, and Burns has to scarp it to the boundary to try and prevent that becoming a 4, and it's a fairly straightforward 2 from Denley at the start of Worrell's over.
Yeah, good chase from Rory Burns again. Again, Denley's only just at the start of his innings, hasn't quite got all of that, but nicely played into the gap. He's a super player to watch, Denley. Very elegant, isn't he?
Him and Mayeye would have been a great combination to watch.
Always looks very neat as well, Joe Denley.
As Worrell starts his run up again, Denley plays that almost exactly to the same place, but he's just picked out the fielder at, say, wide mid-off.
I've always thought this with Joe Denny. He's a sort of player where everything fits, if that makes sense. Shirt tucked in, pads look neat, gloves look neat. Everything looks very neat and tidy. Where there are some players with the sort of shirts hanging out and pads look a bit too big.
Where do you stand on the popped collar?
Collar up.
Collar up or down?
Depends what sort of player you are, I think.
Denley to face the third ball of the over. Oh, and he's missed that. That looked like it had a bit more shape than we've seen for a while.
He's got an edge on that. He's big old edge on that. I think it's hit the toe end of his bat, and it's a good tumbling take from Ben Folkes. But Denley's feet, me saying what an elegant player is Joe Denley, his feet didn't go anywhere. He just flashed at that, and I think that's hit the toe end of his bat. And Ben Folkes has dived across and taken the catch. That's a disappointment for Joe Denley. He goes for 6, and Kent are 158 for 3.
Wasn't really an appeal there.
Well, I think Denley was turning around and walking off. I think he knew that horrible feeling that he knew he'd got something on it. So Worrell has a wicket now. So Surrey picked up a couple in the last 20 minutes. But it's still Kent very much, of course, in the driving seat here. Here comes the captain, Jack Leaning, captain in this game. Thank you very much indeed, Sonia. And Ben Watts is going to come back in and join me. Sonia will be back in half an hour, because we'll still be here in half an hour. Absolutely no doubt whatsoever about that. And Sonia getting ready to head off to Edgbaston for the opening test match in the men's series. The women announced their squad today, but that will be a disappointment for Joe Denley. And the captain, Mr. Leaning, is out there in the middle. Welcome back to Ben Watts. What a shame for Mieye as well there.
Oh, he was looking so good. There was an audible groan from the members away to our left when he got out. And I think that's a mixture of things. One, they were just so enjoying watching him bat that they were gutted that he perished in such a fashion. Going for that pull shot and top edging it. And then the fact that he missed out on 100, just it was a sort of calibre of knock that deserved one, really. But no divine right, I guess. Fair play to Surrey for keeping believing.
First ball for Leaning. And this one's left alone outside his off stump. You're about to do an update, Mr. Watts.
And certainly for Surrey, their sort of belief in themselves will have been tested today. Try and stay in this game. Yeah, Kent have actually lost a couple of wickets just recently, but they are still the team who have control of this match, leading by 314 runs. Surrey earlier on, 145 all out. Kent in their second innings, 158 for 3 to Wanda Mieye at the top of the order. Was absolutely marvellous for his 79 runs before he went for a pull shot, top-edged it straight up in the air and was caught. Joe Denley has come in to replace him. Hit one very nice shot down the ground, but then perishing, chasing a wide ball, caught behind by the wicketkeeper. So Jack Leaning, the captain, now joining Daniel Bell Drummond at the crease. Bell Drummond on 47 not out. He's batted very nicely. First of all, putting on 100 with Mieye, but now trying to lead the attack himself, with Kent trying to build this lead up against the Division 1 leaders. Still 14 overs to go in the day's play. Commentary continues online via the BBC Sport app and website, with Kent 158 for 3 and leading by 314 rather.
Beautifully done.
Almost until the last bit.
Beautifully done. Now, elsewhere in this round of County Championship games, Essex in their second innings are 15 for 1, and that's a massive lead already over Somerset. It's closed there on day 2 because Somerset were all out for 167 in reply to Essex's 462 for 9 declared. So that's a lead of 310 going into day 3.
Just smash my pen.
Oh dear.
Put the chair leg on it.
Oh dear.
Sorry,
Southport, Hampshire. I'm trying to do the scores here. Hampshire, 109 for 1 against Lancashire in their second innings. As here's Gus Atkinson into Bale Drummond, way down the leg side. Bale Drummond has nothing to do with that. So Hampshire 109 for 1. And that means they still trail by 123. Lancashire 374. Hampshire 142 and 109 for 1. Nottinghamshire have had a tough day because Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared. Nottinghamshire 82 for 5 at stumps. Over the wicket comes Atkinson. This is turned by Bale Drummond into the leg side, and there's no run. Into Division 2, Derbyshire lead by 6 against Yorkshire. They've closed in their second innings on 248 for 4 at Chesterfield. Durham and Glamorgan at stumps. Durham 411 for 5. Lead by 21. Ollie Robinson with another 100 for Durham. Gus Atkinson in over the wicket to Bale Drummond, another short one. Bale Drummond just sort of sticks the bat up in the air and it bounces once before it gets to Ben Folkes. Moving away to his right hand side. Gloucestershire and Leicestershire. Gloucestershire 368 all out. Leicestershire 17 without loss. And the final game still going. Sussex 348 all out. Worcestershire 395 for 9. It's a lead of 47 with 1 wicket remaining. As Atkinson is in, and Bale Drummond, another short one, gets in behind this, turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. And as I was mentioning, the England Test squad for the Women's Ashes announced today. Tammy Beaumont, Lauren Bell, Alice Capsey, Kate Cross, Alice Davison, Richard, Sophia Dunkley, Sophie Eccleston, Lauren Filler, Danielle Gibson, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, the captain of course, Emma Lamb, not Siva Brunt, the vice-captain. This is cut by Bale Drummond, half stopped by Will Jacks, diving away to his right. They might think about 2, it'll only be 1 because Cameron Steele, good arm, straight over the top of the stumps. Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt. So that's the squad for the women's test match. And then of course the men starting on the 22nd of June at Trent Bridge. Opening test match of the men's series this Friday at Edgbaston. Ball by ball commentary of course on Test Match Special. Very much looking forward to that. Means the cricket started. As in over the wicket comes Gus Atkinson, and forward goes leaning, that hits his pad, rolls away into the leg side, and there is no run.
You know what that also means? The talking before the cricket has stopped.
Stopped. Well, as we said this morning, the talking stops.
And then the talking about the cricket can start.
The talking stops, but then the real talking starts. That would be on the poster, I reckon. 159 for 3. Well, it's the talk of the town, isn't it, the Ashes? Talk of the town. It's the talk of a number of towns. Somebody's heading up there, of course. Doing the men's series.
Bale Drummond playing at this one from Dan Worrell. Slightly drawn into feeling for an away swinger.
Here, Dom Sibley in there. Yes, Frankie. To Dan Worrell.
Why Frankie?
Frankie Worrell.
Okay.
You've heard of Frankie Worrell? Maybe you haven't. I'll find him for you. You're a young man.
Showing my age. Here comes Morrow again, bowling to Bale Drummond. I say I'm older than Dom Simley though. He's obviously just more cultured than me. 159 for 3, 315 the lead. I accidentally almost said 400, but that'll be what Kent want. Well, they're looking pretty good at the moment to get 250 minimum in this second innings. There's Worrell bowls. Bale Drummond drives and beats the man.
Shot.
And it'll go away to the boundary rope in front of the Les Ames stand, and he goes to 50. Really pleased for Daniel Bell-Drummond. 99 balls, 6 fours. First half century in first-class cricket of the season, following on from a fantastic match-winning knock in the T20 on Friday night against Hampshire.
That's a very fine shot. Lovely way to go to 50 from Daniel Bell-Drummond. Played very well here, hasn't he? Really got his head down.
Yeah, just supported Mayeye really nicely. There's Worrell balls to him. Now carrying it on by himself.
Well, I think he calmed Mayeye down after tea as well.
I think you're right.
I think he wandered down to him and said, you don't need to be doing this.
He's so laid back, Daniel Bell-Drummond. I think he'd have a great influence, you'd think, on Mayeye in terms of that temperament and, like you say, keeping him grounded.
Calm down.
Yes.
Calm down. There's no need. There's no need. I need someone like that at the other end of my life. It'd be very handy.
Here comes the Worrell balls. Bell-Drummond lets it go. Outside the off stump.
Don't worry, Mark. It's all going to be fine.
It's all going to be okay.
It's all going to be okay. Well, that's what they said about Amler, wasn't it? Just the calmest man. Just sort of like I always say, he was like a lake with no ripples. Just still the whole time. That's on a lovely level.
That's a wonderful image, that is.
Just very calm. No ripples at all. Even if it was all going all around him, he'd stay completely calm. And the number of players that, when he retired, said, "Oh, I remember batting with Hashim," and that was people who played a lot of Test match cricket as well. It was just great to bat with Hashim. Oh, now Ben Folks signal there of new boot, I think.
Well, needed a stud tightening.
Yeah.
Worrell bowls. Bell-Drummond lets it go. End of the over. I think he might have lost one.
Lost a stud, yeah, he has. Yeah, he's lost a stud there as Ben Folks. So well, I think the umpires have them these days, don't they?
They normally do.
Yeah, so he's wandering over now. Another delay here.
Umps, have you got one?
Well, they should do, I think.
Umps number A. Umps B.
No, he's all right, he says. He's all right. He's going to throw the stud at umpire Middlebrook. So now umpire Middlebrook's dropped it, so he's got to find it now. So add a bit more time on to the day's play. Oh, good, he's found it. It's by his foot. Oh dear, now Gus Atkinson's dropped the ball. So we've still got 12 overs remaining today. As Leaning settles himself down over his bat. And Gus Atkinson will come over the wicket to Jack Leaning. Short one, and Leaning ducks underneath it, and that's into the gloves of Ben Folks, moving away to his left-hand side. You know what I'm excited about tomorrow, though? It's the return of the jazz flute.
Oh, yes, hello.
Tomorrow, because we've got the band here. Today it was the ukulele band. Tomorrow we're back to the sort of big show band. But a lot of jazz flute was played yesterday. As over the wicket comes Atkinson. Short ball on the hip of Leaning. He'll just turn this down towards long leg and take a single to get off the mark. Quite a few people leaving now. 164 for 3.
Sensible individuals.
Well, it's just such a shame. It's the most beautiful evening. But they've got to get home. And we've still got 11.4 overs to bowl. When we sat here for 45 minutes this morning with the sun out, watching the players playing football at the outfield.
Doing their second warm-up.
Doing their second warm-up of the day. So even my math tells me, with those 45 minutes, we might have been finishing somewhere near on time. As this is a short one, and we only lost 3 overs in that 45 minutes. I don't know who was bowling, but they had a very long run-up.
Well, this was my point. Do we lose, or do we have a sort of half an hour grace period?
No. Look, these days, you think you know what's going on, and then you've got absolutely no idea. Tea seems to be a movable feast, literally, these days. Waiting once again is Bell-Drummond on 52, short one. And that's taken by Folks, moving away to his left-hand side.
Do you reckon we'll have one more drinks break before the day's
Well, I wouldn't be at all surprised. because the last one we had turned into a garden party, didn't it? I was surprised they weren't bringing out canapes and vol au vents, and thought there was going to be a speech from the groom. It took that long. Waiting once again is Daniel Bell-Drummond. As in over the wicket goes Atkinson. He's turning this one into the leg side, Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just to remind you the story of the day, Surrey started this morning 18 for 2. All out for 145. Really good bowling from Kent. Their 3-ball attack of Arshdeep Singh, Matt Quinn and Wes Agar outstanding. And now they're 164 for 3, so lead by 320. As up on his toes goes Bell-Drummond, super shot, just punching down the ground off the back foot. Rory Burns is trying to give chase, but that's going to beat him over the rope and away for 4. And that's the end of the over. And it's 168 for 3. The lead 324. And I would hazard a guess, I know that Kent have won this season in the Championship, but with the travails of recent weeks, this must be one of the best days of the season thus far.
I think that's a good shout, actually, because Kent did beat Northamptonshire in the opening round of fixtures, but since then they've struggled to put together a complete performance with bat and ball. Today they've had both.
Oh, very much so.
As you said, those 3-seamers barely bowled a bad ball.
Well, if you think about it, really, you've sort of bossed things since 41 for 5 yesterday morning.
Yeah, quite bizarrely. 41 for 5, it looked like they were going to sink without a trace. And then Everson and Cox, 21, 22 years of age, came together, put together a 120-run partnership, and Kent haven't looked back since, as you say.
Oh, it's fantastic, isn't it, for the future?
Jack leaning on 1, facing Worrell, allowing this away swinger to pass through to the wicketkeeper.
No, that is really encouraging. But it's 2 lads, 21 and 22, that have got Kent out of a massive hole. And they were in trouble at 41 for 5, genuinely.
They were sinking.
Well, I'll be honest, I was thinking with the troubles they've had with the bat in the first innings, they could be out for 100 here.
If Cox and Everson had got out cheap, the bowlers could have easily followed.
But they didn't, that was the key thing.
Here comes Worrell. Jack leaning. Once more, lets this one through. That was a little bit closer to the off stump than the previous one.
Other than the jazz flute, do we know what other entertainment there might be tomorrow? For day 3 of the festival? Well, it's the last but one day of the festival, but day 3 of this game in the festival.
Day 3.
Oh, excellent.
A live jazz band will be performing during the day, and a members forum will also take place during the lunch break.
I might give that a miss.
The Kent Cricket Supporters Club will continue its tradition of laying a wreath to commemorate the Kent cricketers that we have lost through conflict during the tea interval. This one's defended away at the Colin Blythe Memorial.
Oh, that's
so
nice.
I don't know if there is any more writing underneath that, but that's what I got sent. So yeah, so we're back to live jazz tomorrow.
Excellent. Might play through the entire members forum. Just in the background. Well, they were very good yesterday, weren't they? Do you think they'll start with the Rocky theme again, like yesterday? They did the Rocky theme to start off with.
Some suggestions, please, for what the band should play tomorrow. We've already voted for Indiana Jones theme tune. Outswinging delivery again from Worrell. Very good from him.
It's a cracking ball, isn't it, from Dan Worrell.
Into his 14th over in the second innings. He's bowled a couple of maidens, 1 for 38. Probably been Surrey's best bowler in the second innings.
The ukulele band, they played Test Match Special, didn't they? They did Test Match Special.
That was a highlight of the day.
That was very nice. Oh, it's lovely. It really does feel like festival cricket at the moment. And it's nice. It's just going on forever. The jazz band are about to turn up for tomorrow.
Here comes Worrell once more. Oh, that's a beauty. That is a genuine beauty. And Jack leaning. It's kissed the outside edge of his bat through to the keeper. And Surrey have another one. Kent reduced to 168 for 4 now. Well, Drummond and Mayeye aside, leaning, and Denley both fail like they did in the first innings. Just the one for the Kent captain in this game.
Interesting.
3-2-4 is the lead.
Well, interesting in the fact that there is still 2 days to go after this. Now, all of a sudden, 4 down. It's still a massive lead of 324, but the pitch is playing fine at the minute. Now, if Surrey can nick another couple before stumps tonight, it's a long time to chase. Kent were all out by lunchtime tomorrow. Surrey would have 5 sessions. And the way they go about things, they'd think about it, definitely. But here comes the Centurion from the first innings, Jordan Cox. But it's terrific stuff from Dan Worrell. It really is, because nothing's been happening, and all of a sudden he's just hitting that cracking line and length with a little bit of swing. So Jordan Cox played beautifully yesterday. Had one moment, didn't he, when he was dropped by Ben Folkes, of all people. And Jordan Cox joins Daniel Bell-Drummond out there in the middle. 56 to his name. 168 for 4. Ice Cream Man's gone home. He'll be back tomorrow. Didn't know where to park this morning. But it's lovely bowling.
Just love how he asked you where to
Yeah,
park. There's a bunch of stewards around.
Absolutely, but he pulled in. I thought he was going to tell me off. I thought I'd done something, but I think it was because I had my pass on with my lanyard. And I think he thought I was someone official, which is a concern just in itself, really. But I told him to go and ask a steward, and then he didn't realise it was Kids' Day.
First ball from Worrell then to Jordan Cox. Fresh off his 133 in the first innings. Wicket maiden for Worrell as it's pushed out towards point. 10 overs to go in this long, long day of cricket. It's quite the change up from T20, isn't it?
It is. It's different to T20.
It's almost like, how can we make this 4-day game as long as possible, or the days of the game as long as possible, in between the old bish bash bosh of
You said that last
Friday
night,
night.
and I got muddled up, and I came up with something completely different. But yes, it is that, isn't it, on a Friday?
and many other days of the week with the schedule as it is.
Well, most days of the week. So it's going to be Sean Abbott into the attack from the pavilion end, and Daniel Bell-Drummond is the man on strike on 56 as Bell-Drummond turns this one off his toes into the leg side. We'll pick up a single. We're almost into single figures of overs left today.
Oh my days, 9.5 to go. Yes, 3-2-5 the lead.
Just thinking about this though, all of a sudden, Kent are still bossing this, no doubt whatsoever about this, but there are still 2 full days of cricket to go, and the weather's going to be like this.
I think it's gone from being a case of how many are Kent going to be ahead and how many are they going to win by, potentially, to Surrey have got an outside chance
absolutely now. With those wickets from Worrell there, Kent have got to be careful. As Abbott is in to Cox, and ducking underneath it is Cox. Surrey will sniff a little opportunity here, I think, in these 9 overs to go.
They should, yeah.
Even a 400 run lead, if you've got 5 sessions to get 400, that's 80 runs a session.
Funnier things have happened.
Right?
Funnier things
got
have
that
happened
right?
than chasing down 400.
No, absolutely. 8 5s are 40, aren't they?
Yes.
Good. As in over the wicket comes Abbott. Another short one, which Cox ducks underneath. A panic there for a minute. Taken by Ben Folkes. Now, interesting here as well. And Sonia spotted this earlier, but for Cox, Dan Moriarty is at a very, very fine third man. That will be for the little uppercut. He likes that shot, Jordan Cox.
He's very fine down there,
Yep,
isn't he?
absolutely is. Sean Abbott is in too, Cox, and Cox is playing this one off the back foot. Rolls out there to Rory Burns, an extra cover.
Any surprise that there's not a slip for him?
No, not at the moment, because I think what they're doing is they're just trying to cut out his scoring areas, so to speak, to make him do something he doesn't really want to do. And he does like that shot, doesn't he? Does like the old uppercut. Still yet to get off the mark in this second innings. He's in again, Abbott, and Cox is solidly in behind this one. Plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So yeah, Dan Moriarty is. He's not as fine as Dom Sibley was for Mayeye, because at one point Dom Sibley was stood virtually behind Ben Folkes on the boundary rope. But Moriarty, that is a catching position there. Dan Moriarty stood in. He's miles away. He's near the cheeseburger, hot dog and chip stall. As in over the wicket goes Abbott. There's the short one. That's the one. But he ducks underneath it, does Cox. 9 overs to go tonight. Incidentally, the cheeseburger, hot dog and chip stall is shut.
I went there on the other T20 though, and I saw some chaps with double patties, and I thought, I'll have one of those.
Well, you couldn't get your jumbo sausage roll today.
No, they didn't have any. Outrageous. I think I've tried every food kiosk that has visited Canterbury over the series of the Blast so far.
Well, I remember when you saved up your tokens at Beckenham.
Oh yeah.
You had 30 pizzas, 47 hot dogs.
This one left alone outside the off stump by Bell Drummond. Do you remember the fish and chip bus at Beckenham?
Yeah, well, like you went there enough times.
That was a fantastic
You had enough.
idea.
You had enough tokens that you were handing them out to people at one point. I remember Ben Compton's dad was there, and you said, "Mr. Compton, would you like a token for lunch?"
I've got all these food vouchers. I can go to the fish and chip bus.
Well, Adrian Harms the other day, BBC Sussex reporter, correspondent, and bon viveur, he took me to there was a Greek sort of pitta, rap type
Yes,
place.
Excellent. Full delivery and 4 runs for Bell Drummond. In fact, the third man has snuck round to field it. Smith is nice and fine for Bell Drummond. He's looking up at the sky thinking, I thought I had 4 there. Manages to run it past Sibley at slip. So good captaincy that.
He's also signaling, can I have my helmet, my box, all the stuff, and a hockey stick? That's what he's asking for there. I think he thinks he's playing as a goalkeeper now. Jamie Smith down below us. But yes, Adrian Harms took me there, but got us horribly lost.
Oh.
And at one point we were going through undergrowth.
Where was this? At Hove?
At Hove.
Where's the underground?
Well, there was. We ended up going through a flower bed because we couldn't get around because of the fencing while I was trying to hold my wrap and chips. Yeah.
How did you manage
But
that?
I've no idea. I followed Adrian Harms.
I've got no idea.
Thought
where this is at Hove.
he'd know where he was going.
I'm pretty sure the food kiosks are just round the corner from the commentary box.
Oh
aren't
no,
they?
this was at the other end of the ground.
Okay,
You see,
right.
right at the other end. But he'd been saying that the wraps are amazing.
Okay.
Yeah, so we had to go all the way to the other end of the ground, and then we ended up in a bush, basically.
170 for 4. Cox on strike. Full delivery, which he defends. 3-6 the lead. Bell Drummond's on 58. He didn't get 4 a moment ago. I got carried away and then didn't even realise that Jamie Smith was at third man. It's because there are big poster of Matt Walker,
Yeah.
which I've been using to shade the kit. It was blocking my view.
I quite like that from Jamie Smith, though, when he was calling for the pads, the helmet, the box, and the hockey stick, please.
Bring me my kit.
Well, he's basically going to be padded up like a goalkeeper, isn't he?
Going to do my best Maddie Hinch impression.
Yep.
Sorry.
Ian Taylor was mine. Hockey goalkeeper, GB Gold. Sort of the Sean Curley era, that was.
Surrey are adding slip fielders to their cordon. Burns has gone in at gully now, which is where the ball goes. But Cox gets off the mark.
I like this from Surrey. But they've spotted what's going on here. They see this as an opportunity tonight. Looks like a bit of spin is going to come into the attack.
Just sniffing an opportunity.
Ryan Patel's giving Jamie Smith his helmet now, but he's down at fine third. He's already bugging on the helmet, Jamie Smith. Oh dear, I've got the wrong helmet.
Oh no.
Yeah, that one doesn't fit. Ryan Patel will have to go back and get another helmet.
Worrell to Bell Drummond. Let go outside the off stump. Hope this doesn't delay proceedings.
Cricketer's chat at times is magnificent, isn't it? Ryan Patel's come all the way over from the pavilion. He said something to him and he's gone, well, that's not my helmet, that's why. And now Ryan Patel's disappeared. And here he comes with Jamie Smith's helmet. And there we are, he's found the right helmet now for Jamie Smith.
At least it wasn't up in the changing room.
That's something, I suppose.
Would have had to go all the way down the stairs. That's a good delivery from Worrell on the stumps, forcing Bell Drummond into playing. Defends it up towards mid-on. 8 overs to go in the day's play.
Interestingly here, Jamie Smith hasn't got all the pads on, so I wonder if he's just going to go in at short leg. And again, this is for Jordan Cox, so Abbott bowling, so I think he's just going to pop himself in short leg or somewhere like that, because all he's got is his abdominal guard and his helmet, Jamie Smith. So it's not spin, where all the kit and caboodle comes out. It's just the helmet and the abdominal guard. I'll vacate at the end of this over. Bring Sonia back in with you. You got a 7. You might be doing an 8 o'clock update here.
Got a 7 o'clock.
It's the 9 o'clock news. Let's go for the latest at Canterbury. And here is your reporter, Ben Watts. We've got an over to go.
By the time I get back to Tunbridge Wells, the kebab shop will be open.
Might be time to turn around and come back for tomorrow morning at this rate. Sean Abbott it is then. From the pavilion end, coming into Jordan Cox. Yes, Smith's in at short leg, and this is turned off his hip by Jordan Cox down towards long leg. He will pick up a single. One more to the total. 172 for 4. Where's Dom Sibley going? Looks a bit lost to me at the moment, Dom Sibley. Yeah, he's off towards the cover region. Cameron Steele being sent out to deep backward square. Jordan Clark is sweeping out there on the cover boundary rope. Jamie Smith's now fielding at mid-wicket in his helmet. As in over the wicket goes Abbott. That's tucked away by Bell Drummond off the stumps down towards long leg. Worrell's down there to do the fielding. Yeah, it's interesting here because Kent have played so well, but there's still an awful lot of time in the game. Now, if Kent sort of at tea time tomorrow had been with a lead of 329, 340, whatever, but the thing is, we've still got 2 whole days to go. So they've still got a bit of batting to do here, Kent. As Sean Abbott runs away from us, comes in over the wicket to Jordan Cox, short one. Cox ducks underneath it.
I guess the longer they can bat for, the more sort of mental fatigue there'll be for Surrey when they have to bat once again.
Yep.
Just really try and eke it out and make Surrey sweat, literally.
Well, I think they've done a bit of that today already, to be fair. Turns again, does Sean Abbott. Comes in over the wicket. And, now, cries for caught behind. What's that hit? I think it's brushed. Don't look at your bat, Jordan. It's just looked at his inside edge. I thought that hit his thigh guard. But Jordan Cox there has immediately, it's not been given out, but he immediately looked at the inside edge of his bat, which is not a great idea. So, dear. Immediately looked at the inside edge of his bat there, Jordan Cox. But nothing given. They're getting a leg slip in now. He's going to get a bit more of this stuff on his hip. As turning is Abbott. Coming in over the wicket to Cox. Short one again. Cox ducks underneath it. I will leave you at this point, Ben Watts, and bring Sonia in because you're about to do your update on BBC Radio Kent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Church. He's chalked his keys on the floor again. That's the third time today. A ball to go in the over from Sean Abbott. Balls to Cox. Short ball. They appeal for a catch behind. It's been given. Jordan Cox looks disappointed, but it must have brushed glove. Yeah, Ken have just lost a wicket, actually. Jordan Cox, who got a century in the first innings, has just been given out. Presumably a little bit of a glove behind a short ball to the wicketkeeper of Abbott. And Surrey are just sensing maybe they still have a chance of getting back into this game. 173 for 5, the Kent score. Daniel Bell-Drummond is still there on 59, but they've lost the likes of Jack Leaning for just 1, Joe Denley for 6, Compton for 17, earlier on to Wanda Mayeye, and Bell-Drummond sharing in a century stand, which was truly magnificent to watch, the 79 that Mayeye scored before he perished. Well, Cox fails to manage to repeat his heroics of the first innings when he made 133. That put Kent in charge in the game. Their bowlers followed that on by bowling Surrey out for 145 earlier on today. But this game still Kent's at the moment to try and win, but Surrey sensing they might have an outside chance with the way they're bowling at the moment. 7 overs to go here on day 2. Commentary continues via the BBC Sport app and website.
Yeah, Cox did not want to go there, did he?
I'd seen the replay and I'm really unconvinced that hit anything, to be honest. I don't know for sure, but I could see why Cox was frustrated.
Took him a while to leave the crease as well. Just sort of stood there sort of almost in disbelief at the umpire.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that necessarily brushed anything on the way through.
It's a big appeal from Ben Folkes and the
It
bowler,
was a big
though.
appeal, in fairness. Surrey were very convinced. They were sure. And credit to them, they found a way back into this game really late on day 2.
I'll tell you what, I can't believe we've got 7 overs left. It's 7:05.
They've persisted with the seam bowling, even though we thought might be spin the key to trying to break down this Kent attack, but Abbott has kept running in.
And it's going to be seam again.
Just seeing Cox's reaction again. He's like, looked at the umpire and almost said, "Are you joking?" He's having a word with him as he walks off. I think a bit of dissent, unfortunately, from Cox, but here comes Worrell outside the outside edge of Bell-Drummond's bat. But when you scored 100 in the first innings, you come out of second innings, you're thinking, yeah, I'm in nick now, aren't I? And you get a decision that you don't agree with. As a young man, 22 years of age, I can see why you might show a bit of frustration.
You'd love to know what he's saying in the dressing room, wouldn't you? Well, I'm not sure it'd be safe to air.
No, I might ask him afterwards off air.
Get the inside scoop and you can share it with everyone, a sort of slimmed down version tomorrow morning.
Drummond's still there. Oh, no, he's not anymore. Going for the cut shot. Caught behind by Folkes. Kind of crumbling a bit late on. Just a long day and the concentration fading, and Surrey are finding a way to bite back in the game. The lead is 329, but Kent have gone from being in total command of this when Mayeye and Bell-Drummond were out there, and the score was 147 for 1. Now it's 173 for 6.
It'll be really interesting to know what they say after the game, because this has been a much longer session already And this is when we've seen the wickets fall, just
Yeah.
towards the end. You wonder if they'll say shouldn't have been out there that long, or there should have been more overs docked for the 45-minute delay, but it seems like the concentration has just slipped
Yeah.
far after you would normally expect this game to be over.
Well,
It's a long time to concentrate. If we went out, we came out at 4:23.
but I think in fairness, you'd say that should be affecting Surrey the most. They should be the ones that are on their knees and drained from their efforts in the field. But actually, their bowlers are still running in and finding a little bit of something late on. Bell Drummond was going along so well, despite a few wickets crumbling around him. But now he too has perished for a very well made 59.
They've not gone for a night watchman here either.
Well, I guess we're pretty much down into the lower order and the bowlers anyway, so well, you're sort of wondering how many more Kent are going to manage here. At the moment, Surrey are threatening to run through and give themselves 2 days to chase 350 possibly.
It's not looking good for people who want to come on day 4 at the moment.
Well, I suspected even before the start of this game, when you got a county championship game plonked in the middle of the T20, that day 4 was potentially in jeopardy from the off.
Well, I mean, if the thunderstorm had happened an hour later, who knows?
So Worrell continues. Here he comes. Kadri, the new man. Convincing defensive stroke. Surrey, their slip fielders have got hands on head. Thinking that almost snuck through the defence.
Yeah, got 3 slips in now. Sorry, just trying to push for these wickets towards the end of play on day 2. But no one close in front of the bat, so clearly they're looking for the outside edge. Maybe there's just a hint of some sort of movement that we haven't quite seen throughout much of the afternoon here when it's been baking, but the shadows are just sort of creeping onto the field as Worrell starts his run up for the 4th ball of the over to Kadri. And Kadri lets that one go straight through to Ben Foakes. There's a sort of almost moment of almost excitement from the fielders there, but nothing troubling Kadri, who has faced just 2 balls so far. Both batters on a duck, which is always a slightly dangerous place to be. But Kent have a very healthy lead already, you know. 173 for 6 might not look like a lot, but they do lead by 329 runs, which is going to be quite an impressive chase from anyone. Although I'm sure Surrey will do their best to try.
Yeah, I mean, it ought to be enough, the way they bowled in the first innings.
Worrell comes in and it's pushed into the offside. Kadri is the field. I think Jamie Smith is just going to get there, but it's an easy 2 and Kadri is off the mark. The score moves on to 175 for 6.
You'd hope that, let's say, potentially Everson can bat with the bowlers and push that lead, you know, up to 350. If they get it up to 400 from here, now they've had this succession of wickets, that would be really something. But, you know, minute from here out, you want minimum 200 on the board, 350 lead.
Well, there's only 21 more runs needed to get that 350 lead as Worrell comes in again to Kadri, who edges that, and it's just short of slip. Just sort of slightly pushed at that, but managed to keep the hands soft enough that it was never carrying to second slip. And Kent are 175 for 6. We have 6 overs left today, which is already a fair amount of cricket given that it's after 7 o'clock. Just a conversation between the batters, probably trying not to lose any more wickets today and come out fresh tomorrow, put on some runs and try and get as big a total as they can.
Yeah, if they can come out tomorrow morning and get a few more, just frustrate Surrey, who at the moment have just got their tails up a bit.
Everson just taking his mark. He hasn't faced a ball yet after the wicket of the last ball of the over.
Yeah, you're right. Kadri in behind him at 8, but facing up first. So Everson batted really well in the first innings and almost felt like the catalyst for the Kent comeback in the game. 6 overs to go.
Interestingly, there's not the catchers behind the bat to Everson.
No, they've got them quite square as Abbott Ball's into the hip, and it's in the air, out towards square leg. They come through for a single. Everson off the mark. So 176 for 6. 3-3-2 the lead. But at the moment, Surrey are just finding a way to make the breakthroughs.
Yeah, it's clearly a plan to Abbott. They've got a short leg and then someone almost leg gully.
Yeah, and then a very wide gully, as you say, no slips, even to Kadri. Short ball. Crikey, almost ducked into that. Wasn't a very convincing attempt to sway out the way of the bouncer.
No, I mean, he's not the tallest of blokes. It was almost going to go over his head anyway.
Kadri on 2, Everson 1. Feels like a while ago now that Mieye departed for a fantastic 79. Since then, Denley wafted at a wide one he didn't need to face. Leaning got a beauty that just kissed the outside edge. Cox given out, caught behind. This one's down the leg side. It bounces before it reaches Folkes. I'm unconvinced that it brushed anything from Cox. Certainly he didn't think it did. Surrey were pretty sure. And then Bell Drummond going for a cut shot, nicking behind as well.
In a late flurry of wickets.
Yeah, 4 catches for Ben Folkes since the departure of Mieye. 3 of them to Worrell, 1 to Abbott. Dan Worrell's bowled fantastically well. 16 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 42, and then Abbott has just found his rhythm again. Kadri plays it off the back foot into the offside, having Abbott at one stage been smacked around by Mieye for those 3 boundaries in successive deliveries.
Just a touch wide from Abbott there, given that he's got a very sort of leg side catching field. They might want him to bowl a bit straighter.
As you mentioned earlier on, Jordan Clark, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Did get some treatment at one point from the physio while batting, and surprised we haven't seen as much of him with the ball today. Maybe there was some soreness there. 333 the lead as Abbott bowls short. Very short, in fact.
Too short.
And Everson plays no stroke. 5 overs to go after this delivery.
It's cloudless sky now.
Have we had any clouds today? Oh yeah, when the thunderstorm turned up.
I was going to say, we had a thunderstorm.
That's so long ago.
Short-lived
Sonia.
memory.
So long ago, Sonia, I've forgotten about this morning. I'll always remember we didn't start in time. Short ball, played by Everson down into the point area. End of the over, 5 to go. Kenter 177 for 6, second time around. Surrey made 145 all out. Kent at one stage were 147 for 1 though, and looking dominant in the game. But the departure of Mieye, well, as it did in the first innings really, has led to a few more wickets. And Kent's middle order have failed to contribute as Bell Drummond from number 3, who supported him. The lower order though, Everson at 7 and Hagar at 10 in the first innings, getting 50s.
They've gone for 1 less slip this over as Worrell comes in to Kadri, who pushes, driven into the offside, and that's gone for 4. That was a nice shot there, just a bit of width on offer, and he's just pushed that straight through cover.
Very nicely played by Kadri. I was slightly expecting to see that fly off the outside edge, the way Worrell's been moving it around.
Well, they've taken a slip out for this over.
Yeah, I'm slightly surprised they've taken Gully out.
We've got one at sort of deep third.
Albeit they haven't needed slips to take wickets in the last few overs. It's all been going to Ben Folkes.
Well, when you've got a keeper like Ben Folkes, do you really need first slip?
You almost don't sometimes.
Worrell in again to Kadri. Sort of almost leading edge there to along the ground to man at cover.
Lead up to 3-3-7. 4.4 overs to go. Third man and deep pointer out just to try and protect the boundary. It's kind of a split field at the minute. They've got close catchers and they're attacking Surrey. But then they've also got some men back on the rope to try and save a few runs.
Although more to protect the edge than the drive, just looking around the field. As Worrell runs in again to Kadri, who defends toward third man for an easy single. Jamie Smith, the fielder there, just easily gathers it and throws it into the wicket keeper.
Yeah, nicely played. Busy start from Kadri.
Has been busy. Interesting to see how Everson gets on against Worrell, who's found a little bit of movement just in the last sort of half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
He's bowled really well. Really has. Surrey's most economical bowler in this second innings, and now with 3 wickets to his name as well. The attack leader, Dan Worrell, that angled run.
And it's just defended into the leg side and gathered by mid-on. No run. Kent 182 for 6.
Everson scored quite a few runs into the leg side, didn't he, in first innings? Only really mid-wicket and mid-on and long leg on the leg side at the moment.
Yeah, there's just a man at mid-wicket and one at mid-on. There's not anyone protecting that boundary. Or protecting the flats.
But I guess they probably don't mind too much. If he tries to play leg side with the away swing of Worrell, might get a leading edge.
As Worrell runs in again, and it's defended to mid-off for no run by Everson. Seems to have lost that little sort of movement that he was having a few overs ago that was causing some problems.
I wonder if the ball, with the sort of dryness that we've had, was just reversing a little bit. 4 down Worrell. Joey Everson seemingly come in with the intent just to block.
Worrell in again for the last ball of his over. And it's hit him on the pads. There's a big Surrey appeal, but nothing given by the umpire.
There I was saying he was just going to block it. He tried to clip it away leg side. Surrey gave it their all in terms of the appeal.
It was almost a bigger appeal than some of the ones that have been given out.
To me it looked like it was going down the leg side, but it might have been closer than I thought here, because Everson's batting pretty much on off stump. Ooh, just seeing the
Close.
replay there. I think if that went upstairs, obviously you can't in county cricket, but that was, I mean, if the umpire had given it out, it wouldn't have been overturned. Let's just say that. I think Joey Everson might have got away with one there. That looked good to me. I think that was going to crash leg stump. As Abbott bowls to Kadri. Oh, he's flicked it around the corner, has he, or is that off the thigh pad? It is off the thigh pad. The sound wasn't as woody as it seemed. But that's what Abbott's doing at the moment. He's targeting that hip area. He's got a short leg and a leg gully in play. No orthodox slips.
I think folks might have just either caught his hand on the ground or something on the end of the finger. He's shaking that hand out and wincing a little bit with the glove off.
Yeah, painful one for him, seemingly. Abbott bowls. Kadri almost jumping to play this defensively off the back foot.
Well, he's not the tallest bloke, and that one sort of got up quite high.
One would suggest if he's jumping, though, to play it off the back foot, then it's probably not going to hit the stumps.
No.
So, might be better off trying to drop the hands underneath the ball. In fairness to Abbott, though, it's a really well-directed delivery. Not allowing Kadri any kind of room to dive out the way. Oh, look, there's another short one, and it's ballooned away over short leg. Into the leg side and safe.
Slightly behind short leg almost.
Kadri's struggling against the short ball here at the moment. Abbott's all over him like a rash. Digging it in to the hip and rib area.
It's not often you see a leg slip without a regulation slip,
exactly.
Is it?
Short leg is in the game. Leg slip is in the game. Square leg, catching mid-wicket. Keeper. Another short one. He manages to get his body out of the way this time.
Did well there. That one was very well directed.
Yeah, it was. That's the better way to go for me. At the moment, Abbott's not trying to hit the stumps. Get your hands out of the way. Get your bat out of the way.
I'd almost say that there's catches at point and cover as well. They're quite close.
Yeah, they certainly are. Again, you're right, that's a superbly directed delivery, and Kadri's done so well not to clock it. Another helmet's coming out.
Yeah, Jamie Overton there just delivering a helmet to Rory Burns. I wonder where he's going to go with this helmet.
Tight on the offside.
Very tight.
Almost in a silly point type position, in case it balloons up on that side instead.
I think that is a silly point. It's not straight enough to be a sort of silly mid-off, is it?
No, it's definitely more in the batter's grill. As Abbott tries to aim it there. This time Kadri sways out of the way.
It's a plan he doesn't look entirely comfortable with, Kadri, as the field sort of gradually creeps closer and closer to the bat, and he's peppered by short stuff from Abbott.
Yeah, this is a nasty little period that he's trying to survive at the moment, Kadri. And in fairness to him, it probably should have been a middle order batter still out there rather than him. But Surrey have managed to eke out some late wickets here on day 2 on BBC Sport Online live from Canterbury. Abbott bowls, it hits Kadri, I think it's off the shoulder. Leg bye is likely to be signalled here as it balloons down to third man. Yes, leg byes. So Kent 183 for 6 with 3 overs to go. It's a maiden from Abbott. Kadri's on 8, Everson 1. The lead, I'll tell you in a moment when it's back on the scoreboard. Currently Abbott's figures being shown, 14 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 49. The lead is 339 runs. After Surrey were 145 all out in their first innings. Kent making 301 thanks to Cox's century, but not being able to add to that second time around. It's Mieye and Bell Drummond that are responsible for the runs that Kent have on the board.
And all Kadri's done there is make sure that he's on strike to face the next over after being peppered by Abbott, as Worrell starts his long run up. And it's Cover's got his head in his hands, but it's just gone past him, and he's driven that to the boundary for 4. It's a good shot to take the pressure off after what had been probably quite a difficult over for him.
Yeah, fair play to Kadri. He was always likely to get a fuller delivery from Dan Worrell than from Sean Abbott, and he's crunched it through the covers. Admittedly, slightly aerially, like you say, but extra cover had no chance. So 187 for 6, 343 the lead. I think this is the best partnership since the Mieye Bell Drum one.
It's not been as fluent though, has it, as Worrell runs in again, and Kadri that just beat the outside edge on the way through to Ben Folkes.
Well, mainly just because since Mieye got out, partnerships have been 11, 10, 5 and none. So this is worth 14. I don't think I've ever still been watching county cricket at 7:30. I think 7:15's the latest I've had on a couple of occasions. We're going to go beyond 7:30.
Easily, we've still got 2.4 overs left. As Worrell comes in again to Kadri, who blocks that, but it's just fallen short of the bowler. That sort of popped up.
Yeah, I thought it was going to balloon to Worrell.
So did I.
Agonisingly short of him.
They've just brought in, they've moved second slip to Gully here.
Surrey can't believe that Kadri's still out there at the moment. He's faced 19 balls. It feels like 9 of them could have ballooned up for somebody.
Oh, just caught something or top edged or anything.
He's hit a couple of lovely boundaries on the other one, on the other deliveries.
Worrell in again for the 4th ball of his over to Kadri, who edges that, but through the gap between first slip and Gully, but it's gathered by Jamie Smith on the boundary for 1.
Third man in play. So they've got these attacking close catches, but then they've also got men saving 4. Because that would have been frustrating for Surrey if that had gone in the gap and away to the boundary, but it's only cost them a run, so don't mind it too much after all. 3-4-4 the lead, 1-8-8 for 6. Feels like every extra run can get them in, it might be important.
And as we say, that gully's just moved to second slip.
That's where it went.
Worrell runs in again, and it's let go by Everson through to Ben Folkes. Yeah, it's an interesting sort of contrast of field, with Kadri being peppered by the short stuff by Abbott, and here they're sort of looking to catch the outside edge.
Yeah, testing the batter's techniques at the moment, aren't they? Surrey, with the contrast between Abbott and Worrell, who've done the most bowling in the second innings so far.
I really had to bear the brunt of it. I'm going to need some time off overnight as Worrell comes in again for the final ball of the over. And it's hit off the back foot into the offside for an easy single. So Kadri will avoid being facing Abbott again as Kent move on to 189 for 6.
Yeah, you might be thankful for that single from Joey Everson. 3-4-5 the lead. Everson 2, Kadri 13.
Well, it's going to be Abbott again, looks like.
Yeah, I think Abbott and Worrell going to see this out.
Just discussing with Ben Folkes maybe a plan for Everson compared to the one for Kadri. But there's a short leg in place, although there's not, as there was at the end of the last over. Rory Burns has not gone into silly point. There's some discussion about where the fielders should be though. Seem to be 2 almost standing in the same position at sort of backward square leg and square leg.
This is an extraordinary field, isn't it? Abbott bowls, Everson ducks it. Short leg. It's like a backward square leg and a forward square leg. And a short mid-wicket.
And then a more regulation sort of mid-wicket as well.
Really wide gully point position. Short extra.
Deep point.
Then there's a third man.
And a fine leg. It's a bizarre field.
If you wanted to try a tennis shot, that's probably the way to score some runs. There's nobody behind the bowler or the umpire. Short ball again, hooked away for 4. Despite the best attempt of the backward square leg to try and dive to catch it, Everson finds the rope. Moves to 6, Kent to 193 for 6. The lead is 349, so 350 at least Surrey will need to win the game.
Yeah, it's hard to quite explain just how close the backward square leg and forward square leg are. There can't be more than about 3 metres between them.
Yeah, they could just take a short step to one side and give each other a little low 5, couldn't they? As Abbott bowls again. Short ball, it's off the bat of Everson, the top part of the bat. Drops safe. Hi Dom, it's just 1.3 overs remaining in the day's play. I don't think I've ever seen county cricket at 7:30, but we're still going. Kent are 193 for 6. They have a lead of 349 runs over Surrey, which is a formidable match situation with Surrey earlier on out for 145. Wicket shared around by Kent. Mayeye came out and scored 79. Beldrummond 59. They have lost a few wickets at the back end of the day, Kent, to just slightly take the gloss off it. But overall, they're still the team that are in charge in this match. We've still got 2 whole days to go, so it could be an enthralling watch tomorrow when we're back online from 11 o'clock. But the closing moments are available via the BBC Sport app and website. Everson swaying out the way of another short one from Abbott. 8 balls to go. And Kent are 193 for 6.
You must have done more of those updates than ever before.
I think you're right. It's probably a record amount of updates today.
There can't be any more county cricket going on elsewhere, can there?
No, we must be. We've got to be the last game, haven't we?
It is 7:30.
It's 7:30. Monday night. Credit to the spectators who are still here. They're soaking this up. Short ball from Abbott. Everson ducks underneath it.
I'd say it's the dwindling remains of the spectators. It's definitely emptied in the last hour.
Elsewhere, Essex 15 for 1 in their second innings, leading Somerset by 310 runs after Somerset were 167 all out. Hampshire trail Lancashire by 113 runs with 9 wickets remaining in their second innings. Lancashire making 374. Warwickshire 571 for 9 declared. Nottinghamshire 82 for 5 in reply. Those Division 1 games. Abbott bowls. Everson just manages to withdraw the bat out the way and survives. 1 more over to go. Derbyshire lead Yorkshire by 6 runs, but only with 6 wickets remaining in the game. Yorkshire looking favourites to win that one. Durham 411 for 5 in reply to Morgan's 390 all out. Leicestershire 23 without loss after Gloucestershire were 368 all out. And Worcestershire leads Sussex by 62 runs. They're 410 for 9 in their first innings. Sussex 348 all out. So some interestingly poised games in Division 2. A lot of the games in Division 1. Each of them, it feels like one team heavy favourites. Essex, Warwickshire, Lancashire. And well, Kent on top in this game.
Yeah, and there's going to be a change of bowling for the last over here as well. As Atkinson returns to the attack. He's bowled 8 overs so far, 1 wicket for 28.
Well, they've decided that Kadri prefers it on the front foot against Worrell, so Atkinson's being brought on to bang it in.
And we have a short leg, a silly point, a gully, slip, and square leg. And catching mid-wicket.
This field is quite extraordinary. Really is. It's almost like people have just been shoved in at random.
As Atkinson runs into bowl, and it is short, but it's easily swayed out the way by Kadri.
That's the task for Hamid Kadri. Keep your hands and your bat down and sway out the way of anything short. That's probably where it's going to be. Might get a couple that are chucked in full. Try and pin him on the crease. 5 more balls to survive.
Well, there's no doubt about the plan here, is there? I'd even say that third man is quite close for a third man. And almost a catcher as Atkinson runs in again. It's short, but he manages to just defend that into the ground, and it's trickled to Ben Foakes.
Yeah, it was still on the thigh guard. But it felt that bit fuller after the very short previous ball.
It felt a lot fuller after the ones that he's just sort of ducked and bobbed around.
Funny old game, cricket. What is this field?
I'm enjoying it. I'm not sure I've ever seen so many people gathered around the bat as Atkinson runs in, and Kadri has to drop to his knee to avoid that one.
That's a great leave. That's a superb sway out the way from Kadri. He's done so well there.
He's done very well not to let that hit him on the head as well. If we needed any more delays to this game, having a concussion check.
It's not often you can take a photo with most of the fielders sort of in one strip in and around.
I think you're missing one.
The wicket, I think I am from my photo. Just fine leg.
As Atkinson comes in again, and it's defended by Kadri and just wide of Rory Burns at sort of silly point, silly mid-off between the two. Sorry, I've got their head in their hands there, but it was wide of Burns, who's just moved a touch straighter after that, actually. And Will Jacks is coming up from third man into, I think, a leg slip here. So we've got 1 slip, 1 leg slip, and 1 gully behind the bat. As Atkinson runs in to Kadri, who defends it to a vacant point. It's probably the only position around the bat that isn't someone. It is an extraordinary field.
1 ball to go. 7:36. We're about to finish. I'm sorry, but we need to have a cut-off point for county cricket, because as much as this has been fun, this is really quite silly.
I think you're missing that football match.
I'm not going to get home till 9:30, to be honest, and you're not going to get back to London till 10 o'clock.
I know. As Atkinson comes in again for the final ball of the day, and it's defended. That's going to go for a 4. Sort of peppered the short ball, just got his bat on it, but everyone being so close to the bat means there's no one in the deep, and that's almost sort of trickled over the boundary there at square leg.
Well done, Hamid Kadri. He survived the short pitch barrage from Surrey to close out the day. 17 not out. Joey Everson looked far more composed out there and comfortable at the crease for his 6 not out, but Kent see through that late burst of fast bowling to close the day on 197 for 6, leading by 353 runs. Although they've lost a few late wickets, it's still Kent's day here in front of a home crowd at Festival Week. Matt Cole, Mark Church will be back tomorrow to see how this game will play out on the 3rd day. Kent's members that have stuck around until the end away to our left in the upper pavilion applaud the 2 batters. Not out at the end of the day as they make their way off. And well, thanks to you for sticking with us if you've listened all day long. Give yourself a pat on the back for your own endurance. It's been a long day, but it comes to a close. As I say, with Kent 197 for 6, bowling Surrey out earlier for 145. They lead by 353. It's 7:38 here at Canterbury. A very good evening to you.